great fight from Cloud9 on LMQ trying to get a little too much. A double pickup! What a composition and camaraderie coming in from Lincoln. That's
Flash trade, there's Dame, hooked up, and down he goes, not in the right spot. Ulti was not able to save him.
Guys down in, that's going to be a teleport from Shifter as well. They locked down Dyrus. He doesn't have mana to get in or out.
Welcome to the North American League Championship Series. We're bringing you our continuing coverage of the Week 7 Summer Split action live from our studio home in Los Angeles. And being a Super Week, there are 5 big matches coming your way today as teams battle to move up the standings. Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson, and with me is former LCS jungler Clark Claky D. Smith, and from our Challenger Series coverage, Aiden Zyrene Moon. Guys, thanks again for joining me here at the desk.
Oh, thanks for having us again, Dash.
Of course, Riv, Jat, Freak, and Kobe will be along shortly with the calls of today's games. But first, let's set the table. Guys, the back and forth battle for first continues between Dig and CLG. Now, Dig has a half-game lead entering today, so if they sweep their 2 games against Complexity and Cloud9, they'll finish the week alone in first place. Now, will they do it, Zyrene?
I think they can do it, but I'm going to go with no on this one. I think a 4-0 is really hard to do with the parity in the league. Also, they're playing against Complexity, and you said they just got a half game up. Complexity has the blue shell. They're already 1-1 against them, and also, right now, Dignitas, 4 out of their 5 losses are on the last game of a week, and they're playing 2 today. So that calls into question their preparation. Do they prepare for the end of the week games, and can they prepare for 2 games on the same day? There's a lot of factors coming into this, so that's why I don't think they can do it.
I think they can do it. They came into Super Week really strong. They're playing against Complexity and C9. C9 is looking like they're struggling. Complexity is on the bottom half of the standings, and Dig's in their prime right now. So I think they can take 4-0 in the Super Week.
All right, let's switch gears, though, to the 2-time defending NALCS champs. Cloud9, they're struggling. They're 1 game above 500. They're only 2 games above 6th place. Now, what's going on with these guys, Clark?
So the thing about C9 is that a lot of people are trying to pinpoint the problem with them. And it's not one individual player. It's the team as a whole, besides Sneaky and maybe Elimination. Their bot lane seems to be performing, but everywhere else they're struggling. And I think the main thing is confidence. We saw yesterday Balls play Renekton into a Jax, and normally Renekton stomps Jax. But Balls wasn't taking the risks he needed to take. He wasn't pressuring the way he needed to, and he ended up losing the lane to Curse's top laner, Quas, playing Jax, and they ended up losing that game.
I think another big thing that factors into that, and I agree with you that it's definitely a team effort here that they're around the 500 mark, is Balls is losing the lane, High is losing the lane. That spreads Meteos thin between them, and the champion pools need to be called into question here. High doesn't really seem to main a champion. He used to main Jace, Ryze, Twisted Fate, all these things back in the day that got nerfed. He's coming back to Twisted Fate a little bit, but then he ends up losing a matchup against Syndra, and then he plays the Syndra side of it and still loses it again later on in the day. So I think champion pool, and I think the entire league has just gotten better, and they've pretty much stayed the same and actually downgraded one step.
All right, well, we'll see if they can kind of work out those kinks and turn their season around. Another team that I want to talk about is Team Curse. Now, they came into Saturday finding themselves in a bit of a deep hole. They responded with 2 huge wins, though, and it seemed like maybe they flipped a switch. What were the factors that went into that?
I think the biggest thing was control. They just controlled the game. X-Special was huge that game with Thresh, and then later on, he just did an amazing job in the second game of the day, just completely controlling it and keeping his team safe. They only had 6 kills in that entire game, and they ended up on top without even a death after 17 minutes and 30 seconds from the last kill to the end of the game.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it's due to Quas really stepping up. He's playing really well. You saw his Jax recently, and he was split pushing so smart. He ended the game 1-1-0, so his KD wasn't great, but he had the most CS of any top laner in LCS history, and he wasn't taking any risk that he didn't need to take. He was applying pressure to whichever lane he was pushing, and they just ended up winning the game because of the pressure of Jackson Quas.
All right, Zyrene, you touched a little bit onto the special topic, and I want to continue on with that. He became yesterday the first player in the NALCS history to register 1,000 assists. Now, Claykey, we did a little bit of research, and we discovered that 15 of those assists came against you. Now, as somebody who played against him, I want to hear what makes him so good.
So first off, I want to start by congratulating Xpecial. Congratulations. You couldn't have done it without me.
It's true, though.
But really, Xpecial is really, really amazing. He has 100 games to his name, the most out of any support in the NALCS. He has the experience. He's a veteran. And I think what really sets him apart from other supports is his mechanics and his bot lane matchup knowledge.
Yeah, I completely agree. His knowledge of the matchups is huge. He's also raised a lot of supports in his time. And also the thing to keep in mind is it's 1,000 assists in 100 games. That is huge. There's a lot of people who are going to hit 1,000 assists. You just have to play enough games. So the fact he did it in 100, there are other supports in the league who aren't even close, even though they have 100 games to their name.
Absolutely. Quite an accomplishment. And just for a little bit of context, we're going to take a look at the career assist leaders in the NALCS. The next runner-up is Crumbs, who has 3 fewer games but trails with 786 assists. It's an interesting list, though, because there's 4 supports, 3 junglers, and 1 top laner. And now we're going to try and condense 6 huge games into a neat little bite-sized serving, thanks to your help and the hashtag LCS Big Plays. First up, we have Curse versus LMQ. At Little Gurax writes, Xpecial the God. That's how you carry as support. 1,000 assists? Good job. I know we're hooked for sure.
These items that Kog'Maw gets make him beefier.
What? Another hook! Max Rage coming from Xpecial. This is going to be a kill onto No Name. One last shot from the Bio Arcane Barrage, but Cop's not in range. No Name will still go down in that fight. Moore's going to be hit up. Another consecutive hook from Xpecial coming in. His thresh play today has been out of this world.
It is safe to say that Curse have weathered the early game storm of LMQ, and skies are sunny now.
Hook City, population, Xpecial, and everybody else is just visiting there. Then, from Complexity versus EG, it's the Helios double. At Cobalt Hater says Helios with the sneak attack, blindsiding Complexity. Roll the Monk.
A lot of flashes to re-engage there, at least one. Helios to the backside! There's too many minions! He gets the Dragon's Rage! He goes in for another one! Helios with the plays into the Dragon Pit to completely turn the fight around!
Helios takes matters into his own hands. That was beautiful. Really big teamfight win for them.
Wow. Korean Lee Sin, OP. And finally, from CLG versus LMQ, Vasily adding a little hip-hop to his dance moves. At Fire Element 6 writes, Vasily with the triple reverse bait. Pop, pop, hop, hop. Here's the Trist with the triple.
It's a slow, but can't get much more than one auto attack down. Afro flash hooks! He catches Xiao Wei Xiao! In he goes! The Zonia's though, it's a bait! Vasily finds one! Dexter's there, they answer back, but it's 2 kills! It's gonna be more Vasily with the triple kill, and out he goes! What a fight for LMQ again!
CLG actually overreaches right there, trying to make too big of a play, and it's LMQ who can actually play the counter-aggression card and come out on top. Completely unexpected.
And pop, pop, hop, hop, he did all the way to victory. And now it's your turn to hop over onto Twitter and share your favorite moments from the day. We're at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Taking a quick look at the standings, though, it's in first, Dignitas.
Then, half a game back in second, it's CLG. LMQ and TSM share third with 10 wins and 7 losses. And in fifth, it's Cloud9.
After that, it's Curse in sixth, who are starting to pull away from Complexity in seventh. And then in last, it's Evil Geniuses stuck on 4 wins. Kicking off today's action, however, is Team Curse taking on Counter Logic Gaming. Then it's Complexity versus Dignitas.
And after that, LMQ will square off against Evil Geniuses, followed by TSM versus Complexity. And we'll wrap up our week with Dignitas versus Cloud9.
And remember, you can find the entire season schedule and vote for the teams you think will win on lolesports.com.
Just click on schedule and give a thumbs up to your choice. Also, there you can find in-depth game analysis, player and team stats, and VODs of all the games from this year.
You can also find out how to join us here in the studio to watch these teams play in person. Just click the tickets link for all the details. Then click over to Twitter and weigh in on our Twitter question of the day. We want to know, what is the most impressive thing you saw in the NALCS during Super Week and why?
I know my answer is Dash's hair, But share your insight by writing us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. Then keep it tuned right here to see if your answers get read later in the broadcast.
Now, the talent of the NALCS is deep at every position this split, especially at support. And one of the latest additions to that talent pool is a guy with a pretty big mustache. Now, it's not Bubba Dub. It's the big guy that Poros like to stand behind.
Brom's a pretty cool champion because when he's on your side, you feel like there's this like big burly mustache man who just wants to like protect you.
Always bring Brom.
And when you click on it, it's like, the heart is the strongest muscle.
The heart is the strongest muscle. I'm Brom. I like Poros. I don't know.
Brom is probably the most supporty support.
But he has a lot of like peel, disengage, and damage soak.
In the hands of like good players, like I think Kiwi and Afro both play Brom really well.
A good Brom will like time his E correctly, will stun a certain target, and will tag certain targets.
Nice! Stand behind me and Unbreakable coming in from Kiwi Kid.
Your Q is on a 10-second timer, your shield's on a 20-second timer, and then W is on a really long cooldown as well, and then your ulti is 2 minutes, so every ability counts.
Even if you dodge his skill shots, you cannot dodge a shield, and it's really hard to hit the backline.
His shield literally blocks anything that you're trying to go through him with. So his AD's like right behind him. You try and hit the AD, you can't.
It feels like you're unkillable.
Oh dear. It's only so big, Kiwi Kid. It's only a big shield. Get out of there alive. Wow, he does stay alive.
When I see a Braum picked, I usually think I can kind of abuse it early, and then it usually sometimes backfires.
His early laning 2-on-2 is actually kind of weak, but he does set up jungle ganks really well with his stun and slow.
They are still going on. One more hit coming in from Afro to lock down the cousin blows. He gets the Winter's Bite on.
His mid game, you let him reach mid game, he's a monster.
A Glacial Fisher goes across the entire team from McSpecial.
You can just go ham. You just dive in, get somebody stunned, throw out your ulti, hopefully knock up half their team, and then just pop that shield, and everybody's focusing you, and then you're half HP because you're not dying, and you just walk away.
Don't worry. Brom was trying a little bit.
Zyrene, what have your impressions been of Braum since he arrived here on the scene?
I think Braum is a little bit of a stronger version of Leona later on in the mid-late game portion. And the fact that he can actually just force himself to soak the damage, he will get a bunch of ultimates focused in on him. There's actually a clip there where we saw Kiwi Kid taking a whole bunch of damage. Once those cooldowns are down, then you start the real team fight and your team will come out on top because you just took all of that beating for your team and just basically brought the W.
Well, the big guy has been picked 6 times and banned 5 times in our last 11 games so far this week, and I'm sure we're going to see him on the Rift today. The players from Curse and CLG are loading into the lobby for our first game, so we're going to take a quick break. The action starts underway in 3.5 minutes.
North American LCS. Hello, I am Riving Vision III, and with me today is Joshua Jat Leesman, and we are setting the stage for our first match, Team Curse versus Counter Logic Gaming.
And Riv, yesterday Curse rebounded in a big way. They picked up 2 wins off of LMQ and then Cloud9 at a time where they needed it most. And X Special, especially because he's wearing that white shirt, has been playing particularly well.
Yeah.
He set up a lot of kills for Cop, he got his 1,000th assist, and he really set the stage for Curse's success. Also, in their long games, Quas had a huge impact on Jax. He actually had the most CS in a single game for a top laner in NALCS history. And he was pretty much the sole tower killer in that incredibly long victory they had over Cloud9. But we have to keep in mind, Curse is playing so risk-averse that it definitely opens them up to vulnerabilities. Also, now they have 2 white shirts.
That's right. Oh, wow, they're upgrading everyone. So the opposite could be said for Counter Logic Gaming in their loss to LMQ yesterday. If they lost a team fight or objective, they came right back with another aggressive play trying to get back into it.
Yeah, if you just looked at their scoreline and their defeat to LMQ yesterday, 20 kills to 9, it would not give you an accurate picture of just how close that game was.
Right.
There were several team fights that really could have gone either way, and it was only by the narrowest of margins that LMQ did come out on top of CLG there. It also means that CLG will not go 4-0 on Superweek, which will be disappointing for them, but they're still just half a game back from Dignitas and very much in the running to take first place by the end of Superweek.
All right, well, we are on our final day of Superweek, so let's get right into the matches and the first starting lineup. On the blue side, it's going to be Curse. That's Quas in the top lane, Dominate in the jungle, Voyboy in mid, Cop at AD carry, and X Special on support.
And on the red side, it is CLG. Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link mid, Double Lift on AD carry, and of course, who else? Africa on support.
That is absolutely correct. And we'll have to take into consideration, Quas has been playing pretty good on Jax lately. It's really allowed Curse to kind of not force themselves into calls, which have kind of been the bane of any situation where they're ahead.
If you think of the way they actually played against Cloud9, obviously incredibly risk-averse, but no other character would have been able to farm 550 CS and then just tank someone while they're killing Nexus turrets or inhibitor turrets as far as top lane matchups go. And remember, they picked that Jax into a Renekton in their game against Cloud9. So the Jax is actually something that was paramount in their strategies for most of their victories. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that somewhat prioritized here, or at least to have CLG pick a very early game comp to try and prevent that stuff from happening.
Interesting to see that. We already get the Twisted Fate out of there for Link. Quickly forced and looking at the middle for him on that first ban. Easily taken out. He's been switching back to that quite a bit, but he's also been switching back to the Yasuo to do a little playmaking of his own 1v1 in the mid lane. It's gotten him into trouble, but it's also done great things for the team. There's the bander on the commander. The Jax gets banned out.
Good job there by Counter Logic Gaming, identifying the linchpin of Curse's strategy, more so than anyone else, and taking that away. Also, Counter Logic Gaming does seem like a team that is more willing to trade picks with other teams, as in them doing more targeted bans at individuals, and then, since they're red side, trying to pick 2 strong champions to just one Curse.
Well, they have to squeeze out that cast in, and probably the Kale as a last ban.
Surprising, actually, that they would ban cast. Link has been very outspoken.
Oh, that he's all right with it, right?
That they're all right with it, and CLG has had pretty good success against it. However, Voyboy's Kassadin, Tank Kassadin is real scary. Curse is a team that often runs very tanky solo laners.
Right.
In a sense, where they will just run a team of about 4 tanks. They did it yesterday in their victory over LMQ with the Ryze mid lane and the Gragas top lane.
Brom gets taken out. I'm sure Afremu would have loved to get his hands on that if there was a possibility, but they will not allow it to happen. You heard what the supports and others were saying. It offers too much of the good stuff. See one last ban. We have seen Kale go through, being one of the high priority picks, and teams just continue to shut it down. And it will actually be a Yasuo, since both of these mid laners will have a bit of play on him.
Definitely more targets.
Lee Sin through, Kale through.
Yeah,
wow.
So Voyboy's Kale hasn't actually been that devastating.
That's true.
In the games where he has been able to play it. He has been doing the max heal first, and you can see they prioritize the Lulu higher. This leaves a lot of powerful picks left. Kale and Twisted Fate are two that are very highly banned or picked early.
80 carries for double lift.
It's a little bit strange to put them on the same team composition. So COG kind of gets to pick what they want here, but with the risk of Curse taking the other one. Voyboy could very well still play a Kale or TF because the Lulu would synergize a lot better with one of those picks.
Right.
Never mind, TF is banned. Sorry about that. So it's just the Kale here.
Right.
That would actually be fairly likely for COG.
Slow going here for Counter Logic Gaming. The Lulu pick really keeps it safe. We actually saw a bit of a flex on that yesterday, still happening, not just to the top lane. And what will Curse decide to do with it? Quas can definitely hold his own on that, and it gives Curse enough time to play a somewhat late game composition, which is almost foretold. A COG pick with the safety of intervention coming out. Should be in the hands of Sarah.
Kale with hyper carry.
Yeah.
One of the compositions as old as League of Legends itself. Back when Kale's intervention lasted 6 seconds. It's long ago, but it actually existed at one point.
There's a lot of things that existed. It'll kind of make you just tilt your head. Right now, the intervention still, when used correctly, feels like it's 6 seconds.
Blocks a lot of damage.
Still get that. Shouldn't this wear off by now? And you're dead. Trying to go for the same target. We'll see what also comes out for Link in mid, if he can go for somewhat of a Zanya's build, get the double playmaking going with very hard focus to Counter Logic Gaming. Dominate. Loving the Elise has said he will take that up against anybody's Lee Sin, even Meteos. Looks like it may be the lock-in special on his all-star support. He'll get that for another game.
Curse opting for a lot of utility. Yeah, not too much burst damage, but a lot of utility, which is understandable against the Kale intervention. But it will be very difficult for Curse to build the composition that can survive through the Kale and the Cogmod damage because it's rather prolific for both of those guys. COG has a lot of flexibility here. They need to be able to build some utility and initiation into the rest of this composition to make it work because they have the damage under control.
Still Rise to be had. Seen that a few times from Voyboy himself. So we still have to get back to that side. 3 picks for Counter Logic Gaming. The priority coming for that 4th and 5th pick on their side. Link usually leaving himself to the end. So expecting to see what Afremu feels like he can get under his belt. Oh, Link actually just takes the Ziggs right away and they grab Nami. So it's actually going to be the jungle wait. Seeing that already up on the side of Curse.
Interesting. I mean, Voyboy has been a guy who played Ziggs yesterday in a long stall-out game. I can see why Link would want to secure it this early since there's not really many counter picks to a Ziggs. He just wave clears.
Right.
All the live long day.
Cop looking at Draven. He did good. Last split on that as well. Saw Deft over in Korea playing some Varus, actually. It'd be nice for the Siege comp. Back at this. Gives him some long range. I think having a wild growth as well on somebody make you miss the Varus ult a little less. It is easy to miss, but as long as you have lockdown in the previous to your ultimate, you should be good. Still waiting on this. Cop actually wants to lock in the Jinx possibly with a little bit of safety from the Orianna. They do have the Thresh for the Jinx safety and the escape there. We'll have to see how this works out. Special and Cop have been bringing out some pain lately in these lanes, so they tried to go for a Jinx pickup.
It's very much a Jinx hypercarry composition right now. With some decent shielding on a Cop, I just wonder if they can deal with the mass amounts of damage that COG is going to be putting out with their own Cop. And the laning phase will be incredibly critical for all this. Whoa! Dexter, buddy. He picks Jarvan with Lee Sin and Eve on the board.
Yeah.
Definitely going for more lockdown outside of just the early pressure.
Yeah, everything.
Right? Something that has been kind of trending in these low-kill North American LCS games, especially with Cloud9, but we've seen it with almost every team, is the lacking of very reliable initiation. So they're trying to catch everything with Elise Cocoons or Orianna Shockwaves. But what we're lacking that we saw a lot actually in the summer of 2013, which was the most kills we've ever had in the North American LCS split, is the really reliable initiation. And if you look at something like this Jarvan IV, on top of all the damage they throw on it, as far as people that can actually jump out of a Cataclysm, as far as Curse's team composition goes,
almost
Elise maybe if she uses Repel onto you, which will just be putting her into trouble. So if he can get some of those nice Cataclysms off, even though the early game pressure of Jarvan isn't as high as Lee Sin, it fits the context of the team comp.
Right, we'll have to see if they can get that going right away. As the teams load onto the Rift, let's see how you are predicting right away how this match will go. According to LOLesports.com, 78% of you in favor of Counter Logic Gaming, even though Curse is 1-1 against them, and they've been one of the teams on the bottom to take down top-tier teams.
Plus they're 2-1 on the week. But
right.
you can also vote by tweeting hashtag CRSWin or hashtag CLGWin to the @LOLesports Twitter account, and that will be updated throughout the game. Whether it will be a fast game or a slow game will actually be fairly telling.
Yesterday we went the long haul, quite a few games. Got over an hour.
It was the
hour, 5 minutes.
Longest average game time for an NALCS week in the history of the NALCS, which is quite an accomplishment.
You got to be careful what you wish for, because we were like, we want more standard lane matchups, and then the games go for an hour.
Well,
but it's also up to the players.
Exactly. I talked to a lot of the teams. Some of it has to do with the initiation. A lot of it has to do with the emergence of Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw is one of those champions who pushes you off a turret very well with his absurd range and percent health damage, but who doesn't siege turrets very well either if you're winning with him. Teams just have to kind of readjust to having him in the game to learn how to end games with and against him.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see a team get a little bit more than they wanted, and they almost don't have enough of the gold to get where they want after that.
Yeah.
Everything happened too fast. We got to slow it down.
As we see these guys prepping just a fairly defensive line, we have some interesting facts,
we do.
Actually.
Of the reoccurring awards.
Doublelift this weekend hit 500 kills.
He did.
Xpecial hit 1,000 assists. What's cool about this is Doublelift's first kill, and also the first kill of the entire North American LCS, was him killing Xpecial.
This is true.
We have this invade continuing, but what's cooler is Xpecial's first 2 assists were on kills of Doublelift and Aphromoo in the first ever North American LCS game.
That's full circle.
Yeah.
Full circle
and
all the way around.
Playing against each other today.
And the way they matched it too at 500 games, or at 100, and then 500 kills and 1,000 assists, both at 100 games. Both at the end of the game in the last seconds to be had. Pretty crazy. All kind of.
And you were casting that game as well.
Yeah. So
much has changed, yet so little has changed.
That's right. I have a beard and gray hair. Slowly moving in. So the forward wards have been placed. It does look like Curse wants to be able to have a bit of a hold on this early game. CLG with more towards the bottom side. And we'll see if they actually act on that. Link loves to get an early roam on Ziggs. We'll be keeping an eye on him in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, a little bit peculiar with these invades here. This is definitely Curse. Doing a little bit of... I wonder if he's just going to go to standard lanes after this. It's a very peculiar jungle start as they stole each other's red buffs, yet didn't do the lane swap, so Curse's jungle invade was
This is like a gentleman's invade.
Yeah.
Gentleman's agreement.
But they're actually... I mean, it really depends where Dexter goes next, because theoretically, he could try and fight over his own blue. If Dominate was going for this in a really fight-based way, he would try and run into Dexter because Elise would beat Jarvan in the early trade. But it's not to be when they're doing the standard trades. I think the lanes are so paranoid about getting that early level 2, especially for Kog'Maw. Right. He wants to shove early.
Something we actually saw Odd1 do previously is run from that buff down to his red and try and thwart it. But like you said, with the way it's worked, they just go off evenly. We'll see how the trades actually continue within the lanes. And that, like you said, the fact that we get standards is going to give Doublelift and Afromu a lot of what they want. They are a lane that wants to get kills.
Wow.
That ward was placed over, so he does not know.
What a sneaky little maneuver. Let's see if he shows too early, because Seraph feels really safe right now.
Level 2 gets the help picks on, waiting for the cocoon.
Got his flash.
Actually doesn't get the damage out of the spider. A little bit of a misplay there, but they get the flash, so there'll be a return trip.
Yeah, Seraph got very unlucky with that ward. Slash a little bit outplayed because he should have known from Dexter which buff order had happened. Dominate did take a very curious gank path because he started at red, went to blue, ran back up to red just to get the gank. So actually a lot of credit to I Will Dominate for a really peculiar gank path, which is the key in these LCS games, is just being more unpredictable.
Right. It doesn't hurt him too much. Looks like he's going to be down in the bottom half, hovering this side of the map. He's going to find out that he needs to clear his red at some point in time as he goes for golems. And now with that gank being down, we'll see if Dexter can catch Quas being a little over-aggressive. He's taking his time here. Going to walk through a ward. See if Quas baits this out. Says, yeah, I know you're there, but I want you to spend some time.
He's going to be very respectful of Dexter, I feel like. The level 3 gank of Jarvan, if he lands his flag toss on you, is great. Basically, Quas can guarantee dodge the gank with his flash, but you don't want to play with your flash like that, especially against a Jarvan. Once it's down, he can really punish you. Dominate does get spotted as well walking through there, so a lot of nice spotting. Oh.
Good early wards. Even with brush control, Xpecial makes his way into there. He's taking quite a bit of damage on this one. Not a lot of focus from Cop onto one person. He's trying to deal it both to Doublelift and Afromu.
Yeah, not to mention the bubble that came out the instant the hook was landed. Really saving Doublelift's skin a little bit. Also note the defensive versus offensive summoner spell right there. So even though Xpecial took damage, Afromu would not have had an ignite to help secure a kill.
You gotta be careful of the sustain in lane as well. We see Afromu and Doublelift easily back up to fight HP here as it's Xpecial chugging down, or I guess I'd say eating biscuits at this point. Here we go. We got Dexter coming in. Looks like he will have a ward to walk over though.
Yeah. Not the most creative gank path. He was just hoping. That was one of those, let's just hope it's not warded. Let's try it. His jungle was clear. He was going to shop anyway.
Last time to pressure.
Yeah, he burns about 15 seconds for the chance at a good gank.
See a little
get double
bit.
Afromu going. He generally wins.
Yeah. Very nice to get Kog'Maw kills in the early game. Kind of brings that power curve up a little bit. Towards the middle side, there again. Bush control coming in. A few shots from the rocket, but there's the exhaust. Afromu just wanted to get in range to give Doublelift the upper hand. Still, too much from the shield of Xpecial, and Cop getting out of range.
Yeah,
Good
so
back and forth.
Xpecial trying to keep the pressure up as much as possible. Not helping with
summoners.
the CS though.
No.
Doublelift still coming out on top of Cop. And they knew a flash is down for Seraph. This one could work. Seraph is 6 though.
He's got his ultimate. He should just be able to walk out of this. He gets the cocoon. He's going to throw on that intervention just at the last second.
No, guess he's not.
No, he's not at all. All right, very peculiar there. Dominate and Quas come up with a kill they should not have had. First blood.
I mean, they still may have gotten the kill knowing they both had their flashes and could chase onto the turret.
Yeah.
But with the low cooldown on intervention, you got to at least try to use it. 90-second cooldown, no cost. Would have been advised.
Yeah, he wasn't given Dominate Wild Growth in that before he killed him anyways.
And a lot of damage had gone through while he was stunned, but just a big misplay there by Seraph.
7 minutes in, we'll see if they can recoup on the top lane. His flash is about to come back up, but Dominate and Quas make good work of that and keeping the priorities up. 57 to 50 CS in the mid lane as Dexter makes the look a little easier for Link here. Almost gets the flag and drag. Boy 6.
Almost doesn't count with Jarvan, unfortunately.
Nope.
Doesn't even burn flash.
Would have been a nice Cataclysm though if he had a 6 up, but no deals there, just short of level 6. Ward control trying to be gained by Xpecial in the bot lane, so Cop is safe. Good clear by Doublelift and Afromu. No wards towards the bottom lane, so this could be an attempt if Dexter were to come down here and try to get a good gank on his 6's hit for both AD carries and supports.
Bottom lanes really don't want to shop. They do both have enough for a BF sort of. That was the build path they go for. Kog'Maw generally doesn't do that though. He'll go Trinity Force first. So Doublelift can shop really at any time. It's just a matter of when the lane is pushing. And they do know they have a bit of a vision control advantage in the brush. No one's getting wards anytime soon. They're really just working off their trinket cooldowns.
Very odd as well to not see Link making any movements just yet. Standard lane's really slowing things down here. Just a bit of a 700 gold lead going over to Curse for that first blood. Some of the work in the lanes as well. Top lane, Quas has been able to get a bit of farm, which is made up by Link and Doublelift on the other side. But it looks good. Curse is going with the way and not pushing themselves into too many scary spots just yet. Something they usually get themselves into. Finally a back coming in from Cop. We'll see if they can start to take control of the lane. That will force Doublelift back, but he's got a nice freeze on the lane here, so they should look to push it before Cop gets back to lane with that damage.
I think COG is mainly content right now because they feel like they have so much going for them in the team fight phase.
Yeah.
Even in the mid game. Not even talking about their late game. Right. How strong it could be with Kog'Maw Kale. Just combining the lockdown of Dexter's Cataclysm with all the damage they will get from Cog, Ziggs, and Kale. They're okay with this laning phase.
There it is, and this is going to be Cop trying to come in with that big damage. He just bought the BF, and he's going to get a little bit of return gold on that. However, it goes to Dominate. Great timing coming off of the fountain for the team to work on that kill.
Something happened to X Special in the last couple days because he is a man possessed right now as far as playing. They already had the flash down from the earlier trade, and it was a trade that Curse's bottom lane actually aggressed on. A lot of criticism had been levied at Curse's bot lane this year for being too passive. They are the ones aggressing that bottom lane right now, and it's paying off.
Very nicely played, even with Doublelift coming back on the Cutlass. Cop's still going to be putting out good damage. We may see more return trips from Dominate to the bottom lane, and as a jungler, he has been really growing in the second half of the split for Curse. He's missing. That's the second straightforward glitter lance that Quas has missed. Throwing that down, showing Seraph that he wanted the full fight.
Very surprised to use the wild growth. That's more of a heal right now because you keep the shield health after the wild growth is done, but I mean now it's down, so his threat in the lane is lower, and it makes him a bit of a gank target, especially if Seraph teleported in and Dexter ganked. But they're not going to do it, knowing Quas still has his flash up. They're a little bit out of sorts.
Right.
Seems.
Well, we've seen a lot of just in Kale in general. We've seen a lot of Kale bans come out, but each time it's been played, it hasn't really been played to the greatest effect.
That's definitely true. It's oftentimes because the teams you let it through against aren't the teams that have mastered it.
Right. Kind of trick them into the pick. Special back down to the bottom lane. Nobody really has ward coverage on the brush or the forward brush either, so that's going to be something Dexter can get himself into. See if they can get a return kill here onto Covenant Special.
Yeah, Dexter really needs to make something happen here, otherwise COG runs the risk of falling uncharacteristically far behind.
Get a little vision on that backside. They still have a ward in their brush, and now Dexter is actually going to be seen. He gets pinged. They're going to clear it, though. Hopefully coming back down to the bottom lane. 12 minutes in, Curse has grabbed first dragon and 2 kills for themselves so far. Shutting down one in the top lane and getting a kill onto Afromu, but they haven't hit Doublelift yet. He's still farming free, 98 to 85. CLG is all right to look for the late game here, so they're not too worried.
Yeah, and honestly, Dexter's pressure in the bottom lane doesn't mean much.
Could be a kill. Not too much damage from Void Boy just yet. He hasn't gotten the Fiendish Codex, but he does push Link out of lane to a last bit of HP. He's limping out. That's a slow and a Doublelift. Xpecial puts himself in the front line. The artillery and BioArcane is definitely a bigger deal of damage, but he goes through the rocket. Very nicely hit onto the backside of Doublelift as he turns to retreat, and Afromu can't do anything after wasting Exhaust and Tidal Wave.
Doublelift thought the heal would be enough to save him,
no way.
But the rocket does a bit too much.
He already has the pickaxe too. Cop is huge at this moment.
The itemization jump that Cop had on Doublelift was huge, and this is Curse coming up big. Riv, it's been such a turnaround for them because we think back to last week where they played Complexity and EG and scraped by with a 1-1 record. And now they're playing 4 of the best teams and looking to go 3-1 on Superweek.
Yep. Hopefully Cop can start picking these up for himself. That Ignite of Xpecial, stealing that one away from him. Cop's still getting the items he needs. Yeah, they will take it because they just took bottom turret and they're looking to get more as well. Dexter trying to lawn dart, scare off Dominate, but he can't get it. They're going to go ahead and start denying resources now. Sub 15 minutes, Dragon's theirs, and now they start to take over CLG's part of the map as well. If CLG's on a timer comp, they better hope that time speeds up real quick.
Yeah, the pressure is leaking into other lanes as well.
Yep.
Right now, both the side lanes going to Curse. They would even be on pace to shut out CLG with the way they're playing right now. All of their lanes have maintained pressure for most of the game. Their ganks have worked, and they've had Dragon control without suffering any deaths.
Yep. There's still a lot of, wow, you gotta say it, potential with a CLG fight composition. You intervention, double lift, as we were talking about. You still have Siege clear from
They still have Kale Kog'Maw, Ziggs with Jarvan and Nami locked in. It's an absurd team fight combination.
Yep. Just gotta wait for it. Will Curse give them the chance to open that up even? Still, Link contently farming in mid lane as well. He's got still a bit of a lead for himself. Mega Inferno Bomb makes sure that he can go back now after taking Wolves, and he keeps that CS lead. Minute 50 on Dragon. Each team's gonna get those lanes pushed up to where they want. We'll probably see Quas again push it straight up to the turret. You can see he's already got it well warded to keep himself in a nice split push position here with teleport up.
Dominate actually taking the blue buff for himself.
That is interesting.
Instead of waiting for Voyboy, it's about efficiency at this point.
Is that, you think that's time on going back to get Dragon, or just an unnecessary
I think it's a matter of them not wanting to give up map pressure.
Yeah.
With where Voyboy is now, knowing that the Dragon is coming up in a minute and 30 seconds,
right.
If Voyboy were
good.
to leave, go to blue buff, come back, by the time all that's happened, they would have lost Dragon pressure.
Special, looking to make moves. I think recently we had, it was Cutie Pie and a few others saying, man, playing against Cop and Special, they're such a defensive lane. They always pick defensive picks. I don't think that's true anymore.
It's not happening this week, that's
no.
for sure. Cop with an Infinity Edge already on Jinx.
That's like 16-minute, 15-minute average. She got it way before.
Uh-oh. Danger.
Double lift his Blade of the Rune King finished. Special almost in range, but they're creating pressure with just him and Cop, making 3 people of CLG react.
Here's the big thing about the next fight if it happens at Dragon. Not only is there a 3,500 gold lead by Curse, but there are 4 flashes already expended by CLG, and Curse has all 5 of theirs. So as far as in-fight summoner spell usage, Curse would have a monstrous edge on top of what they already have. It looks like, despite CLG having this big-time teamfight composition, it would be a little bit dangerous for them to pull something off here at Dragon.
The moves they're making as well, prepping turret to be taken down. Once they get Dragon, they're going to be able to take that. The influxes they get in gold lately in their games have been so fantastic, and I'm sure having a double lift down is going to mean an even safer Dragon. Also, the Link ult is down. Dragon just came up.
Yeah, that's Dragon for them. Quas is holding Seraph. CS-wise, CLG is doing okay, but they're just losing at every other facet of the game. Holy crap, 4,000 gold, about to be more.
Curse is just playing spectacular right now. Really putting things in order and not going too far, doing everything in safety. 190 to 172, but the amount of global gold and pressure is really adding up for Curse right now. 5,000 gold in the lead. After move towards the top side, they're not going to be able to get anything out of Quas here, but they will try. No, he still continues it back.
So, thinking long term here.
Yeah.
COG does have Ziggs and Kog'Maw. Plus even Kale, which is really hard to turret dive.
Right.
The ability for CLG to stall at the foot of their base is immense. And they're putting themselves into a position where that's pretty much the only strategy they have left.
Yep.
They had this really idealized team comp where they could throw the Ziggs ult inside of the Jarvan Cataclysm that no one can get out of without flash, and have this wicked farmed Kog'Maw in the back shredding through anyone who dives him. But those things only exist if they play the early game well. And honestly what happened, which is quite shocking, Cop and X Special kind of outplayed Double Lift and Afro with 2v2.
Yeah.
They burned flashes before the jungle gank could arrive, and then were able to capitalize on that flash cooldown by the time he got there next. The other lanes have basically survived. It's not like Quas and Voyboy have done incredible things, but they have survived well enough to create this cumulative advantage for Curse.
And everybody's sharing in the fun. We got 1 kill across the board except for Cop picking up the assists. Nice smite out by Dominate. Just being a pest. getting in the minds of CLG right now. CLG coming off quite a big loss yesterday.
Yeah.
And it kind of could be playing on their minds still.
And not only did they lose yesterday, the last time they played Curse, they lost as well.
That's true.
Curse does play this CLG team very tough.
This is exactly what CLG wants to see from their top lane, though. We've seen a lot of these games go long because one team's building damage and the other team's a full tank, but CLG still has a team that's going to be building that damage. You can see this coming up very big. Quas gets hit up. Uses the wild growth again. Could have saved himself on that one there. There's the Cataclysm of 3 bubble as well on the outside. This is the crowd control we were looking for. Curse is all pinned in together, but somehow distributing the damage they also want to distribute.
Yeah.
That was pretty chaotic.
Everybody's all right. And actually, Quas, he's trying to sneak up on Seraph, but he walked over Ward. Trying to be a little clever with his teleport. He's gone.
He got out.
Yeah, I believe he would have said.
Where'd he go?
Yeah.
Why didn't you just teleport back to a Nexus turret?
That's a really good point, actually. Yeah. In the heat of the moment, you just want to click anything.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, he wants the pink ward. Yay!
Curse has to be careful, though, playing those little dangerous things.
Yeah.
Getting the wards like that, it's all fun and games until you lose 3 or 4 members.
All right. We did some digging, stat-wise,
Yeah.
yesterday. As far as the impact of gold leads at 20 minutes into the game. And I was mainly interested in comebacks.
Okay.
How big of a lead in the NALCS this split have teams actually been able to come back from? The biggest comeback we've had at 20 minutes was actually a COG game. It was their match against Complexity. They had a 5,100 gold deficit 20 minutes into the game and were able to win.
Right.
This game at 20 minutes, as we can see, they are down 4,300 gold as it is now, which if CLG were to come back, would actually be the second largest comeback by any team in the North American LCS this split. So the other ones were like 3,500, 2,500,
right.
Biggest comebacks as a team at the 20-minute mark. Basically what I'm saying is it's pretty unlikely, but CLG, if they are a team to do it,
be the one to make it
especially
happen.
with this team composition, which is hyper late game focused.
Well, they're a team that really wants to be at the top of the list. The squad they've put together this year is definitely one they want to be bringing to Worlds. Practiced quite a bit and we've seen the adaptation in their play style. Their beginning games were almost like the last Curse game, or the last game we saw, I should say, where there were a few kills in the game.
Did that shockwave miss?
I believe it did. There's going to be a hit up, though. He still goes down.
They burned a lot for that, though.
Whoa, double lift on the outside, looking to get some more shots in. Dominate gets exhausted, and he's actually going to get no, the movement speed goes for a slow dissonance towards CLG. Very nice choice over just speeding up Dominate.
Yep, the slight pull from the death sentence got Link safety from Voyboy's Shockwave, and it causes them to overreach a little bit and give up their first casualty of the game.
So I believe it did hit him, but he doesn't get displaced. He took the damage.
I see, because the thresh pull did more.
Interesting mechanics.
Yep. Special just couldn't help himself with that last hook, but he did end up falling.
5-1 now. Curse still getting more of what they want. Also very odd to see Link being caught out in a 1v1 situation like that. I guess it's 2v1 as Special brought himself to the party. And Curse cleans up their own jungle. 226, Link still up at 258, so he'll be sieging, he'll be clearing. Rabadon's just on the horizon for him. And it looks like that Hurricane's going to be the build as well.
Hurricane kill on his way, Death Cap Ziggs on his way. Voyboy, or sorry, Double Lift with his Blade of the Ruin King, not the Trinity Force first.
No, Static?
Either Static or Trinity Force, or Phantom Dancer. There's actually a few things we could see.
Seen the Trinity well.
COG is in position faster for this. Curse would really not want to give this one up, but the fight in the corridor could be pretty tricky. A good call by COG trying to make it happen. This has got to be the fight.
Dominate's right there. It's going to be an early smite from Dominate. Dexter's able to get that one down for himself. We lose Seraph. Again, his ultimate has not been used. Doublet's close enough for a command shockwave. Wow. Curse just repositions immediately and throws themselves forward into CLG.
Oh man, these team fights are still pretty close though. Even though that's only CLG's second kill of the game, they get the dragon and a 1-for-2 team fight. Oh, X special!
Oh no! I don't think you realize there are so many to the right. They draw out the tidal wave though. Oh my gosh, the zap there! Was it too much? The wild gold from Quas! How does this just keep happening? The I think I can mentality being forced onto CLG, and they thought they could.
Piling in again and again, but can't quite make it.
Oh no! He made sure that one had a short fuse. Link gets a little revenge off that last kill in mid.
So one thing we learned about CLG yesterday against LMQ is they do not back down when they're behind in a game. This is an example of that. 5,000 gold down, initiating the dragon fight. Even with Seraph getting hooked and not getting intervention out, this was still a close fight. Shockwave only hit one, that's one of the reasons, but we saw the effectiveness of the Cataclysm, catching so many people from Curse inside, and Curse not necessarily having the champions to get out of that Cataclysm easily. Could really be huge in the late game here.
Nice back and forth, a good clear, so they relieve a bit of pressure on mid, but Voidboy's already there to soak it up. CLG gets back a little ground. Not enough to really start making their own moves though. You can see they're still worried about warding their own jungle. Pink Ward's there to keep himself safe. Finally get Cop some kills on his Jinx. 3-0-3 right now to Doublelift's 0-3-2. But we're still considering that ramp up. They may be down in gold, but the effect of their champions at a certain time is going to be making up for a little bit of that. Cop taking out Red for himself, being more of an enabler in these fights. Really, if they can get these games in their favor, especially on a super week, trying to jump from the bottom of the standings up, it would be great beating CLG and other top tier teams when they're already beating the lower teams.
And Curse is a team that seems to actually suffer from LAN jitters, which is just short for when they're on live events, they don't play to their full potential.
Right.
With wins like this, if they get them, it would do huge things.
A little bit of a, whoa! He just got knocked and flayed back as well with the command shockwave. Very nicely done there. A lot of fighting going on as they are running again, headstrong into CLG. This time CLG is microing nicely in and out of the fight, but low health bars all around.
CLG won this fight, actually.
Yep.
Wild Growth was not used on Cop, and he is too low to re-enter, plus they get a turret out of this one. I think CLG may have just gained pole position in this game. We knew their late game comp was going to be big.
Yep. It's all about that timer. If you have the patience. In CLG, it looked rough at points, but you can't get down on yourself. They knew they were just waiting for a time.
Yeah, could be the second largest comeback out of the LCS this year. And yeah,
Shockwave,
I mean, look where Quas is right now. That's one of the big things.
He's all the way down.
Shockwaved out of his flagpole, which kind of saved Curse's skin for a while. But honestly, the Zigzalt pretty much hit Cop true.
Yeah.
Doublelift was in the middle of everything, but with an intervention on, so he stayed there for a little while longer. And because there was so much Ziggs damage on Cop, he couldn't use his Get Excited resets on pretty much anyone. Scary, scary, scary team.
Very interesting turn. Still up in gold. Curse has a 2,000 gold lead still. Trying to get ward coverage on to Baron. Doublelift in his scariest spot ever. He's had nightmares from that. Just above red spot behind Baron. 3 and 3 on the turrets. That was the outer 3 for each team. Actually, the inner in mid coming in for Curse. So we could see the map opened up a little bit more. If CLG gets another fight, it could be the first inhibitor.
At this point, I think Curse is going to be getting a little bit worried. They had such a powerful advantage earlier, but losing the dragon, losing that last team fight, being even in turrets, makes some questionable things happen. It's not like Jinx, Orianna, Lulu is bad late game, but Hurricane Kell plus Kog'Maw. I mean, these two champions are very close to permaban in OGN and over in Korea.
Yeah.
And CLG has kind of shown us why right now. It's because when you get to that late game, even when you're down a significant amount of gold, the amount of damage they pump out makes it almost impossible to survive in some of these extended team fights. And COD is doing another thing that I kind of like here. When we first got the 4.10 patch, we had that double of Tristana game, where they were the late game composition, so to speak, but only played for the late game. What CLG is kind of doing here is Kayle and Kog'Maw hit powerful points a little bit earlier, And instead of just waiting until 40 minutes, they're making sure to not give things to Curse. They're contesting them along the way, which has allowed them to claw their way back in, as well as having that late game advantage.
I think it's something they're going to have to do as well. Curses, seems like their new mentality is when they do get the lead, if we don't make calls, then things will go better because they don't have to put themselves in any bad spots and they can wait for CLG to do that. But CLG's calls right now have been kills and gold back in their favor. Now looking towards the mid lane, we got Dragon in 7 seconds. Looking to get some summoners blown out here. Special just missing the hook. Looks like Doublelift and team are going to force this one down mid. They're making Curse react now. You can tell CLG feels like they're in control.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of getting some good poke down.
Ooh, I think they kind of predicted that. Voyboy was a little farther than they thought. Dexter put himself in a really bad spot. Is the gap closed there? The hook got intervention. They get a shot, but that was an ultimate use. The shockwave is down. So they have to consider how much more they can fight. They are still winning this.
Shockwave did not need to be used there. They could have had it for later. Doublelift actually uses the heal for the move speed boost, and the boost in the enhanced juke. I wonder if CLG wants to continue this. They still have Zigzalt up, but Curse is
They're very hurt.
5.
Very hurt. Still with the sustain from Aframu, a very large mana bar there. How? On the backside, these guys are just coming out with kills. Dexter is still down. Quas is not going to be able to teleport back in for another 40 seconds. And oh my God! Comes out with it. He says, Doublelift, remember this? Wow.
A zap of his own. Some swingy developments happening right now. First off, Quas didn't use his Lulu ultimate on himself because he did not expect the Zigzalt to do as much damage. And then second, because Dexter was already down, it made the Dragons anyone to steal. Let's just take a look back from the very start of this fight. It went for quite a while.
Right there.
Yeah, it was CLG with the sloppy initiation and Curse capitalizing, but then Curse makes a mistake of their own. For some reason, Doublelift wanted, or Voyboy wanted to pull the trigger on that shockwave.
Yeah.
They would have needed that later on, because Dominate's low. We jump through here to the next bit of this fight, and look at how Quas is already fairly low from the auxiliary damage he took in that last fight, and then it's just a Lulu ult. It must have hit him dead center. We'll have to see what ended up happening. Link just decides to throw it in, and yep,
oh my
word. Middle of the Zigzalt.
And then top hits heal. A little too late. But
yeah. Well, he was thinking
it was an effort.
was going to take care of himself.
Oh yeah, he had like 650 health. Still got taken down, even with the Athenes. A lot of damage coming out. Void Staff, needlessly large rod from Blink. That farming paid off a little bit on that fight, but you have a Voyboy at 404, Cop at 404 as well. These guys are trying to carry Curse. We've talked a bit about how Curse will have one kind of all-star player in a game, but they seem to be coming together as a team now in these games.
They are playing much better in this match, but it is terrifying.
Oh yeah, still 2,000 gold after all of this.
Yeah,
in lead.
CLG really clawing their way back. But that last fight did show a bit of jitters on both sides. This is a very not Curse-like move that they're pulling off right here at the Baron Pit.
No,
Dexter
but Top does have a Blade of the Rune
to
King.
go in. That'll go down pretty
Maxed
fast.
on that, so he can get these objectives down pretty quick.
Dexter's going to be checking now, but it's too late. The zone control of Expect
as
well.
Oh man.
Down, buddies.
Very nicely done. Call from Dominate coming in there. The rest of the team saw that's pressure mid. They played that very well.
Yeah, they really did. A lot of that just had to do with how many hooks X Special has been landing recently. They see him off in the brush and it's like, oh crap, everyone's behind him. They must be trying to get a pick, especially watching the way Curse has played those really long games this week. They're thinking they only take Baron when absolutely uncontested. This one, Curse throwing a bit of a curveball and catching CLG without wards.
It's all about big support plays coming in lately. A lot of bans on Braum, a lot of bans on other supports, but you just keep coming through with certain ones. Special doesn't worry about being pushed off onto the outer ones that he plays. Still is all-stars. 3K, just about 4K in the lead, but the turrets are going to CLG. They're able to open up the map slowly, maybe get into positions that will really prove useful later. Right now, Curse is back on top, but we have seen Counter Logic Gaming. Every time they lose something, they do take a little bit back, so they're not falling too far behind. Right now, we're in that part where they need to take something back, because Baron just went to Curse.
Yeah. But even so, this game may still be hinging in CLG's favor. Having a 50,000 gold for the team, Kale and Kog'Maw in the team is just so much damage.
It's going to have to be perfect lockdown for Curse. It's becoming very directed fight. They can't just go in on
They really
anybody.
have to find the right fight.
Yeah.
It is incredibly unforgiving if they initiate a little bit sloppily, because in a second or two, anyone can die if they go into that CLG team.
Lichbane finished up on Quas. He'll be able to take down some turrets a little bit faster when they approach. Looking at jungler comparison, Dominate doing a bit better in this game. He's definitely items ahead here of Dexter, so his initiations can be a bit more dangerous.
Yeah, Dexter's just going full tank utility as much as he can. He's already fallen behind. There's no point in trying to do damage on Jarvan, especially with this team competition.
But it's so fun.
It is fun.
One shot an AD carry. Just dive in. He'll be helping, we know. We got to watch out for that. The last one, though, Dexter's initiation over the Wraith Wall. His team does not have a bunch of gap closers. That was a little hectic. We saw how much CLG could recuperate and kind of save a bad situation and save face. So yeah,
Seraph
good
is
here.
still not back.
Where's Ziggs?
Yeah, where's the wave clear,
top side.
actually? This is some really bad rotations by CLG.
Interesting play.
It's not like Curse snuck up the mid lane. They just killed the other turret.
That was a telegraph.
CLG might go for initiation next wave.
They also have top pushing as well, so if this goes in their favor, they're going to be getting a nice influx of gold. Alphamu gets grabbed. X-Special's not going to take the train in on this one. Just one more shot on the turret, and they have nothing else to fight with there. They're scared with their turret, so this is going to get even harder. Boom! Not quite. Didn't get it. Uno mas! Oh, the flag and drag is down. That really takes a lot of the pressure off. It's a forced Cataclysm flash out. Cop flashes out as well when he would have just kind of stuck there. It's going to be the inhibitor going down. Very nice job. X-Special and Boy get themselves in. Is this going to be pushed on as well? No, an unanswered inhibitor with nobody going down but a few flashes.
Cop did not need to flash.
No.
For sure. There was no damage coming to follow him up. He was just a little bit scared because he figured if there was a Cataclysm, Dexter must have backup.
Jarvan yells really loud when he does.
Blue buff goes.
Hey! That's nice. Well, if he gets the turret in time, he can start clearing with that next time.
Seriously.
But if not, they're going to just plainly lose another inhibitor.
Yeah. Really great step there by Curse trying to move towards in this game. It goes to show you how important the initiation is there. Dexter did not land a flag combo. He Cataclysmed one person, and there was almost no follow-up. That's what happens when you're on Ziggs and you don't clear the wave.
Yep. See, they're going to put him in somewhat of a split push situation now. Hopefully Link can get down and clear this back and get with the team. He doesn't have too many wards to be down here, so he'll be spending too much time. 36 minutes in, 11-7. Kills are still quite even. See if Curse can keep themselves in this somewhat low kill scores, or low score kill games. But still taking out the structures before the game really has a chance to get anywhere for the other team. Got about 10 more minutes, and Doublelift's going to be able to pretty much shred through anybody. Seraph hits the right ultimates. You see CLG on the other side of the map in no time. Minute 30 on to Baron. I don't really know if that's something that Curse can toy with. Still a scary fight coming from CLG.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they might just be able to have they might have enough map control to just kind of take the next Baron.
Right. Get that top lane pushed in a bit more. And worry about the super minions giving him vision. Right now, actually, very smart move with Baron down. They're going to be pressuring the bottom lane, and they're going to allow Lulu to split push top. Quas can always teleport in, so now this is where they get to spread CLG thin across the front side of their base. See who they decide to send up. It's going to be Sarah.
The split push Lulu, though, is a little bit dangerous. He's no Jax for one, and also... Oh, man.
Wow.
Nice hook.
That was one shot from Cop as well.
Lulu is no Jax, and also if Cop gets jumped on, not having the shielding of the Lulu could be devastating. And Seraph definitely has the ability to rip through. There we go, Cop! No Lulu.
Oh, he gets him out of the flash, or the flag and drag. The Cataclysm comes in, but Dominate and Cop are able to shred. Doublelift does get the intervention, but he's standing right in the middle. Yes, he is able to take it down.
The team is still getting him the sustain of the heals. Quas gets hit up. What a chaotic fight. Link was trying to throw bombs in from the backside, but couldn't light enough fuses.
Woo! That was intense. Link, the only survivor for CLG, but both solo laners for Cursor up.
Oh,
and
man.
Link's got to make a choice right here. Death is not a good one.
That's the dissonance. The ball callback.
That's got to be game.
So much early and quick damage coming in from those movements and commands on the ball. Boy and Quas now going for the turrets. 16 seconds is the closest timer coming in onto Dexter. Quirce coming in with another fantastic game. The super minions are on. This is going to be sub 39 minutes. 38-30. Curse is on the Nexus. A 10,000 gold lead. They had it at 20. They have it, and they take the game. Curse taking down CLG.
What a super week for Curse. They go 3-1 when all of their games were against teams in the top 5.
What a team effort coming in from Curse again. 7-0-5 Boy, 5-1-7 on that cop. Bringing out Jinx again.
Yeah.
We've seen the Trist all over, but they say Jinx. And again, Xpecial on Thresh with the all-star plays all game long.
Seriously, I could not be more impressed with this Curse team right now because the way they won this game over CLG was so different than the way they won over Cloud9. And there was only a few hours between these games.
Yep.
Obviously, they slept on it, but Cloud9 had 4 kills, or Curse had 4 kills against Cloud9.
Right,
They
against
didn't
Cloud9,
really
yep.
seem like they were creating much on their own.
Yeah.
This game, I guess they might not, when I think about it, they may not have created a huge amount on their own because a lot of it was CLG trying to come back at them.
Yeah.
But to get the lead in the first place, it was them making a lot of big moves. And then right at the end, being able to just close it out in 38 minutes.
There were kind of a lot of head cocking moments, if you will, for Chronologic Gaming.
True.
A few times intervention wasn't used.
Yeah.
The inhibitor being taken mid without Ziggs being able to siege clear any of what was happening. And for it to be a Baron completely unwarded, was that consideration that Curse wouldn't make that move, that they didn't think Curse had it in them? Because there were 0 wards on that Baron, and that was pretty late into the game.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of questions from CLG fans. After they started day 1 by going 2-0,
yeah.
There was actually even CLG themselves saying, I hope we avoid the counter logic 2-2. They were kind of already predicting that they wouldn't be able to stay consistent. Right. They had some pretty tough games here. Like the closeness of the team fights and the way CLG was approaching these still could have been victories if a few things went differently, right? They were obviously way too far behind this game at around 20 minutes. It would have been if they would have finished their comeback.
4.5.
Would have been their second largest comeback in the LCS this year in 20 minutes. And they had that late game composition that would seem like it could come back that far. But then just down the stretch, not clean initiations. They could never get the lockdown they needed. Seraph and Doublelift never really caught the right synergy. And the leads and the shielding from Curse was just a little bit better.
And for Curse to come out now, we talked about it a little bit in the game. I was mentioning that Cutie Pie and a few others said a really defensive bot lane in their picks and their play, how they do it. They've turned over a new leaf. Xpecial's starting to go full offense, walk up flays. After he played that first minion wave as the siege crushed in and he walked behind it, and it looked like Doublelift and Aframu were completely out of position. He just flashed right onto Aframu and said, here's first blood, Cop had just bought his BF, came back with a pickaxe, and they rinsed and repeated.
Yeah, and Xpecial had not looked good this split.
He kind of said it about himself, too.
Exactly.
Wasn't feeling good.
Exactly. And against the incredibly high damage that CLG had, I mean, Xpecial died 5 times, right, for his 12 assists, and that is exactly what he needed to do. You're not going to have one of those 1-0-17 support games against the composition CLG was bringing.
Right.
In order to make things happen, Xpecial had to sacrifice himself. But that just does show a bit more level of commitment from Curse. One of the main criticisms we had before this game was they are so terrified of risk because no one wants to be the guy to lose the game.
Right.
didn't really seem like that was a factor.
It didn't. Not when you play like a team. They were all over the place, having each other's back. There was never the one person to go ward. And every time they did go to ward, it seemed like they wanted to get too much. We saw that Thresh and the one time Voyboy, or I should say Special and Voyboy, were up towards Wraith, and they were messing with Dexter. But then we never saw that again. It was a scary situation, and they completely played within their realm of what they could do. Curse has been, as we said, they'll take a blue buff, and then they'll take wolves, and they'll try to take your white, and then push bottom lane, and they'll die.
Yeah.
Well, in this game, they took blue buff, then they take dragon, move back, come back, and kill you. And it rinse and repeat, like I said. It really worked out well for them, and it's a new leaf, has to be, coming in the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, not a single fan vote victory for Curse, at least on the LOL Esports vote.
Yep.
During the game, so they got some of the Twitter votes, but to have that happen and then go to
Yeah.
3-1 kind of speaks to how impressive this week was.
Very well played. Starting off the third day of Super Week with some awesome play. Let us know what you thought the standout moments were by tweeting at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Now we're going to throw it over to Dash and Zyrene, who are ready to talk with the 2 members of Victorious Curse.
Thanks, Riv. I want to welcome Voyboy and Xpecial to the desk after a win in their final game of Super Week. You guys finished the Super Week 3-1 with, by far and away, the toughest schedule. You played 4 of the top 5 teams. Tell me how that feels, Voyboy.
It feels really good. Before this week, we were doing okay. We have a lot of weeks where we go like 1-1, but we were still near the bottom of the standings. And then this week, going into it, we were just like, this is our chance to make a statement and just come out and go big. And we didn't play scared this week. We played, well, maybe the Cloud9 game we played a little, but we just did not want to throw. And we just wanted to show that we are a good team. And I think it's going to be kind of a resurgence for us because we were getting a little bit down. Going into the season, we thought we'd be like top 4 contenders easily, and then we started off with a pretty rocky start. But I think with this week, we're just going to ride that momentum, keep practicing, keep going strong, and just try to refine our gameplay to the point where we can say we are a top 4 team, and we can prove it.
Yeah, you guys are getting up there. You're making it about a big cluster of 6 people that are all pretty equal. There's a lot of parity there. And Xpecial, talked to you yesterday, and you weren't very happy with your performance or the team's performance. How do you feel now with a 3-game winning streak?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't happy. This is one of the, it could be one of the best sort of stories this split this season in LCS history. Just Curse, awful start, threw in Super Week against nobody expected, against one of the hardest opponents that we had, and we're coming out strong. And it's just without any roster changes or anything. It's just like we flipped the switch and we're doing really well. And hopefully we can carry this onto next week's. And I would like to see Curse in top 3. Top 2, maybe in first place.
And now, not to make you think too hard about it or, you know, pick your own brains too hard, but what is that switch that was flipped, right? Like, what was it that you did this week? What changed that made it so that you could come out of the week so strong?
Honestly, that's a very hard question to say. It's not like, you know, I said a switch, but it really wasn't a switch. It was more like a ramp. We've been going, you know, up the ramp, and, you know, it's working slowly, and then we finally hit the point where, all right, we can start to finally start flying. And really, it's just, we've been practicing really hard, and it was always just been a little bit off. And this game, our shot line wasn't perfect. We had some misplays. We gave 2 turrets mid, but we still came out strong. We had a really strong early game, and we brought that into the mid and late game. I surprised myself. I think we surprised ourselves just how well we played that game. That was probably the cleanest game in LCS so far. And if we can do that more and against these top teams, we're going to be really good.
It was a very clean-looking game, and I want to jump all the way back into Champ Select. Voyboy, this question is directed at you. You guys first picked the Lulu, but you left Kale and Kog'Maw open. We immediately saw those grabbed up. Were you just not afraid of that? Were you expecting it? What was the thought process there?
So Kale and Kog'Maw are definitely some of the top 2 priorities in this patch. Lulu, I would say, in general, is kind of a tier below them. But against CLG, we know they value Lulu really highly, and we thought that, well, even with these really strong picks up, we're going to deny them that Lulu pick, and we can play a top and mid. Just very versatile. It opens up a lot of comps for us, and we just took it and ran with it.
Yeah, that's right. They did pick the Lulu first pick yesterday. That's jogging my memory really quick. Xpecial. So we had a feature at the start of Super Week that talked about bot lanes and who you don't like facing up against. And you guys were kind of called out for being a very passive lane. It's completely changed now. That entire game, you guys were aggressive from start to finish, just taking it to the enemy. Was that a very conscious choice, very conscious decision, or did it just kind of happen and fall into your lap?
Well, okay. So the way I like to play bot lane is I like to play smart. And you play smart depending on if your jungler's there, jungler's not there, their jungler's there, their jungler's not there. And we decided before that we were going to pressure top mainly. And this week we decided, hey, you guys should pressure bottom a little bit. And we decided that, okay, we have bottom pressure. We're going to go aggressive. We're going to, we're going to show that we're a top bot lane. Have people fear us, not fear Rush Hour, who we just completely demolished. Sorry, but I mean, we're looking good, and we're going to be even better. And NA bot lanes, they're going to fear us by the end of the split.
Do you think it has to do a little bit with the patch as well?
No, it's all about, well, 2v1s, you can't really fear each other. You just kind of, you fear the jungler or whatever.
So you're actually getting the head-to-head and proving yourself.
Yeah, we're getting head-to-head. We're practicing 2v2 more because 2v2 is 100% pretty much in all these games. And we're going to, we just play really well. Like, people always say, oh, you guys don't duo queue much, but we do once in a while. And, we practice hard, and we make sure that the games we do play, they're quality. And, instead of just spamming solo queue, we have these, a couple games each day, and we make sure that we learn a lot and we communicate, and we're working really well together. And again, we're surprising ourselves with just how well we're doing. And I don't think people are ready for our aggression. And
yeah, I'm pretty sure you surprised everybody as a viewer and as a player who you were playing against. Also, you talked about that bot lane aggression. We're actually going to get a replay up on your screen here in just a second, where it's that bot lane gank that started getting you guys ahead. Walk me through this.
Okay. So Dominate's here. We knew that Nami didn't have flash. We were actually winning a trade earlier, and it was a really close trade. Nami actually got away using both for summers. So all here, they had no summers on Nami. And I just went flash play into a box, and it was kill into dragon. It was really, really, really clean. And yeah, plays like these are just going to help win games. You get a free kill bottom into a dragon. That's like almost a 2k or 1.5k goal advantage. It's huge. And stuff like that is going to make people fear us because they don't have summers. They can't play aggressive. Can't play aggressive. You're going to lose CS. And it's this constant snowball effect that just one small trade in the bot lane, blowing some summers, and that can result in that.
All right, Voidboy, I want to talk to you a little bit about the mid lane here. You chose Orianna into a Ziggs. Talk to me a little bit about that matchup, why you're comfortable in it, because you managed to come out 7-0-5 in that game.
Yeah, so overall I had a pretty good game. That matchup is, in my opinion, pretty even. I'd say it's slightly favored towards Ziggs early game. Like yesterday, I played the reverse end of that matchup, and we were able to, I was able to burn out High's mana and blow his pots, and then we were actually able to set up a pretty nice gank on him with the Ziggs Elise combo, Satchel into Cocoon. Today, I play just kind of a little bit more evenly. Me and Link were just kind of farming it out for the most part. I would say it's pretty even. Both champions scale really well. Ziggs has a little bit more global pressure. He creates the impenetrable wall that's known as Ziggs, but we were able to bypass that with just really good objective control. Objective control, and we just team fought really well as well. I kind of don't like playing it because if your team's not doing well and the Ziggs can just hold out indefinitely, it becomes a problem point. But we knew what we wanted to do with our comp. I was confident in playing Orianna. People always like to say I can't play Orianna or something like that, but I'm pretty sure I can. And I even got to blow Link's flash at one point. But yeah, I really like playing Orianna into Ziggs. It's just kind of even, but I feel like Orianna brings a lot more teamfight pressure if you can land those good ultimates. And yeah, that was pretty much the reason for it.
All right, well, speaking of team fights, we're actually going to bring up the last team fight of the game onto your screen. Now, I want you to walk me through, as you said, how you basically stopped Ziggs from wave clearing and playing this fight out.
Yeah, so here we had already broken into their base. We got the first minute hit, which is really important against Ziggs. Quas is getting hits on the top turret, and they are really pressured here, so they look to engage. We're just kiting here. I land a 3-man ulti on their 2 carries, and then we just come in. The Kale ulti on Kog'Maw kind of scared us a little bit, but we were just like, just kill him, just kill him, just kill him. And they just came here. They tried to kill me. I was still high health, and we just ended up cleaning up the fight. And right here, we were a little bit apprehensive, but I was like, I can just flash on the Ziggs, and we can end the game, and that's what we ended up doing.
All right. Looking forward to you guys have Complexity and EG next week. Now you have a whole week to prepare for just 2 games. So coming off a Super Week, are you looking to take a break or something and maybe relax a little bit, or going, full speed ahead?
No, we're not going to relax at all. We're just going to keep up our practice regimen, keep putting in 10+ solo queue games a day, and just keep going hard because we're on our way back up, and we want to make our fans proud.
All right, my last question is about these new shirts. What's going on with these, Special?
So, people are always commenting on these, oh, Tim Howard, the goalkeeper. But today I decided, okay, Voy, I think you're going to play well today. You deserve a white shirt, too. And Voy came out. I think Voy has been showing a lot of improvement since last split. Last split, people are always saying, Voy, not so good. This I think Void has become the boy, and I'm really looking forward to more good performances. Like Void's just done really well. Actually, like I know I'm new to the team and all, but I'm proud of when my teammates put in hard work and they come out strong and look really good. And I'm kind of disappointed when people don't go like, "Hey Void, you're really good now." I like it when people tell people that because it makes Void happy, makes me happy, makes the team happy. And this week, I think we're all happy. We're going to work even harder. We're finally seeing our work pay off. And for us, I think that's going to push us even harder so we can have more work pay off. That'd be great.
705. I say you're doing really good, Void.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, 705 and a 3-1 Super Week. Fantastic. Guys, thanks for joining us at the desk. Have a good next week and good luck in your games.
Thank you.
We've got to take a 3.5-minute break, but when we come back, we'll head back onto the Rift for Complexity versus Dignitas. Stay tuned.
Everyone quiet down. You have to ask me permission to speak from now on. Okay. Because I'm the team captain. Permission to speak.
I would really prefer
Can we run a Mumu jungle, please? Alright, I'll allow it.
Dexter's able to get that one down for himself. We lose Seraph. Again, his ultimate has not been used. Doublet's close enough for a command shockwave. They draw out the tidal wave, though. Oh my gosh, the zap's there. Wasn't too much. The wild goes from Quas. How does this just keep happening? The Cataclysm comes in, but Dominate and Cop are able to shred. Doublet does get the intervention, but he's standing right in the middle. Yes, he is able to take it down. The team is still getting him the sustain of the heals. Quas gets hit up. What a chaotic fight.
Welcome back to our Super Week action. Yeah, we've got more explosive gameplay coming your way right now with Complexity versus Team Dignitas. And just to set the stage here, last time these teams faced off in Week 5, it was Complexity who took an upset win off of Dignitas.
Yeah, and in that game, they were in complete control from the start, and they give Dig their biggest loss of the split. They held the entire team to just 1 kill in that commanding 33-minute game. And honestly, Complexity is coming into this one feeling pretty good. They beat Evil Geniuses yesterday, which pulled them out of last place. And also, Westrice had a very good game as Lulu, bullying Inox's Jax in the top lane and winning a couple of 1v1s that swung the tides.
That's right. For Dignitas, they are the last team to have a shot at finishing Super Week with a perfect 4-0 record.
Yeah, and actually, with COD's loss to Curse, a win here guarantees them first place at the end of the week. But it's also worth mentioning again that Dignitas has struggled on the last day of the week, mostly the last game. 4 of the last losses have come on the last game. But this is still the last day, so I'm kind of lumping it in here. So it's important for Dignitas to stay focused and disciplined to stop that disappointing trend.
That's right. And Complexity have already shown what happens to teams that look past them. And it's a mistake Dig say they won't be repeating.
Last time we played against Dignitas, we won pretty decisively. I felt that they didn't respect us at all, but they played too cocky and resulted in a lot of kills, and we just snowballed the game.
The double kill for Robert XD and the double kill for Kez as well.
I feel like our preparation wasn't as clean coming into the Complexity game. We kind of slacked a bit, and we'll definitely not underestimate them again.
I think their bottom lane has been playing pretty well lately. And also, I don't know who makes the calls, but Corcaz has been moving pretty well and just securing the objectives.
Dignitas is kind of a team where the only way to prepare is be consistent and kind of minimize your mistakes. Pretty much against them, there's nothing that we need to do spectacular. We don't have to outplay a certain lane or focus anything. It's literally, we just have to play solid S5 against our counterparts well.
I would assume that they will give us the respect that we deserve, and it'll be a much closer game.
You should never assume anything.
But you're right some of the time.
That's true. Yeah. It happens. 50-50. I guess you can get what you get. Let's see what these teams are bringing, however. On the blue side, it's Complexity. That's going to be Westrice in the top lane, Kez in the jungle, Prowly with a wave in the mid lane, Robert AD, and Bubba Dub on support.
And on the red side, it is Dignitas. Soundspartan in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in the mid lane, I'm a Cutie Pound AD, and Kiwi Kid on support.
And to bring it into a featured matchup, that takes us into a showdown at the OK Corral. It's going to be with Prowly and Shifter dueling it out in the mid lane.
Yeah, and honestly, these are two players with very different play styles. Shifter is a player that gets a lot of respect for his impressive KDA. Man, so awesome. He has the most kills and fewest deaths of any mid laner in the North American LCS. But honestly, he relies on pick comps or his team to start fights. Prowly is the absolute opposite of that. He is a player that is very comfortable to be the first man in, initiating a team fight, often dying in the process. To give you a comparison, though, in 16 games, Shifter has 11 deaths. Prowly has 5 times as many with 57. However, they have the same number of assists with 60. So it's not like Prowly isn't involved in these games.
It doesn't mean he's just dying.
For the sake of dying.
For the sake of
Oftentimes he has a reason.
If he was Karthus, maybe then it would be all right.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe he'll bring out Karthus. We actually haven't seen too much of it. Prowly is a guy to bring out whatever he feels like bringing out on that day.
And actually, if we think all the way back to the promotion tournament, Prowly laned against Shifter when Shifter was still on coast. And Prowly did spectacularly in lane against Shifter in those games.
Right. Well, now that Shifter kind of has an all-star academy around him, it's a little bit harder to take that lane down. The guy who dies the least, as we were just saying, the guy that also can falter in the lane. You'd be like, how did he fall behind as this or that? So there's still ways to get under Shifter's skin in the mid lane. Probably we'll see if he has it in mind for this game. GF gets banned out. Figured we'd see that one. The Jax as well. No Zion Spartan play there. And the Yasuo. So a lot of focus towards the mid lane as we thought would happen. Our featured matchup maybe dwindled down here.
These are also probably two of the most positive teams in the North American LCS.
Yeah.
Smiles all the time, even in defeat, it seems.
Westrice doing a lot better in that top lane. He's kind of, I would say, a weak link for the first half of the split. He wasn't really performing or putting up any numbers, but recently he's really been a force to be reckoned with. Can't be pushed out of the split push, and he's making the pressure the team needs to create things around the map.
Yeah. There is so much stuff these teams are relying on banning right now. That stuff is always getting through. as well.
It's, yeah.
Jax, TF, Lulu, Cast, and Yasuo. That means Lee Sin or Kale are potential.
The bans have evolved throughout the week.
They actually have, yeah. Kale has been falling to not necessarily a full ban worthy.
Right.
But then it gets first picked.
But it's still priority. You gotta get priorities in line. Zion Spartan and Crumbs now on the other side, knowing they have a top laner in Westrice. Maybe.
Time to grab Lee Sin. And I wonder if I'm a Cutie Pie goes to the Kog'Maw here. Because, I mean, Tristana has actually been a ban against Complexity for a while. Cutie Pie doesn't seem like the type of player to play Trist. But Robert may not even pick it if they can't combo with Yasuo.
Right. That kind of takes out a composition itself with single bans. Good homework.
Yeah.
One small hanging fruit can destroy an entire composition. And it's going to be the Syndra lock-in for Shifter. He wants a controllable lane with the help of that Lee Sin Crumbs, as you were saying.
Yeah, Cinder is the one to win the lane, not always the one to win the game. 45.5% win rate, as you can see in the North American LCS Summer Split. But pretty much always doing well in lane CS-wise, which has been Shifter's Achilles heel, really. He has not crushed people in lane.
Usually a low CS.
Yeah, he has this tremendous skill to always pick up kills in team fights.
Yep.
But he definitely doesn't take the enemy mid laners out of it.
Even when the odds are against him. He somehow makes the tricks work. We'll see what he can do on Syndra. If he can get the pressure down. A lot of people yesterday were flashing with that ultimate on them. Blowing a flash and then dying. You can really catch people off guard there. It was used to great effect. Kez and Parali taking quite a bit of time. They already know what they're playing mid against, so they decide to go ahead and let that sway so he can see the rest of the team as Nami. And Kez picks up his Elise.
I'm very surprised they picked Nami with Braum.
Braum is, yeah.
Yeah, I would, with every support up, Bubba Dub especially, and the defensive wall they could already build.
And the fact that Kiwi Kid is one of the higher players of Braum right now.
Exactly. And if they wanted to, they could do Braum Lucian. One of the most
That's another
Braum
interesting AD carry that has been kind of pushed to the wayside with all this late game effect coming into play.
Yep. While the Blade of the Ruined King build on Lucian is good, it's not to the same level as some of these Kog'Maw builds are.
Slapped in the head with an Infinity Edge. But we'll see it. You can still get the IE on those passive shots coming out of Lucian. It is going to be the Braum Lucian, so that's great for him. He won't have to worry about culling right into a shield. All those are going to be hitting. He just has to worry about an intervention coming at him. See Robert X. Lee still with an 80 carry to pick. As you mentioned earlier, the Yasuo composition is not there, which really allows an 80 carry to be an initiator. Haven't really seen that since Ashe. But not this time. Robert X. Lee with his stroll pants on.
These guys.
Hey, Yorick's played. That's not a troll hover.
Yeah, so has had a pretty good Yorick game.
Guy's got to learn how to troll hover. Yeah. Oh wow! So he says, I don't care. Tristana still feels good in the lane, still feels good out in the late game as the hyper carry queen. We'll see if that can happen.
Yeah, a lot of shields potentially.
Ooh. Another play for Zion Spartan on Aurelia. It has been some time since he's had to bring this one out.
Yeah, best Aurelia in North American LCS for Zion Spartan, I'd have to say. And he will be looking to punish Westrice a little bit. Aurelia, one of the champions who can close the distance on Kale and not get abused by the range advantage nearly as much as other top laners. So a solid pick there for Dig if they're going to let Kale through in the match. I'm most concerned for Complexity's bottom lane early on. They do have a lot of harassment, but if Dignitas's team can get out of the laning phase into the team fight phase with that combo, how many tidal waves have we seen just destroyed by Braum's shield? It's really painful or sad to watch for the Nami player.
There was a few times yesterday Kiwi Kid had the 3 or 4 of the tidal waves and then a few other ultimates. Everything just blocked. It's not something you're expecting to come into the fight, and if you're already engaged, that's a bad situation. So let's peek into the ballot box over at lolesports.com to see how you've been voting. This one, another sway towards the big high-tier team of Complexity, or to Dignitas, 83% to Complexity 17. We saw that last time, but the underdog won.
Yeah, this Super Week has been, it's beginning to be the week of the underdog. We'll really see if it continues that way. So if you think it's changing, send either the hashtag COL win or hashtag DIG win to the @LOL Esports account. Complexity thrives off of being the underdog.
Yep.
They've won 2 games where they were sub 10% in the vote.
Yeah.
They were the 6% or the 7% in those 2 games.
And they got to consider what the standings make them feel coming into these games as well. Being so many farther games away from Curse as they beat these top-tier teams, that just positions EG and Complexity farther at the bottom. And they're having trouble beating each other out in games as well.
Yeah, it's true. Curse really wants that 4th place back. That's where they're really trending towards. 8
Always,
10.
always.
8 and 10 actually for Curse, meaning Complexity has a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah.
With Curse distancing themselves.
They do, and Dignitas would be a gigantic pickup as well coming in. Dig is a team to always win when they have a good lead, and by God, they usually get that lead quite quick in the game. Interesting fact about Complexity, they do the same, but they have to be somewhat given that lead in the beginning of the game. They don't find it for themselves.
Yeah. This Complexity team has jumped out to some big leads.
Yeah. If they get it, they can carry a snowball so well.
Kiwi Kid always leading the charge at level 1 on Braum. Full confidence. Firing shots into the brush. Wow, what a sneaky little move by Robert X. Lee. Means Complexity is going to get wards on both buffs. However, he walked by a ward.
Oh, dear.
Robert.
Mission Impossible begins 1 minute into the game.
No.
Uh-oh.
No.
Don't flash.
No.
Don't do it yet.
He's got a suicide.
Okay, he took the dump.
He
took the
hasn't
W.
taken damage yet.
That was good. That was good. Woo! What a play!
All right.
Man, not even a minute in. We're already getting plays being made, but now this is a 4v5. What's Dig going to do here? They can take some serious map control. Robert's already back up. Quick spawns, but he's definitely not home guarding off the base.
Plays like that are why the 10,000th death happened in the LCS before the 10,000th kill. But Robert X. Lee starting off right.
The answer is awesome. That's why.
And with the short death timers, he's back to lane. However, it does mean both teams have deep wards in each other's jungles.
I want to see how hard that Cutie Pie and Kiwi could go on this, because if Cutie Pie can hit nice piercing lights and get a few auto attacks on, Robert's not getting harassive E, so they could take a very early game lead in the bottom lane if they play it correctly.
Well, they didn't make it to lane immediately, so
Right.
Robert and
You can
Bubba
get
Dub are
that
going to
too.
be shoving as quickly as possible.
Probably Shifter in the mid lane, the featured matchup to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
And Shifter being quite aggressive already, throwing down all the Qs.
Prawley's a pretty good laner on Orianna. The things that have actually gotten Prawley in the
Shield
most trouble
level 1.
is his dying to ganks. He doesn't necessarily have the greatest jungler sense in the lane. He's very good at playing his matchup. It's just the junglers mess him up too much.
He loses a little focus when he's about to get that kill. Kiwi Kid, there's no focus in that brush from Complexity. Kiwi Kid able to walk up and just one shot off of the concussive blows.
They would need 2 more minions down to hit level 2. Think they're going to make it in time. They're going to hit level 2 around the same time. Yep, they got it first.
Ooh. Kez, that
All
ward
the
was
wards
just placed
down,
over the
actually.
wall. This is going to be a smite from the
Smite
brush.
up. Smite down.
Steals the red. He has called down from Shifter. This isn't even a move yet coming in from Prawley. Great play by Dignitas to be 1 step ahead.
Great early game jungle pathing there by Crumbs. Going red to red. Or rather
Just talked about it
unexpected
last
path.
game. Happens this one. Awesome.
Westrice, though, knowing the jungler is far, far away.
Yeah, takes
gets to take
advantage.
a little chunk out of Zion.
That'll be
But
nice for him.
He'll get that CS back at the turret.
We'll see if Westrice can be the first one to put a very nice game on Kale. Like you said, people with that pick being so high priority, and Ban hasn't really brought out the games we've been expecting to see.
2 turret shots, not ideal.
That's a little different as I try to build him up. Should be all right. He can sustain, but he's chugging those potions down when he shouldn't have to just yet. You can see Zion Spartan went with the Flask in lane, knowing he'd be taking Q and E harass pretty much the whole time.
Pretty much have to go Flask against Kale early as Aurelia. This is a matchup where Zion needs to hit level 7 or 9 before he really starts winning some trades against Westrice. Crumbs with the double buffs. Kez on the other side with the single buff. Syndra with more early lane power. And no flash on Kez. Would mean some good things.
Ooh.
Nice jungle sense by Prawley.
Honestly,
Yeah,
right
good
there.
general sense. Sitting on the ward. I like how he played that one. He gave Crumbs a little bit of wasted time, and then he said, all right, I kind of want to farm my lane, so get out of here.
Get out of there, Crumbs.
He's leveling his Q, trying to keep up with Shifter's ball placement as well. Get that damage out, trade in lane. 24-25 as they just CS back and forth. Looking pretty even for our featured matchup. Back to the top lane, Zion Spartan brings himself a Doran's and a little bit of health pot so he can keep up that damage. Just gonna see what the back from Westerice brings in here. He should teleport back to lane. And we'll see if Complexity stays with what they love. Early Dragons have always been the name of their game, even before it was cool to do.
True. I know it doesn't count, but even when they were Complexity in the 2013 spring split with different players,
Yeah.
they were pulling off early Dragon
Like
plays.
3-minute Dragons.
With the Lauda Mortis and Prawley team.
That is true. Complexity have always had Dignitas's number. Still, let's go back in history again. Complexity versus Dignitas at MLG with Lauda Mortis. That was Dignitas's longest win streak in the LCS, and Complexity did it at a live event. They know what the stage is about. It doesn't scare them off, so always having that number on Dig. They seem to inch it in the early game and then be able to hold it. That game with Lauda Mortis getting 2 double kills, being a huge Cho'Gath. It was really great play. When Complexity has the lead, they make some great calls. Zion not taking too much damage. Looks like he'll be a formidable opponent in the top lane for Westerice once that 6 hits. And before that 6 hits, actually, we're going to see a gank coming in from Kaz, but Crumbs is going to be maybe countering this one.
Yeah, the relative strength of the
tank.
junglers outside of Flash right now is pretty even, so it could definitely just be about who gets the jump on whom.
That's a good clear. Westerice putting quite a bit of gold into that pink ward at the start of the game. It's not even able to be controlled here as they have 2 on the top lane. Now back to the mid. Probably didn't waste too much, but very good jungle sense coming off of this game.
Yeah,
Going
good
to-
communication between lanes, because Prawley wasn't focused on the top lane about where Lee Sin would be coming.
Right.
That was a communication call saying, he just killed the pink in top lane, he might be coming down towards mid. Probably took the safest check as he could, saw him running through.
So let's look at how the bottom lane is going. There were pretty much equal levels going back and forth, but that's 54-39. Pretty much what you should see as a Tristan with the explosive shot. And Dignitas with that push, with their bit of advantage, and we saw damage going down to Bubba Dub and Robert. They tried to get Dragon, but just the ward placement. Very
They didn't
nicely
have any
pushed off.
harassment down at that point. So that was really just a, let's hope they don't stop us.
Right. Sustained from Bubba Dub, helping to keep Robert and himself in a very good position in that bottom lane. There's the gap close we were talking about. Westerice throws down the ultimate, forces out a very early intervention. That easily gives Zion Spartan the upper hand of this fight as long as he's not slowed and he can get that surge on.
Yeah, not even level 7 or 9 yet, but you can see how Aurelia, when closing the distance onto Kale, can pack a punch just with that one Doran's Blade.
Oh, very aggressive. They're sitting on top of each other, though. Bubba Dub and Robert X. Lee taking a piercing light.
Yeah, Robert needs to get to a static shiv. They're going to be doing the same strategy, I wonder, if they'll put Tristan in mid lane once you get static shiv.
You see the roll him up top. Zion Spartan's going to go hard here, and he's still affecting. Kaz will try to do what he can, and they see the ping out. Probably's moving for Shifter already, and they may do-si-do here in the river if they meet each other. There's that movement. You see the damage coming off more of Probably's ball move. And the dissonance not leveled up yet. So no follow-through.
So laning phase going pretty even for both sides,
Yeah.
actually. Robert X. Lee getting the shove back in that lane has definitely helped them out substantially. Cutie Pie unable to sustain back up with the Vamp Scepter after taking a few explosive shots.
We'll see if Kiwi Kid can get back into position here in the brush. It seems like they've almost given up on those engagements. There's too much sustain for a quick kill to come out without the ultimates. And that's what the bottom lanes are waiting for right now. Teleports used towards that top lane. Both of them used, so that's why Zion Spartan wasn't too afraid to do that. Looks like we could have 4v4 Dragons coming up quite soon. The blue buff's now delivered over. Even more plausible for that Dragon to be coming up.
Yeah, Crumbs being level 6 is a big power jump for the Lee Sin. Elise matchup.
Yep.
But having Tristana on just an Avarice Blade is a really, really sad Tristana. She is not doing much whatsoever, aside from just the base damages of her E and her R. The wards are just
barely ahead of Crumbs
Yeah.
everywhere he goes.
He's trying to work
Oh,
those
he gotta
two.
land that.
Oh, no. Trying to work the damage from those 2 long swords. He definitely has up on the stone of Kez. But
If that
he can't get down
landed, they
there.
may have had enough damage to burst him down. Walking straight through a ward. Yeesh.
Ooh, Zion Spartan putting himself, as you would say, kind of goal side of Westrice there to get more shots in. Westrice taking a few more shots, is forced to flash, flashes in, he gets down W, and he's able to close out on a single-handed first blood.
That's one of the things Zion is able to do to his opponents in the top lane, and one of the things that Westrice cannot let happen to him. Has been one of his main weaknesses. This split is when he dies in the 1v1s. He didn't do it yesterday. He actually beat up on Inox in those 1v1s. He's definitely one to opt into a all-in fight. But that is a little bit disastrous, actually, in the top lane.
He's playing it very well. A game of patience where he just auto-attacks his health back up, and he's getting the great dives. Really well played. Waited for last pick to get that one out, and Zion Spartan's making it pay off against Westrice. 80 to 73 in that lane. You can see Zion pretty much focusing damage. Having a little trouble here on the bot.
Gotta get those last hits, Cutie Pie.
Yep.
Static shift completed on Robert, so I wonder if he's going to continue to shove bottom or if they're going to try some lane swapping shenanigans.
Yeah.
His Tristana CS was rather impressive in their 65-minute win. But knowing that they have just backed, Crumbs decides to go. The ward is still there, but this time they have a 5th man, Zion Spartan.
Yeah, this is very good. Zion Spartan having a lead in the top lane doesn't have to worry too much about Westrice. They can come down and make sure this is safe. Kez, though, trying to get a little bit on it, but he cannot get within smite range. Dignitas starts to take a bit of a lead for themselves, which does not look good for Complexity.
You know what, though? With no teleport on Zion Spartan, Westrice could actually take down this turret to compensate Complexity.
That's true. Kale getting a good push on. Got right through those waves and got right to the turret.
Reverse.
So he's going to be 87 to 81.
Oh, geez. If Dignitas loses 2 turrets for this dragon, completely not worth it.
And they're focusing all the pressure up top, so this could continue to push in the bottom lane if they actually see that Crumbs is up here. The pressure's now relieved on the bottom, and they could keep going. Westrice, he's going to speed himself up and try and run, but that's a bit of a cooldown. He's now crippled Tempest. He's going to go on to Crumbs and try and get what he can. So they do trade 2 turrets. They lose Zion Spartan. They get the dragon.
Interesting series of events here. Westrice overstaying after that turret. But you could see he did a respectable amount of damage to Crumbs after the fact. Kale will always bring damage in the late game. Let's just hope this doesn't turn into one of those games for Westrice.
Just kind of gets focused down. Finds himself right before he kills someone going down.
One of those games where he'd go 0-8 or something. Because honestly, when he starts falling behind, he enters this mindset of his... It's something that Complexity does actually as a team. Once someone dies a few times, they realize they're not worth as much, and they just try and draw as much attention as possible.
So it probably almost said.
Probably's done a little bit. He'll initiate fights that way with Yasuo.
I mean, I don't matter as much anymore, so I'll go in.
Westrice will probably just be trying to split push as much as possible, maintain map pressure, but the result of that is going to be a really, really powerful Zion Spartan on Aurelia.
Still seeing it being used to great effect over as the top team in Europe. Wicked keeps playing it on Alliance, so she still has a spot in the game when you can put her in the right position. Right now in top lane, handling Westrice's Kale without really too much help of Crumbs. We'll see if they can keep it up. 2-0 for him. Bubba Dub now trying to get the ward wars going down with Kiwi Kid. See if they can keep the vision up in the bottom lane. We're talking a little bit about Robert Exley loving the Trist, still went with it despite not getting Yasuo in the pick. So it's more than that for them. It's definitely something that they'll look for the late game carry from. Still without the initiation of Buster Shot.
He hasn't died to a member of Dignitas yet this game on Trist. For those of you just tuning in now, he's like, why is he 0-1?
Yeah.
He had an adventure at level 1.
And there's only 2 kills.
That ended in Dignitas' base.
I don't think we've even seen that very many times in the LCS. Very peculiar position.
Oh.
Look at how much damage he didn't take. That's what the supports were talking about. Braum being strong. He's going to go ahead and, I believe, back here. soak up Kiwi Kid some CS in the bottom lane. So Bubba has finished the static shiv. He's going to inadvertently push even more. So they need to make sure they get the wards down. Or Robert actually has a static shiv. Bubba needs to start getting more wards down so they don't get any dangerous spots on the very hard push from Tristana. Blue buff over to Shifter.
And let's actually revisit our featured matchup in the mid lane here.
Yes.
Cinder is a champion generally picked to dominate the lane.
Right.
Orianna is good in lane, but Shifter is down in CS to Prawley right now. So Shifter will probably still be very effective in team fights, but it just goes to show the laning presence of Shifter is very lacking.
Yeah. I really like what he chose to do in the beginning, leveling his E first. You level that, you don't lose out on huge level 1 damage. Intervention being used in the top lane.
He might just go back and kill him.
he could want this. That heal, a little bit bigger than he thought, and he dashes out. I like his safety thought as well. Always giving himself an out if he's going in.
Kez was definitely waiting in the wings.
Yeah. I don't know. You always got to have an out. Says, oh yeah? No.
It's good damage, actually, from Robert. Getting a little bit zoned off the turret here. Nice calling by Cutie Pie. Here's
Oh, they got to know this is a tell. Flashes the Glacial Fissure. They're all right. Oh, they got to tie the wave back. 3 of them are going for a ride. The bubble is on Kiwi Kid.
About the turret.
They have a good amount of minions here. One last shot. Cutie Pie's rather, his focus on the turret, able to take it down. But they still have to back off of a 2v3 situation, unfortunately.
Oh, dear. Westrice is in a whole world of trouble right now. Zion doesn't even have to burn Flash there. And will be getting his Trinity Force shortly.
And Kez spending time up here. Kez definitely cannot take down Zion Spartan. But wait, the teleport back in forces the flash. He's not able to get close enough. So a well thought out play there by Complexity. Zion Spartan had to use his summoner.
Yeah, Zion Spartan really just wanted a little bit more gold. He's going to have to wait a few seconds when he gets back to base to purchase that Trinity Force. He would have loved that ward gold. There he gets it.
Good choice. Good choice. Complexity knowing that they've been evaded a little too much to be placing forward wards just yet. They have what they need to take control of their jungle. They're up by 300 gold right now in a pretty crazy game where Dig has been coming up with kills, but they haven't been really pressuring those kills forward. We might see that in 20 seconds with Dragon coming up.
Yeah, if not for the performance of Zion Spartan in the top lane against Westrice, the other 4 members of Complexity would have a decent-sized lead over Dig. Just based off of turrets.
All right. Slow going here as the ward war begins.
Really good harassment early on here, but some pretty good sustain options from Complexity. Bubba and Westrice both with heals. Zion going to be pushing that top lane to even out the turret game. The question is, does Complexity go for more turrets, or do they fight at Dragon and cause the teleport for Zion? Some very swingy things could happen any minute.
I like this choice. We've been seeing this a lot more lately when there is that parallel dance to Dragon. You just go for the mid turret if it's still up. An influx of gold, maybe?
Complexity has to make up their mind right now. Westrice just ran partway up to top, back to mid.
Right.
If they give up a turret and a dragon, it would just be a huge, huge failure at this point. They have to make a decisive call because Zion is not going to stop pushing, and he does have that teleport edge. Complexity sitting in the middle of 2 places, not getting either.
And they're not going to be able to move it. Westrice is already leaving the fight. The teleport still being up for Zion Spartan. They were just taking a dance class. Dignitas coming out on top.
Big, big advantage gain for Dig. Mainly because Complexity kind of gave it to him.
Yeah.
Obviously, that is transferred pressure from the top lane of Zion. Westrice had burned his teleport just to try and recover the lane. And then Dignitas used that teleport advantage to manipulate a choice from Complexity. And then Complexity didn't even make a choice.
Right. Dignitas knows they have the upper hand here. You can see Complexity, 3 members mid for just the 2 of Dig. And Crumbs and Shifter are really scrambling to put the pressure where they think it's going to go, acting very reactively as Dig is pretty much making everything happen to the beat of their own drum. See, coming out of base now, they're going to have some more items, and just Kiwi Kid farming up, looking to get that Ghost Blade finished before they really get into too much trouble. like Zion Spartan's going to take red and go back to split pushing.
Yeah, with that red buff, he has an even bigger edge.
Oh, yeah.
Onto that Nashor's Tooth Kale.
Phage speeding him up, already adding his own slow. You can counter the Q slow of Kale just by dashing in. A really good matchup Zion Spartan's chosen for the top lane. There, that level damage coming in from Prowly's Dissonance, forced to flash out. Very risky play. Prowly likes to toy with danger.
Really wanted Crumbs to go in there. He had his flash up. He could have theoretically kicked him back, but it would have been rather aggressive.
Red buff giving Prowly a little trouble. He gets it. Or Robert.
Robert's farming up.
Easy, but he is
Farming
farming
up
up.
that
You got to wait
point.
for that late game. Tristana's power curve is almost at its weakest right now compared to what Lucian would be bringing to the table.
Absolutely. Ghostblade Blade of the Rune King. This is the strongest Lucian
Yeah.
yet.
A few more shots on the mid turret. This is what Complexity was working on when the Dragon was up. Finally starting to get some pressure onto it now. Bubba Dub
Brom's
not
ultimate's
getting a hit.
down, so.
Robert actually finally getting in range, though, as Bubba Dub acting as distraction. This Zion Spartan, though, he is not giving up. Teleports down as well, so they're going to have to make a long haul just to stop this pressure. Dignitas is in command. Even with that loss of mid, they still feel comfortable to just move up and now be the ones that can move right across the top side of that map. Close right in.
Coming at
Whoa! Knowing he can do that just to blow intervention.
Yeah.
Smart play.
And he's just going to keep pressuring.
Oh, yeah.
That crystalline flask. I wonder what Crumbs wants to do in there.
Well, Dignitas has a 1,000 gold lead at 20 minutes.
At the moment, it wasn't quite there, though, because they just recently gotten this one.
Yep.
Dignitas does play with leads very well. They generally, after 20 minutes, if they have that 1,000 gold lead at 20 minutes, they are 7-0 this year. 1,000 or more gold. But this game was kind of too close for that one. Could go either way.
Man. Such a stinger for an Orianna.
Yeah.
Missing that ultimate. Have to wait. Not too long of a cooldown. And we'll have to see how they can readjust to get this to happen. It might have to be a ball delivery on Kez if he can get in the fight. We'll have to really keep an eye on that featured matchup in mid. 245 to 218. Not too bad in the CS. We see Shifter ready to take some people down, though. He puts the needlessly large rod in that inventory. He's ready to get some ults out. Usually falling behind in CS. So it's almost been according, even with the lane domination of Syndra. He's down about 40.
Yeah, it's definitely turning into a farm game right now. Dignitas not making any big moves. Robert X. Lee with his Infinity Edge. Going to continue to power up.
And he's got full rapid fire as well, so he'll be able to use that very nicely on 20-second cooldown. 90% speed is not too shabby. Dignitas trying to get some vision, see if they have a few ins on these fights. This would be quite a big escalation of the game if they were able to get something big here.
And Dignitas has a mid-game team with the Lucian, Aurelia, Braum. All these things are great in the mid-game. They need to make their move before 40 minutes. Gives them a lot of leeway, but they really do, because if the gold stays close and we hit a super late game, Complexity would have an edge team competition-wise.
Zion Spartan's almost having a field day up here. They haven't sent anything else to him. He's only been building the Triforce, and he's instantly able to go into that Spectral's Cowl. You see, Westrice is hardly doing any damage. I think he's hitting him with a feather right now. And Zion Spartan, if you look at the rest of the team from Complexity, he doesn't have too much hard crowd control to be dealing with in a full fight. So the bigger he gets, this game's going to get a lot harder for Complexity.
Dig might just start playing around Baron right now. They just saw where Robert was, and they know they've taken so many turrets, plus have very, very strong control of Complexity's jungle over there.
And what another big change that has been for Dignitas, to play around Baron and feel comfortable. Something that Crumbs was talking about previously and saying, this is what we use to win the game now, not a choose-your-own-adventure book that you don't know where it's going.
Kind of goes to show Dignitas didn't really know what they were doing in the past, but with their player talent, knowing how to use Baron, they are, with the win here, first place at the end of Super Week in the NA LCS. So the Baron game will begin right now with their mid-game strength.
Yeah.
The perfect time for them to force and perfect vision control.
Rabadon's also finished up for Shifter, so he's far and ahead, more powerful than Prolly is coming in here. Different ultis to be used, but I don't think they're going to get used. That Baron's dropping real quick, 2,500 HP already. And it's going to be locked down by Dignitas. Bubba Woo! Thought he was going to catch a Sonic Wave to the face, but he will not. He will get the ward in safely. And Westrice, are they going to try to dictate the mid push?
I don't know about this Complexity. They're going to be looking at the Dragon, but that would be a 5v5 against a freshly Baron team.
I was going to say a mid wave isn't really something to just draw a team
against
away.
A Baron team with 5 people.
Oh, man.
Who can they catch?
Oh,
PewDiePie!
wait a minute! Oh, they got PewDiePie! What a play for Complexity! But can they follow through? It's still a Baroned up Dignitas. Robert Exley is in the right spot. He doesn't make the flash over the wall, but he does get enough sustain coming from Bubba. Zion Spartan, we talked about this guy, and he comes into the fight with a double kill. He is huge. Kez trying to hit up Crumbs. He gets himself over the wall to safety, but it looks like Complexity traded 3 kills for the 2. Now they're on to Bubba. It starts going well in favor of Dignitas here. Kez trying to get out. Kiwi Kid hits the Winter's Bite, and they may be able to get it down. Locking down the Blade Surge from Zion Spartan. It's the crawl, but he doesn't have enough speed to get out. It's going to be a full ace from coast to coast on the map for Dignitas.
Yep, that's the move Dignitas wanted to make, and it goes all the way across. It definitely caught Dig by surprise when this fight started, but only shockwaving one.
Right.
Is so pretty big because the rest of Dig is still a strong force together. Zion Spartan in particular, we knew he was going to be a problem. He's able to go and finish off the Tristana, and then the chase potential of the Braum, Lee Sin, Aurelia was too much. Plus they took the Dragon, as you see in the split screen down there. But yeah, flashing for the Winter's Bite. Kez did get the smite on the way out.
Yeah.
So bonus to him. There was just no escape.
That's great. He really hit everything he needed to on the way out, but too much. Especially once Zion Spartan hit that. Those gap closers, so efficient as well. Stand behind me, Lisa and Safeguard. It's almost like a new Bash Brothers composition that you can use. So it looks like Dignitas has taken that gold lead at 20 minutes of 1,000, and they've brought it up to about 6,000 gold now.
Yep.
That's going to be really something they can start to run with.
Well, they took all the objectives.
Oh, yeah.
So now it's just a matter of them finding ways to siege up turrets and getting past the wave clear. There's a chance this could lead to a pretty big lull in the game if Dignitas doesn't find a catch, only because Zion is so heavily in damage right now. And Kiwi Kid hasn't itemized armor yet. They don't actually have anyone on their team that can adequately take turret shots right now.
Zion's Blade of the Rune King came out of nowhere.
Yeah. He picked up a couple kills in that fight.
5-0-2 on the game right now. Really a star player coming into this matchup. It doesn't play Aurelia that often either. Really able to remember the skills, like riding a bike.
Yeah.
Diving back
Just able to go back to base and buy that from nothing. Shows he had a little bit of gold.
And he can still completely free farm. When you got a guy that create this much pressure, Complexity, they got so many things to think about right now. No wrong moves can be made because each time a small move is made, Dignitas can take a mile. Warding up mid, even getting the mid wards across the map. Dignitas is going to be well pushed up, so their minion waves going to be giving them vision as Complexity soaks that up. Oh! Zion Spartan finds Westrice again.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. I was going to say, that's probably not going to mean much. That's all right. Just wash him off. He'll get out of there easy.
Well, that's the catch. Now that's another one.
This is just Dignitas knowing they have the complete upper hand now, chat. They're really putting down the force versus Complexity. And you have to. Complexity is a team that can find a way to crawl back, and Dignitas is shutting that door.
Yeah, what a performance by Zion Spartan right here. 6-0-2. He really is just destroying Westrice every time he gets a look at him 1v1.
He's all over it. Every time we see him going in, being very aggressive this game. And Zion Spartan can turn that on and off. Seems like he can either play his own game or he will take the commands of the team. Crumb's now sharing experience with him in the bottom lane. Great wards as well. With Baron down, they're playing the far inhibitor style game. They're going to be spreading out Complexity thin here.
PewDiePie farming up for that Infinity Edge as well. The stalling of Complexity will be rather difficult. The next Baron looks pretty uncontestable as far as we're at right now, knowing they are down pretty much every relevant defense turret except that middle tier 2, which is in a couple hits.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to stay very long.
Yeah.
2 minutes onto Dragon. It'll be a take on the turret and a good push up towards that, or Baron rather. Zion Spartan towards the bottom lane. He's going to give West Rice another visit. I'm sure he doesn't really want it. Very unwelcome visit.
Yeah.
Seeing Complexity try and adjust to this game. Been a little difficult. Only 2 kills. 1 for West Rice, 1 for Kez. Nothing's been capitalized off of that. With Dignitas holding so much pressure, kudos to them.
Yeah, Dignitas just had such a mid-game team, as well as Zion Spartan rolling that top lane over and cascading that pressure down to the rest of the map. This has been the game of Zion Spartan so far.
More ward coverage cleared out. Where's the pick Complexity can get? Nobody can really initiate for this team. You're going to have to hit a perfect shockwave that's really only been available on one person as Dignitas is staying spread out in the fights. Really understanding the composition they're up against and using theirs very effectively. And somehow, out of champion select, getting Braum for Kiwi Kid. Lee Sin for Crumbs.
Yeah, I mean,
really well played
Nami
there.
before it.
Oh,
it's him
my
again.
God. He just can't help himself. Zion Spartan going very hard onto West Rice.
Such a pressure move right there. Burning the intervention for pretty much nothing and just maintaining that pressure in the bottom lane.
Still going very strong. Again, he's going to go for it once again. He blew his flash on that, but he'll be able to Blade Surge out if he positions these minions correctly. Still seeing with the Banshee's Veil there, he has built up. He's drawing both Prolly and West Rice down to that bottom lane as we're going to have maybe, I was going to say a 1-3-1 here. Kiwi Kid split pushing top lane by himself.
Yeah, they're just trying to be distractions right now. Probably playing a little bit cheeky at this point because they're just waiting on that Baron respawn. But they're testing the waters to see how willing Complexity is to commit to things.
Kiwi's just, don't worry guys, I got this farm. Sharing relics with himself. Oh, Baron's ready? I'm coming. Don't worry. Come here.
I'll be there. Braum, probably the worst possible wave clear from a single champion.
Hey man, you ult that wave. They're all getting knocked up. See if they can get the ward clears. Doubly cleared using the sweep route on the pink. 3 seconds on Dragon as well. Oh man, they could rewrite the story of last battle.
Oh, Zion is bottom lane. That'll be an interesting.
Teleports are up.
Yep.
You got Zion Spartan. He can teleport freely though. He won't be stopped by West Rice. That's a different story if you look at the flip side of the coin. And Dignitas has not been too worried about this mid wave just crushing into their turret. Things you can kind of relax on when you're this far ahead.
Yep. This could be the final contest though. Dig doesn't have the absolute vision control like they had prior, and teleports are a threat.
Oh, Kez up and down. Enough pressure there. Drawing out the culling.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. West Rice teleported before Zion right here. So Complexity is in a whole world of trouble right now. They're
Zion's
hitting the Baron.
also making the run so he can teleport back after all is said and
He's
done
looking
here.
to flank from behind,
he
too.
is very much so going to flank. They had a good ward he could have teleported to, but he's also, oh, baby. He's also in a bad spot with the team not being able to gap close very quickly. He reconsiders a little
Teleport
bit there.
went down as well. Where did he come from?
Yeah, he did actually TP.
He canceled it. Zion canceled his TP as he was going in. He tried to move too quickly.
So now he can't teleport back. I'm a liar. 8-2. Just about 10,000 gold lead in favor of Dignitas here if you are grand short. We're going to go ahead. Complexity will be getting the Dragon. They're trying to make a move here. It's not really, well, I guess it would be. It's pretty late in the game. We have 16s and whatnot.
That's a pretty good move there by Complexity.
Yeah. Definitely getting a little bit of gold back that they need. Slow moving for Dignitas here. We'll see if they can get Complexity to kind of walk back towards the Baron. If not, we'll have Zion Spartan back to the bottom lane. But right now, he's sticking with the team. It looks like they are really ready to pressure Complexity into something they don't want. Zanya's almost finished up onto Prolly, but he does not have it to
That's a look of danger right there. Thousands of units of map space between Complexity and Baron. Have very well could have been a Dig Baron. At least Complexity has them in their sights right now. They need to get some wards over those walls. But they just do not have the throughput of wards right now.
Nope. They don't really have safety for any members on their team. They use Tidal Wave and they can really be engaged on here.
Over the back.
Very nicely played. Kez trying to get in close enough, and they do peel it off. There was no real knowledge.
Yeah, and the Baron's going to be so low at this point because they've been on it.
Yep.
It looks like Dignitas is clearing, but they're actually doing the Baron.
Yeah. They just took complete control. They think they have a few more seconds. Oh, but it's already down. Dignitas playing very well.
Complexity saying, how'd they do it so fast? I guess they were doing it over the back. That was a really slick move by Dig.
Nicely controlled. Complexity finally getting themselves down to this mid lane. Dig has to back, so they will get a bit of map out of this.
Robert really manning up.
Doing what they have to do. Not the same type of game for Robert X. Lee either. A 0-2-1. He's had usually a few kills to himself by this point, and he can be more effective in AD carry. They still have to play careful.
Complexity going to try the trap again against a Baron team? No.
That was a ping out. Somebody said no.
They really, someone on this team really wants it, whether it's probably
it might be. Kez is out of here.
Yeah.
Kez has been the one gone. He's usually the shot caller, so he's probably saying, let's go. Westrice says, I'll farm and keep this pressure on the lane. Baron down, there's no reason not to do that in the bottom. Looks like Dignitas is going to start to answer. Complexity doing what they can, but this middle tier turret is going to be the next target.
Robert is farming up a pretty substantial margin.
He's got a good clip.
We knew that was going to happen on Tristana, 390. But the power of Dignitas is ever increasing. They would have wanted to close this game a little bit earlier. Just haven't been able to find the windows. The Baron TP cancel by Zion really hurt that, I think.
Yeah, that would have been a huge play, especially if they would have pinched and gotten back. But overall, just staying in the bottom lane would have worked.
Really wide culling shot there by Cutie Pie, not landing substantial harass.
Cutie keeping himself in the front. Let's see, Cutie Pie also not using that Ghost Blade. Usually was a big proponent of that. Crumbs looking to get some sight over the wall from Sonic Waves. Doesn't look like he'd be too afraid to take it too if he got the right target. Being so close to the front here. It's really just a stalemate. Good wave here from Westrice. He uses the intervention and is forced to flash. The entire team backed off as he took control there to clear the wave by himself. Very dangerous.
Definitely not Westrice's game today. 1-4-1, but getting caught in a lot of subsequent situations that put the team in a bind. They really needed that intervention to prevent a dive because these are not easy turrets to defend. And this time a good culling by Cutie Pie. Shockwave though!
That was a good hit. Cutie Pie goes down. The tidal wave is beautiful as well. It's going to be Dignitas trying to surf out of this one. Shifter gets hit up. A few more shots. Robert flashes. He gets the explosive hit. One more. Another reset. No, he cannot get it. Crumbs gets out of that one, and Zion Spartan is left wondering now as Complexity is going to start pushing mid lane.
My God,
40 seconds on the clock.
The Shockwave bubble combo there from Prawley and Bubba Dub destroyed the Dignitas siege. They did not have a heavily armored target to tank these things, and Cutie Pie getting caught is disaster. First inhibitor looks like it's going to go to Complexity.
This is incredible. The game can always change in a matter of seconds. Complexity looked on the back foot the entire time. Very smart to move out of the base here. They have minions crashing into the top, and they also need to push the waves out anyways.
And the triple kill by Robert X. Lee means he's only going to get more farm from here. Because he was so low, it didn't seem like he was a threat, but a heal from Kale and a shockwave on a Cutie Pie with no drop shield to prevent those things from hitting him. Tidal Wave also goes through.
Fighting under the turret.
Knocked him up. And then it's just Robert X. Lee playing cleanup crew. Almost looked like he could get the quad.
Got the flash there too.
But very quick jump away from Crumbs. Oh dear.
Very nice play by Complexity. This late in the game, that'll give Dignitas something else to think about. May kind of reconsider some of these calls. But we may see Dig try to put the pedal to the metal and just go through with one final push. 30 seconds on Dragon. Not looking at Baron anymore for these guys as well. It's been great for Complexity to hold off those two Barons and be the first one to take an inhib.
Yeah. Just a crazy development, you know. Dignitas not really being able to close the door in that mid game. We mentioned if the gold was still close at 40 minutes, that this game could still go the way of Complexity. Zion Spartan, while he has destroyed Westrice this entire game, the 40-minute Aurelia is not the most feared Aurelia.
Nope. And if we think about it, all odds are against Dignitas. Their last games of the week are not the ones they win.
Yeah.
Complexity has everything going for them here. They just need to get on the other side of the map.
Just one shockwave.
Down more nibs.
One shockwave from Prawley, turning so much around.
There's so much consecutive crowd control, and they used it perfectly. Like you said, shockwave, bubble, and then as they hit the ground, they were bounced up by tidal wave. Really not even a chance for Cutie Pie to think about attacking in that fight. With that knowledge, though, we'll see if Dignitas can kind of scatter a little bit and not get caught by a double bubble command shockwave. Very intricate coordination needed for that to happen from Complexity. Let's see if they can do it again. Rabadons across the boards for your solo lanes on the side of Complexity. That Zanyas is finished up for Probably now as well for a bit more playmaking. Still very low kills in this game. Teams seem to be just moving around each other and getting what they want.
Complexity had that 65-minute game yesterday. Just saying, they have been able to win these drawn-out ones.
Yep.
Dignitas is on the declining part of their power curve right now, whereas Complexity is reaching a stronger point.
Crumbs is going to fall off. Cutie Pie won't output the same damage Robert will. Things are slowly working out for Complexity. Patience is something I have been amazed by in these teams that don't have the most amount of stage experience in front of a crowd as well. Things get tough. It becomes a mental game and a physical game as we get this late. Complexity seems like they can thrive in that position. Dignitas may have waited a little too long or even a little too much power on one person. 6-0 and 2 for Zion Spartan. That pressure's been in split push right now, and he's the one that can really wreak havoc in a fight here.
Yeah, the Baron control might be where they try to get this one back, though. It is a bit of an interesting choice by Complexity because they have two options here. They can try and contest the Baron, which is very high risk. They're already down 9,000 gold without vision control. Or they can just try and maneuver elsewhere. I think what they're doing now is getting split pushing going and trying to take some objectives while Dig does this one. We know Complexity can hold the turret. The way they lose is if they die trying to contest Baron and then get pushed down the mid lane. But here they come.
Dig could have a bad situation. Westrice forced. What a teleport. It really puts him into a bad situation. Now with intervention down, we're going to have to be very careful of Prolly's positioning, or Robert Exley and Prolly's situation of positioning in this fight. A nice shockwave. Cutie Pie gets hit up. He did take a shot from Baron there, but it's enough to get sustained back up from his team. Zion Spartan and the rest of the team quickly focusing on to Westrice, making sure that he goes down. And it looks like they are going to be able to walk around this Baron. Robert X. Lee gets the jump out with Guardian Angel on, but everybody's very low. I love the dance that they're allowed to make happen here. That's the play from Shifter. Zanya, the last shot was in the air, traveling to kill him, and he goes for the safety there. Axe being used, comes in, it's going to be Crumbs. They get out with this one. Another Baron. 4 out of 5 this game for Dig. The teleport now coming in from Zion Spartan. A forward teleport to try and cut off Complexity getting into their own base.
2 positional errors that fight from Westrice, which was really the turning point. Great play by Shifter to Zanyas that really saved them. And now this was the play that Complexity could lose the game with. What an interrupt. They're pushing mid.
What a play. The whole team of Dignitas thinking outside the box here, making sure they get everything they want. Sure, Zion Spartan will go down, but they're losing an inhibitor. Dignitas gets back what they've lost so far, and their inhibitors respawned right now, so they have minions in their favor.
Yeah. Wow. Definitely some messy play there by Complexity. One of the only ways they lose this game, it felt like, was losing a big fight there at Baron. And they exposed their inhibitor wall, so Dignitas has more to work with now, along with the Baron buff. But Robert somehow stays alive throughout all of that, and then gets a shutdown kill onto Zion.
Some good gold for him. That Guardian Angel's now down in that fight, though. We're going to get back into a game of full items here, chat. We'll see who can really organize their inventory the best. Backpacks are getting tight these days, and you got some big items to be thrown in. Coming up on 44 minutes, a 10,000 gold lead for Dignitas as somehow Complexity is still inching their way back into this game. A very hard fight for them they have to come off of now as Dignitas grabs Baron. So they cannot make any more errors coming out with this inhibitor down.
No, they cannot. They've been able to get away with a lot to this point.
Yeah,
Dignitas
way more
not
than they
really
should have.
Exactly. Dignitas not showing the killer instinct that would befit the #1 team in North America. But if they win that game, that is exactly what they will be. Guaranteed by the end of the week as well.
Looking around. Gotta remember how still big Westrice can get. Kale can always put out some big damage. He's got the Void Staff completed. Very slow movement by everybody on both sides of the map. Nobody's really committing to anything right now until the waves are in position. We've seen too many times somebody get picked off and it'd be the end of the game.
Well, wave clear is going to be a very big priority. Brawley having to go back before he can get the wave shoving, only because the defense cannot wait. He really needs a Void Staff as well on that Orianna build.
Yeah.
That'll be very, very critical.
Really looking at a lot of magic resistance. He cannot penetrate right now. You're absolutely right. Shockwave really being used for crowd control here. We've only seen it used accordingly a few times. If Brawley can hit a nice one, though, we saw how much it controlled the game. Zion Spartan is just toying with the rest of Complexity.
Just looking imposing. Yeah, this is the way they do it. They put Zion in the side, or they wait until Westrice gets drawn that way, or anyone really, and then go for a big shifter ultimate on someone with no intervention there to prevent the damage.
And they don't really have sufficient clear as well. They have the Ori and the Kale, but you got to get into a pretty scary spot to make that happen. You're always in range. Robert X. Lee, he has that full capacity on that range now at level 18. I think we have level 18s all across the map, except for your supports. Crumbs is waiting to get there, but he should. Right there. Shifter grabbing blue. Slowly getting the rest of what they need, so this fight gives them, or they have the most advantages they can as they get into this fight. But they are really giving a lot of respect to a Shockwave, Tidal Wave, and Bubble.
They know what happened last time.
They're not taking steps on that.
And I'm a Cutie Pie opted to go 0 defense on his build, despite getting caught out. A little bit arrogant, actually.
Those 2 kills are out of position in fight, or deaths, I should say, for him. See if he can keep himself on the back line a little bit more. There's no real Kog'Maw to be worried about, but Robert X. Lee only need 3 shots. Kaz getting hit up, a little bit of poke damage. Nothing comes for free, though, as they try to get themselves in for a little bit more. Zion Spartan. They really not committing to too much just yet. Yeah. Now the inhibitor's up, they have something to play around.
They really were not getting shots on that middle turret.
No.
Probably a little bit low on mana, though. They would kill this turret pretty fast.
Cutie Pie with good focus. Crumbs just trying to be chaotic.
The actual attack damage on Cutie Pie isn't that high. He's got a lot of crit in his build.
Crit attack speed, yeah.
Yeah, so not the fastest turret killer on Lucian here.
Trinity Force not seeing the Trinity Force Sheen hit. Usually that's something that goes down very fast. The Lucian will be in and out by himself. Quickly get a few shots on. Cutie Pie's very on the back foot this game. To a 4-2-1 Robert X. Lee, so even if the 1v1 would come up, he'd have to be very careful.
Jeez, and they lose their Baron buff without getting objectives.
3rd Baron now.
Yep.
Held off.
They look to take this next Dragon, but the only people this will help in itemization is Braum and Lee Sin, because Zion, Shifter, and Cutie Pie are already sitting at 6 items. They could still do maybe like a Zephyr on Cutie Pie, or boot and trinket upgrades. But outside of that, they're not really getting much more out of those builds.
And that's going to hurt, because they may be 12,000 gold in the lead, but that 12,000 gold doesn't reflect being down for a Tristana. She's still going to be a late game hyper carry. He's still going to be putting out damage, even if the team is hurting. Something you really have to consider. You may feel like you're ahead in gold, but the other team will still do something to turn it right on your head. Very lonely for everyone. Everybody else is out farming around.
Zephyr on Cutie Pie. More attack speed on Lucian. Howling will fire many quick shots. This is a really bold call by Complexity.
Got to be bold.
Well, they are a bold team, not afraid to take risks. They've made a lot of mistakes this game, but are still in a pretty good pole position here. They are in here. Crumbs behind them.
Kiwi Kid goes in hard. Kez is going to be the first one hit up. Ooh, Robert X, Lee, and Kez both getting hit with Scat of the Week.
They still have intervention.
Wow, what? That was great. Crumbs just kicking Robert X, Lee. He says, this is my jungle. Gets him out of the way, and they're going to be able to clear this one out. Robert X, Lee not wasting too much on that. Guardian Angel still up, but he did use the Summoner heal quickly. Got to be careful in this next engage.
Still Shockwave. There actually weren't ultimates used by Complexity in that entire move.
Nope.
Whereas the Braum,
Oh
Lee
my
Sin,
gosh.
and Cinder ultimate are down. Complexity with the sustain has the edge here to take this inhibitor down.
A 12,000 gold deficit push coming in from Dignitas. Or coming in from Complexity on Dignitas. 5 to 7 in turrets. The inhibitor's the focus. Westrite's going to get the intervention out. He has locked himself up into safety with that. Zion Spartan's throwing out the blades if he can get any more damage in to deter an attack coming in from Complexity. The wave just going through the entire team of Cole from Dignitas, and there is no re-engage. Can Complexity bring them into a false sense of security here? Not
Baron
too sure.
is up. The Syndra ultimate back. Intervention has been burned, but it will be up quickly again. This very well may be the game. 50.5 minutes in, if we see them fight over this Baron. If not, it seems like Complexity knows how to stall.
This is absolutely another amazing game coming out of Super Week.
Scrying Arm gives him vision temporarily, but this thing's going down way too fast.
Locked it up. Kez a little too close there. Mana's not good.
Probably is so low on mana. What are they even doing trying to get an engage on this fight? Probably gets out with a flash. He's quite safe in the situation now. The shockwave is huge, but can he answer with more? Robert misses Shifter. He's right over the wall. There's the shot, but he waited too long. Robert wasn't firing that whole entire time in the fight, but the rest of the team has locked it up.
Did not suffer a single casualty.
I can't believe how
the
that happened.
teleport
No.
from Westrite to try and get this down. 60-second death timers. They may have just taken down Dignitas for a second time.
How many times this week has a team won down by 10,000 gold? I don't even have the fingers on my hand anymore to count. It's going to be another game won by Complexity, being the underdogs coming out. They just had to wait. Their patience, the mechanics, the ability to play on the live stage as Zion Spartan says, follow me. Complexity's have it, none of it. 51-50 into the game. Yes, Complexity takes down Dignitas again.
Riv, there were times in that game where it didn't seem like Complexity knew exactly what they were doing. But as Robert X. Lee has said in the past, how do you fight against a team that has no idea what they're doing? And I think that encapsulates that game. It was a tough one for Complexity, but somehow, 52 minutes in, they take down the #1 team in North America.
And they lock out any 4-0 Super Weeks.
Yeah, 4 Super Weeks cannot happen. A big letdown for Dig after making such giant moves in the mid game, but never being able to close. You can tell that game stressed out Bubba Dub a little bit.
Yeah. Very stressed indeed. Overall map control and strength provided from Zion Spartan this game. He was all over Westrite all game. And Westrite somehow persevered along with the rest of the team. The mentality to take the late game. It's what they needed. And that last fight was so chaotic. Robert X. Lee was standing still for so long, but he realized that the rest of the team already had the fight controlled. It was so beautifully played, and Dignitas, really, they have to be wondering after that one. They were at the front of the base for so long with no entry at all.
Good job, man. Yeah, really just thinking about that last fight. Even though Prawley was very low on mana, being able to land a shockwave onto both Shifter and I'm a Cutie Pie was incredibly important.
Low mana, low health?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And then, try as you may to shut down that late game Kale. 428 CS,
yeah.
1 completed Spectre's Cow from being max items. Westrite gets the double kill in the last fight and they win the game.
Absolutely amazing turn of events to even happen here. The last day of Super Week, blood, sweat, and tears completely being left on the Rift. And we talked about Curse having a hard week as well. Complexity plays 2 top-tier teams here with a win on Dig on the last day. So they have another top-tier team to play as well coming in. So it's not going to be any easier.
Well, they're trying to keep up with Curse as these standings compress.
Yep.
It was
we said this was a big game for that.
Yeah. What a
Very big.
strange game for Westerice.
Yeah. For first victory on the Kales that have kind of been brought out since
They
this
made a
patch
lot
locked
of
in.
mistakes that game.
Yep.
Like, there is still tons and tons of ways for Complexity to improve. The thing that they have down pat is their ability to never give up and continue to play as a team despite someone playing poorly.
Yep.
Right? That is something you see a lot of teams fail to do. Someone starts doing badly, the team completely shuts down. If Complexity gives up a Baron buff, they group up as 5 people around Dragon and try and catch a surprise team fight, you know?
Yeah.
Those are things that other teams aren't willing to try, and because Complexity is near the bottom of the standings, they're willing to do these things.
Right. The other team would just be happy with getting Dragon and scurrying away, resetting. I like the fight. I like how they dictate the games even when they're behind. To fight that, like you said, low on mana, low on health, but everybody played it perfectly. And Dignitas was already respecting that power from the first engage at the mid-inhib turret. They got bubbled, shockwaved, and then tidal waved. And Dignitas, you could see that kind of warm rush go over them like, oh my god, we're losing control of this game.
And I think one of the biggest things that is contributing to this upheaval in the North American LCS, obviously teams are, I think it's just a transition process to the patch. The patch changed a lot of things. The power of the late game AD carries is something teams aren't necessarily used to playing with. So knowing exactly how much damage they can take, knowing exactly how much they can do when they're going in, even knowing what are the 6 items I should have at the end of the game. I don't think I'm a Cutie Pie having all that attack speed on Lucian really gave them all that much as far as late power. And
it's kind of been a flip in the AD carries that are excelling. We see a lot of the carries, Altec, Robert, coming out of the challenger scene and doing a little bit better with these changes, and the AD carries have kind of been set in their ways about things. You'll see a little more in the challenger scene. It's like watching the NCAA. There's a lot more funny, right?
Yeah.
The pros, they lock it down and they go straight ahead. So getting that variety and getting that funny, like we said, Complexity likes to play with a humorous mindset, and it really helps them to forward their game.
Yeah, they, once again, pull out victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, very close to the jaws defeat. Complexity coming out with a very nice win there on our final day of Super Week, but there's way more games. Before we get to those, we're going to go ahead for more on Complexity's huge comeback and throw it over to Dash and Zyrene.
Thanks, Riv. Joining me, we have Prawley and Bubba Dub. Why do you guys keep doing this to us? We're like, I mean, everybody is just on the edge of their seats during these games. How does it feel on your end, being in these kind of intense back-and-forth matches, Probably?
I mean, it's a heart attack for you guys to watch, and for us, it's literally the exact same. We're not having fun. We're pretty miserable up there being like, oh, we're losing early. Now we have to really pull together. So, yeah, don't worry. This isn't fun for us playing games like that. We'd like to just win straight out.
Well, I'm glad to know it's a mutual feeling.
Yeah.
All right, I want to go all the way back to Champion Select really quick right now, because you guys got Kale, just gave up Braum, and you picked Nami over that. What was the strategy coming into Champion Select?
Well, we had a strategy to make sure that top didn't get too far behind. And
he got solo killed.
Well,
What
yeah,
does that do?
but the strategy was to have jungle pressure like top so that he couldn't get dove easily and make sure that bot lane would be fine, even if we got camped. So I'd say that Braum can have trouble early in the laning phase, and that's pretty much why I shied away from that pick.
Okay, but you said that your strategy was to avoid the top lane getting snowballed, but it ended up happening anyway. Is that why the game went on so long, and how did that change your shots in the middle?
Yeah, we generally, well, when it started to go bad top, and we had to give up a lot of pressure on the map. So at that point, we knew we were a late game scaling comp. So we give up as little as we can while, I mean, just scaling and getting what we can, right? I don't know.
Another quick question about Champion Select directed at you, Prawley, is the fact that we saw multiple mid bans, actually all 3 of their bans were mid bans. I believe it was Castanyaso and Ziggs. Were you expecting it, one? And then how does that affect your mindset in Champion Select, kind of watching the mid pool dwindle?
I guess I didn't see our game yesterday, because when they banned Yato, I was just laughing. It's like, I'm so bad at that champion. But when they banned when they banned 3 mid champions, it's like, there's too many mids right now. So after they banned all that, I was like, well, I still have Orianna. I still have a few others that were kind of in the mix, but Orianna was just picked because we made our late game comp really easy, with the wave clear. So I wanted to pull out a goofier mid, but we definitely wouldn't have been able to hold the game the way we did with someone other than Orianna, or I guess Ziggs would do the same.
You say you're bad with Yasuo. You didn't have a great performance on it yesterday. Is it all Robert? Is that really what this is? Because you're undefeated on the Yasuo Trisk.
Yeah, I'm undefeated and undefeated feeding with Yasuo, because both Yasuo games were straight up feeds. I don't know, man. I don't know about that champion. I just don't get it.
All right, one of the things I want to touch on, though, with the Orianna, you went 0-1-9, right? So it's a very, supportive-looking score. How does that feed into your style of play, too, when we're looking at the team fights and the way they played out this game?
I mean, I do like weird, goofy mids and, assassins mids and stuff. But when I played other games, I really liked the support-ish kind of role. So I do have a lot of fun playing, the support mids like Ori or Lulu. And that's kind of what Ori fits into. I was able to just, keep Robert alive, and then for some reason I was able to engage fights well. So I'm fine not playing a huge damage dealer. It's not that different of a playstyle for me because it's still AoE damage. It's just, it takes a while to ramp up.
All right, speaking of engaging the team fights, doing AoE damage, we're going to get a replay up on your screen here. Bubba, I want you to walk me through this one. It's the 3-0 that starts turning the game around, and you guys really flex your muscles and show your power. Let's roll the clip.
All right, so probably like, I'm going to ult this wave. So I'm just waiting for it, and I'm pretty sure it gets Lucian. And I immediately throw my bubble and then ulti and hope to hit people. And as soon as my ulti goes through 3 of them, we knew we won the fight, so we're just jumping in, trying to get as many kills. And based off of how many we kill, we just decide to push.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be honest, after that fight happened, after we got the first couple kills, I was yelling at my team to not chase. I was like, please don't chase, we're going to lose the game now.
And Robert still goes.
And it's like, oh hop, triple kill. And I was like, good job not listening, guys. You guys are so good. Oh, man.
They listened eventually. You guys got the mid inhib off of that, and the game really just started going back and forth a lot.
Yeah.
Well, so go for it.
I was just going to say, once we got that mid inhib, that was kind of what helped us extend that game. So the second we got the mid inhib, it was like, cool, now we can keep farming because, they're not going to be able to push on that.
Exactly. So when you do have a favorable fight like that, you get a room to breathe, right? What is the first thing you try to establish? Is it vision control? Is it just, let's get back and buy, let's regroup? What are you looking to do?
Yeah, backing and buying is definitely not what we want to do, though. Yeah, if people are dead, you got to make sure you keep the pressure on the map. So we kind of, I don't know, we looked, it was like, oh, I think Baron was up, or was Baron up?
No.
No, Baron was up. Okay, so we didn't have any objectives to take other than their turrets. So
might have fallen back to Dragon.
Yeah, I think we fell back to Dragon afterwards.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just kind of if there's no objectives, then probably vision control's your best option. But we had an option to push and get an inhibitor, which was going to extend the game. So that was our best play right there.
There was, however, a huge Irelia, so we didn't want to push out too far because
oh yeah, she was scary.
We just basically used that inhibitor to stall the game even longer.
Yeah.
You guys got to this point where it's just so late game, and this happened yesterday too. When the gold gets this huge gap between the two teams, what does the shot calling become like to come back into it? And you guys keep doing it, and you do it better than any other team in the NALCS right now. You guys have that blue turtle shell going for you. What happens with those calls? Bubba Dub, you got to explain this to me.
Well, when we have a huge gold deficit, it's all about giving up objectives that we can't contest. A lot of teams are getting really good at vision control, so they end up choking us out of vision. We're like, well, we can't contest it now, so we just don't. And a lot of teams, they'll try and contest it, and then they'll get aced, and they'll lose the game off of it. And that's something that we've actually been able to change during this split. At the beginning of the split, we would basically do the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, so I want to jump into our next replay, which is the final fight of the game. And it kind of tails from the point you just made, which is giving up objectives. Why is it that here is when you guys decide to fight around the Baron, especially given the fact that probably you're very low mana at this point? So probably if you could walk me through this replay here.
Let's see. So we didn't ideally want to give up that Baron. We just kind of got there late. And then right now we're just kiting, and Zion overextends a bit to get to me, which was fine. And I knew in this fight, all I have to do is get my ult off, and we'll still win it, even though they have Baron. So they're winning, so they chase forward, and they just forget my balls there, I guess. And I was able to get an ult off. And then right now it's just, all right, make sure Robert's alive so he can clean up the fight. And Wes does a good job flashing over to protect him so he doesn't die again.
I mean, it was a pretty fantastic ult. You managed to get both Syndra and Lucian in that ult.
Yeah.
A lot of damage right there.
Well, that was really scary because when I saw Syndra still having her Banshees, I was like, man, I can't just leave my ball there and ult. I need to move my Q around to get her Banshees off and then ult. So it was, my ult would have gone out a lot sooner if I could have, but I literally just kept it because I had to, and then it ended up working out well.
And Dignitas right now, they're in first. Why do you guys keep beating them? You're 2-1 against them. Is it just the fact that they have the vision control and you just don't contest the objectives you can't contest? Is that what it is, or?
I think we're just here to ruin people's fantasy points. That's it. That's honestly it.
Fantasy League killers.
If Fantasy League wasn't here, we'd probably be 0-28, the dream.
Yeah, that was our goal.
Yeah.
All right, so given the fact that that was such a long, grueling game, just like you had one yesterday, except for today, you have another game to play. How do you recover mentally and physically even to be prepared for that game?
I would say energy drinks. Lots and lots of energy drinks just to keep us going.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, well, thanks, guys, so much for joining us here on the desk. It was a great game to watch. Best of luck in your game against TSM later today. Now, we've got to catch our breath after that exciting match. So when we come back, we'll be bringing you our next action-packed game, LMQ versus EG. Don't go anywhere.
Get through the mid game. Again, we are the best late game team in the LCS. We have a good mid game. Nothing beats us in the late game.
Right together. Oh, Poly's cut.
I'm flashing.
He's lost. I'm on Zion.
Kite into my ult.
Okay. I'm kiting. You're up, bro.
I'm turning this.
Okay, turning.
Yeah, stand Zion.
One hit. Lucian. I got Lucian.
Nice. Careful. I'm staying with Robert. Get in the game. Keep it close.
think the main strength in their early game comes from like the sort of roaming support and jungler force that they use a lot of the time, and they just go around sweeping early vision. And so I think that's where their strongest point is. If we can win out the early game and end the game decisively, I think that we can win versus LMQ.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. We are on to our next match. It's going to be LMQ versus Evil Geniuses. And EG are looking for a win to break a 4-game losing streak that has them starting the day in last place.
Yeah, but honestly, EG has looked more competitive in their games since Helios joined the team. But the hard truth is that it still isn't translating into wins. If you look at their record, the team was 2-6 with Snoopy, and now 2-7 with Helios in the jungle. And also, it's been about them not closing games. There's been 3 games where EG had 1,000 gold lead or more at the 20-minute mark, but they've only won 1 of those matches since Helios joined, whereas other teams in the league win 77% of their games when they have at least a 1,000 gold lead at 20 minutes.
We actually saw that just not happen recently. And we have to remember the last time these teams faced off was Helios' debut in the NALCS.
Yeah, and that was one of the games where EG had the 20-minute gold lead, but it was also an uncharacteristic game for LMQ because they played very passively. It was only through EG's inability to capitalize on their early lead and close out that game that LMQ were able to put out the win. But their fans shouldn't worry. Based on the win over COG yesterday, they look to be back to that fast and loose play style that LMQ is branded for. Vasily actually had a huge game as Tristana, picking up kills throughout that game with some really crazy suicidal-looking jumps. It was an important win as well because it stopped their 0-2 Superweek losing streak. And they start this day actually just 1 game back from first.
To finally see that Vasily style coming out. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's LMQ. It's going to be Ackerman, No Name, Wait, Xiao, Vasily, and more.
And then we have the red side with Evil Geniuses. Inox, Helios, Poe Belter, Altec, and Krepa.
And really, a matchup, you can have almost a featured matchup in every game. I like to watch the mid lane. It's been different this week because now as we're getting the standards back in, mid lane's not on the island. They're getting a little bit more pressure, and we're seeing people that have had roam potential recently not roam as much. The TF being banned out. We saw Link last game kind of just completely, or the other game, set to mid.
And we've also seen Xiao just dominate that lane even more so. He is
because you get that battle now.
On just fighting that mid laner. Without all the roamers that have happened with that 2v0, he's able to take even more advantage of his last hitting mechanics.
Hey, LMQ says if they can keep with their well-laid plans and they don't divert, things will always go well. We saw what happened as they kind of fell into some Pantheon trying to counterpick previous games, so they'll stay away from changing what's on their head.
And Riv, with all these victories from Complexity and Curse, it's getting lonelier and lonelier at the bottom for Evil Geniuses. They are sat on 4 wins right now. Complexity has 6, Curse has 8.
Yeah.
EG does not want to be in the cellar here.
Very, very tough situation to come back from.
Yep.
They have had good pickups with Altec and Helios. They're showing strength to the team, but the result is not the win. It'll be very much more coordinated games, but teams are still finding the errors EG makes throughout long set games. Ackerman looking to pick up the Lulu. Good flex, as we've seen recently, and it actually doesn't get banned out this game.
Ackerman's Lulu play has been exquisite as well. Big time first pick, but Inox didn't get to play Kale on his birthday. He gets it today.
Yeah, Westrice gave him a lot of presents on his birthday. He wasn't having too much fun when he opened those. Helios picking up the Nami for Krepo. Played a pretty good Braum yesterday. But he's going to be forced onto the fish for this one. That KL still gets through. We saw Westrice pick up a win on that.
Barely.
It's been the only one we've seen in the North American LCS since 410. That one. It's been picked and banned. Teams aren't really
Inox
priority.
was able to win on it last week against Curse in that big comeback.
The comeback win.
So I think Inox is really good at it. This can really push EG towards a late game comp. Or even just late game power.
Well, rocket jumping for Vasily, possibly, as they will pick Tristana into what they see so far. No Name maybe just taking up his jungle with Elise in banned out. Grab the Elise, get a nice high tier pick.
Yeah, yesterday when Dash asked Vasily after the game why he picked Tristana over the other 80 carries, it was near the end of the champion select phase, and it's because they hadn't built that much damage on the rest of the team, and they really needed it to come out of the 80 carry position. But also, after the day when he had an interview with Travis from On Gamers, he said that Tristana was what he was known for when he was an AD carry in China.
Right.
So it's not just this recent surge of Trist. It goes back a while.
Yeah. It always feels really good to have a comfort champion like that, knowing it in and out. You can push your limitations a little bit more. We'll see Vasily doing that. As we mentioned in the pregame, a little more of the Valkyrie and the Rocket jumps in on his Courtney and Tristana play now. Pobelter and Alltech. Pobelter, a playmaker the team looks at, somebody to carry these games. Now with Inox on to Kale, it may relieve a little bit of pressure there if they have two big threats, and he's going to get the last pick of the game for himself, as usual.
They might do the Rise mid lane.
Yeah, they have that again. Cinder gets picked up.
They did Rise Kale solo lanes the last time they ran. They got Kale with a Jinx AD carry. Would not surprise me in the slightest. Pobelter is willing to pick Rise into Syndra. And there it is.
Very interesting matchup across the board. We've seen another Jinx as well. Cop played that today, getting a little more playtime herself. We'll see if the sustain lane can keep him safe. EG picking up a team composition that some has a little bit of late game capacity to it, but really wants to win towards that mid game. If they can't get Pobelter in a good spot, Xiao Xiao's looking to go very hard on that lane, as we said before. But they can scale. They have the Rise.
Yeah.
Get to that late game.
There's a lot of late game power in both these teams. Vasily with Tristana.
Yeah.
EG with everything. So a lot of it's just going to have to do with how well Pobelter does against Xiao Xiao in that mid lane, quite honestly. And even just how the matchup goes with the Jinx versus Tristana. This has also been a day where the bottom three teams so far are 2-0. If they keep doing that, they're not going to be bottom three for long.
And a Super Week, you see the top teams really thinking they have the hold, and the lower teams are really able to find a footing when everybody's tired. Nobody really has that last get up and go. Super Week is a strenuous thing to be played on. As the teams load onto the Rift, let's check out your predictions here for Game 3. According to LOLesports.com, 73% of you are voting that LMQ will take this game.
But also keep gazing into your crystal balls and share your picks by tweeting us at LOLesports. Hashtag it LMQ win or EG win. If you're paying by the character, you should vote for EG, but that's not how phone plans work.
That's not how phone plans work at all. And we talked a little bit about how EG really needs these wins. Everything has worked against them today with the other teams in the bottom of the list, as we said, going up. So to lose this, it puts them even farther down in trying to get those wins. It's not going to get any easier as well. Teams are figuring each other out here halfway through the season. We've seen a few different things, but those come from a lot of errors in the late game right now. Teams are kind of faltering as they get pushed into the late game. Before 410, we saw a bit faster of games, so we're getting back into that. Having trouble closing out, having trouble finding last initiative to get the game in your favor. LMQ versus EG. We're into your Game 3 here. Day 3 of Super Week. Week 7 already in Summer Split. Let's see who can pull out the win.
This going to be the 18th game of the split for both these teams.
Yeah.
Meaning 10 will be left before the North American playoffs. The question will be whether EG can make the playoffs or not.
One of those things when you put it in a different quantity, it seems like such a short amount of time. It's like you live an average of 74 summers, Jack. That seems like a lot. Helios found out. He should be safe. Helios' Eve play, as any other, quite aggressive. So eyes on him towards the beginning of this game. We're going to get standard lane matchups like that very much. And we'll see who can really pressure themselves into the late game here. We already know Pobelter and Inox want to get themselves farmed up, be able to be just unstoppable forces.
Credit to our camera guys for getting every single ward.
Every single ward there, yeah.
That was nice.
Let's take them out to dinner.
Yeah. You can see all the defensive wards there, so no invadey wards thus far.
Moving fast.
And a lot of people are trying to save money with the 5-character hashtag. Or they just have the faith in the bottom 3 teams. Super Week is upset week, it appears.
Using those burner phones.
Curse 3-1 on the week. Complexity has another game today, but sitting at 2-1.
Yeah.
EG, however, winless so far in Super Week. Combine that with the opening of this split, where they were 0-4 in Super Week. Add that to this, they are 0-7 this year during Super Weeks. Not their cup of tea.
It's a different style of gameplay. That's for sure. You got to be ready for a single game. It's not a best of 3. No errors can be made in that matchup. When it does, it's very hard to come back. So coming into the LCS, teams are faced with that style to learn as a team together. And a lot of them are kind of still trying to break apart a solo queue mentality. That's Alliance's reasoning for really playing a lot better this year. They said, yeah, we're all good, but then we finally put that together as a team and came out strong. A lot of teams still kind of look for that. Everybody does their own thing here at the beginning when you're trying to put that composition together. As the lanes start off, Inox, he's taking a good bit of damage up here in the top lane as he chugs down his potions. Doran's rings for both starts. They're going to be going back and forth with each other. See how aggressive Ackerman gets by himself, actually. Wow.
Yeah.
Zone defense.
I mean, he hit the early level 2.
Yeah.
Inox has got to respect that. Lulu and Kale, the 2 emergent top laners, really, of this split. Last split started out with the super tanks. Mundo, Shyvana, Renekton, and Trundle. It's really trended towards these ranged mages right now. Kale and Lulu at the forefront. Often banned away. Seeing both of them in the same game is very rare.
Ooh. That's an alert. Should be to Xiao Xiao.
Yeah.
Should be to Xiao Xiao. Okay. He knows a little bit. He's playing high side on mid.
I mean, he doesn't want to get pushed off CS. He's
right.
so greedy right
the
now.
flash in. Force the flash. Is there an ignite to come out? No. Pobelter does not throw that down, thinking the auto attacks won't be enough, and I think he was right.
Yeah, big damage he could put out back on him, too.
Yeah.
It ended up burning the flash of Pobelter, so at the end of the day, not awful for Xiao Xiao, but he was really wanting that wave to stay in the right spot CS-wise. Pobelter...
Oh, Pobelter's flash being down. He does have Helios' help, but they reconsider the fight altogether with the crowd control. Xiao Xiao and both No Name can put out. No Name, he goes in! Xiao Xiao was not ready for that. He was already turning around. 1 for 1, though.
That was really the only option there to try and turn a kill back, but one kill goes to jungle, the other kill goes to mid.
Yeah.
Xiao Xiao already with an edge in that matchup over Pobelter. Should prove advantageous. However, again, Pobelter rushes that magic resist Negatron cloak.
Yeah, last time he did this, he stood in lane, easily taking the simple Qs from Syndra, and he was really able to keep a good fight on. He is one to know how to play a scary situation. He'll keep it safe in that mid lane. Vasily backs it up. Looks like they are keeping quite an aggressive brush control here by Moore. Nice job by him. It's not even really trying to be won by Crepo.
Yeah, this is honestly a lane where Jinx doesn't have too great of a shake early on. Tristana can definitely out-trade anytime they go in. And also shove much faster.
Yeah. Not too bad once you get to the turret. You don't have to deal with super long range, so Alltech lets that go. I was kind of wondering why he wasn't using rockets to get back at it, but he's easily farming under the turret. 5 minutes in. Oh, it's pretty much even Stevens around the map. Just a little bit of gold coming from the kills. First blood is the increase on the side of LMQ. See, both junglers, No Name and Helios, very much in tune with where they are in positioning and their thought process.
They know Flash is down.
Yep.
But also, Helios knows Flash is down. Uh-oh.
Pobelter, you got to consider you're all the way across mid lane. It's going to take a little bit for Helios to close that gap. More hate spikes. Another kick to the backside of Xiao Xiao, and he puts him down to the chair. Oh, what a rude prison. He also starts chugging the potion, actually eating up his biscuit at the same time. Pobelter multitasking.
Yeah, one really critical thing about that last fight was the double buff transfer that happened to Helios, and the one flash edge they would have in the next trade. Even though Pobelter did get jumped on first, the damage from Helios and the flash plus the red buff gave them the edge. 3-0 start on E.
Good answer. Good lockdown. Every lane's getting heated here. Alltech takes a bit of damage as they trade, almost evenly. EG comes away a little more scratched on that. They got the sustain, though. Let's take a look at this one more time. A very aggressive initiation by Pobelter.
I mean, he just about paid for it, but remember the magic resist item he has. He's
That's
a
right.
He rise right now.
That's a perfect
and
point.
Helios is the real bringer of the pain at this point. Nothing to repel to defensively. Tries to get the kill, but it was not quite enough.
That Negatron pickup. You to MVP. We got Tier over onto Pobelter. He was actually hesitant again on picking that one up, but he starts stacking it as soon as he knows he's getting a lot of assists in mid lane. This makes Helios huge. Now, can he make anything with it? Usually he's the one dying for everyone, but now he's got to keep himself safe and in the game.
Right, level 6 on Eve. The next gank is of utmost importance. Honestly, Xiao might have a friend coming soon. He can dodge this
over and over.
would be so important.
Beautifully played.
Just got to get in range for one Rune Prison, and they got him.
Walk
They
the
got
walk,
him.
and they talk the talk. That's going to be a level 6. They can turn around the damage. The teleport's coming in as well. Xiao gets hit up. That's going to be Ackerman. No Name is there as well. The rotation coming down from Inox. They're going to lose Helios. A shutdown, but however, going to the jungler.
Wow.
No Name gets that gold for himself.
There was a 2-level edge between those junglers before that. No
Yep.
Name nearly got a full level for killing Helios. Helios misplayed that gank. He did not ult at the start. Instead, he waited for Xiao to start running away, and then they just barely didn't have enough damage to finish. That's another reason he was in position of the turret. If they played that gank smoother, I think it would have worked and the teleport would have been for nothing, but it doesn't, and it puts LMQ back in the game.
Yeah, there was no flash up for Xiao.
Yeah.
And that teleport would have been an easy turn onto Ackerman after he was dead. So a little bit of back and forth hesitation coming in, but still good at play from both teams as they're trying to get the lead.
I think it's one of those situations, I've done it myself plenty of times as a jungler, I'm sure everyone has, when you're so far ahead, you think you can kill someone without your ultimate, because they got such a good jump on him, they're just like, well, we Rune Prisoned him to start.
Save it.
Let's just kill him. As soon as he started getting away, he goes, oops, maybe I need to ult.
Wow. I'll take a bubble for a death sentence and a box. Very nicely played out there. A flash, however, from Altec, so that could be a repeat trip. Helios again to the mid lane.
Putting on the camp right now. Xiao does have ultimate and flash, though.
He's got the red buff. This will be another flash down if he were able to lock it in.
Whoa.
1, 2, 3. He's not going to actually need the flash on this one. He will be able to get out, but a lot of damage just coming out from Helios there.
Very close timing right there. Pulled out there flashed. He was trying to flash over the Scat of the Week, but ended up getting knocked back. And now Helios in a whole world of pain.
Helios used quite a bit there, now giving the red buff and a blue still sitting over onto Xiao.
Wow.
Dang.
So
things turn quick when Helios thinks he has the upper hand.
mid lane is a battlefield right now, and Helios won the battle, but it looks like they're losing the war. Because these last two ganks, especially with the shutdown and now the double buff sitting on the Syndra, without blue buff control as well, is not good.
A little too reckless. With EG getting the lead here, they're quickly turning things around, and EG has been giving LMQ everything. They've badly had to stay in mid lane.
Yeah, definitely the most action-packed mid lane we've seen, but just a lot of punishment.
Yep.
As soon as one side thinks they have the edge.
Oh, there's the speed up. Huzzah!
Oh, man!
So close. Wait a minute. Helios, don't do it again. Oh, my gosh. This could actually be pretty crazy. Moore was still possibly a fight. That's going to be his double buffs back. A complete refresh. What in the heck is going on this game?
A lot of action. This is an LMQ game, let's be honest. They fight again and again. No blue buff taken, no turret taken, but more deaths and now a chance of taking out that dragon. Helios also got some revenge on that pink ward.
Those buffs are lasting forever. They're going the long haul this game. We'll see how long they go. 10 minutes on this. EG picks up first dragon. Very nice gold. A little bit more coming off the 410 as we've been talking about over the past week or so. And we have the aggression in the top lane, so Inox cannot get anywhere. Ackerman also used the teleport to get up recently, so these two are battling it out. And a wet noodle fight begins. A little bit of a lead with 85 CS and an assist, but nobody can really use it to kill each other.
Double blue buffs as well onto EG. It's one of these games where the double buffs is like a death sentence. As soon as you get the double buffs,
look out.
You're sure to be getting killed fairly shortly after.
Interesting. Very low mana for Helios, low for Inox. Could have a lot of pressure lost in the lanes here if they were to back. LMQ acts on any of this. It could give them quite a nice lead. It's still very close at 500 in the lead for EG. The kills are dead even as these teams are coming up with the perfect retribution kills. After somebody goes down, Moore trying to predict a sidestep there by Crepo, but misses.
Yeah, that lane going kind of how is expected right now. Altec would need a gank to start turning things around against Trist here. Vasily went double Doran's BF sword. Because of the dragon, does not have too big of an overall gold lead.
Wow. Yeah! A sneaky no-name. Good forward wards. That ward definitely pays off. Gets a good return on investment for that one. Looks like Helios won't even try to pursue. And they won't even try to clear either. All the sweepers are down for EG, so they've done what they can. Now soaking up the rest of their experience in the jungle. Ackerman still pushing the top lane, 102 to 91 as Inox is just throwing rings on his fingers.
Yeah, triple Thorns. Boy. Helios wanting to get some warding for No Name. One thing that they haven't been able to establish super well is actually counter warding to know when a counter gank is coming at them. But they have that now, at least on that side of the jungle. And a lot of pinks set up for LMQ in the bottom because Helios has spent so long in the middle of the map. The pinks that the bottom lane have placed have really paid
They've been
for
huge.
themselves.
Easily controlled by LMQ. They've been up for quite some time, thwarting all the ganks bound. Helios again tries to go for the mid lane here as they think that No Name and Xiao Xiao are going to try to put extra pressure onto Pobelter. They should be able to read this though. Helios will have in mind, and he says, Pobelter, stick with me. We're going to need the buddy system on this.
Time for a fight.
Oh, good amount of crowd control. Actually missed on both sides. It's a bit of a scatter here. If Inox can land one of those QZ flashes for it, No Name's going to have a rough time on this. No buffs to be transferred on that one, but they do pick up a nice kill.
Yeah, pink ward bait, really good coordination between the solos here and Helios's E. Once again, a very slight early game lead for EG.
They're actually able to do this with a lot more confidence. Even Helios himself going back to pick up the Negatron Cloak very fast, kind of mirroring each other so they get the shots in. Vasily just troll firing. And shoot it. Yeah, all right.
Also notice how
patience.
more ditched the turrets, so all the local gold went to Vasily.
Yeah.
True support there, getting the extra 150 instead of sharing that 2 ways.
He doesn't need any more. He has Moby boots too. He went fast for those. He's trying to get himself around, get the wards out. Also make sure an Eve doesn't catch them off guard in that bottom lane. A lot of people who can actually hook on that side of EG, so I can definitely see why Moby boots would be a favorite for him.
Not a good pink ward there by Ackerman. He had been pushed back in lane and Inox was waiting for it.
Right.
It's basically
He'd
100
be able
gold
to
down the
control it.
drain.
Slow movement. They're actually thinking this mid turret's going to find a lot of pressure soon. Well, they're right. They're a little early.
Yeah. Map pressure is diminishing for EG right now. Mainly because that Tristana lane did so well against Altek and Crepo. And also because Xiao Xiao has been pushed up most of this game against Rise. They're trying again though.
Oh, whoa!
Hello.
Thought that was a buster shot at
That
first,
one
but it's
going
Jinx! Oh, No Name! Reaches out one of the arms, and he's able to stop that one. Very nicely played.
No Name had a huge smile on his face after blocking that. He knew exactly what was coming. He guarded in front of Xiao Xiao.
It was nicely played. They were able to keep safe Xiao Xiao at 3-2-1 right now. Actually not having an outstanding farm game as he usually does. Still almost up in that lane.
How are you going to be farming when there's constantly Eve gank coming again and again and again?
All the time.
Speaking of Eve ganks, got his ultimate.
It's going to be a wild growth, but that was used quite early. They're able to shred through that. The turret is onto Helios.
Oh, no.
He's able to get out safely.
He picked up another kill.
Yeah.
They would have wanted that to go over
Accident.
to Inox. Eve does not scale into the late game well whatsoever, especially when compared with Rise and Kale. So the fact that these kills are actually going to Helios is really bad for EG's late game chances.
45 seconds left on the clock. It would definitely help to have a little bit of that power not on the Eve. If Pobelter could have somewhere, at least Inox, their teleports will be down. Actually, his will. Ackerman's is going to be up here, so LMQ may be able to make a move on this dragon. You can already see Vasily happily pushing the bottom lane, so they'll have that in their favor too. Also, map control. EG just kind of lost a lot of ground for no reason.
3-man gank in the top lane did not even pay off with the turret. And it was just 300 extra gold for Helios. Well, this turret, it's worth a lot more.
Yeah, it is. The only thing more LMQ would have wanted out of that is to get some kills in the pressure fight where you can get behind the turret, but they're still getting what they want. Dragon spawns and 5, and the bag of chips is there for them as well.
No vision.
No vision, no contest either. They're not even hovering.
Great objective control there for LMQ. Something LMQ did very well against CLG yesterday.
Oh yeah, that game was outstanding.
Dragon
very well
dragon
played.
after dragon for LMQ. And now another turret. 4 turrets and a dragon. EG needs to group and push.
Such a big influx of gold. EG better hopes they do not meet LMQ face-to-face here. They're able to return fire with only one mid turret. It'll open up the map. Maybe they can get some forward wards in now a little bit safer, but they still are dealing with 2 outside turrets. The lane pressure is just going to be so much. Ackerman now free to roam. That's not something EG has the capacity to do.
Definitely not.
Yeah, gold. Gold, yes. Little does he know, there's another 30 right behind him. He's just saving it for later. Pushing down to the mid lane now. Let's see if LMQ can start dictating what EG does. Doesn't seem like Altec's going to be moving too much on this one. Oh no, he is. Really nothing to farm in that bottom lane. He's kind of just wasting time. He looks like he wanted white if he could get to it. But they can't even do that. They're forced now to soak up farm together. So being 30 CS behind, Altec now is forced to kind of combine with the team as they siege clear.
Yeah, and Altec hasn't even completed his Infinity Edge.
Right. That happened in a previous game at 14 minutes. We're already forward past that.
Yeah,
so.
He has the gold for it. It's just a matter of finding the window to go back. They're
Yeah.
already down in map pressure, and they want to be able to punish LMQ for pushing up so far. That's why Helios is in the flank position. LMQ
Right.
really trying to accelerate this game right now.
Helios able to turn that into a very quick Aegis. Nice build by him, coordinating with the team. Just right now causing chaos. This actually does help. LMQ can't get a strong push on, but EG's also not getting anything out of this. They're just kind of giving themselves another chance to catch LMQ in a mistake. LMQ very strong, and you can see EG respecting that.
Yeah, I almost feel like this turret is set to go down unless EG tries a hard initiation, and it doesn't seem like they're powerful enough to do so.
Whoa.
Helios, though, it's starting.
Wow.
Okay, whoa, no, they closed that a lot faster than I thought. EG was kind of walking very slow behind the ultimates. Didn't seem like they had the gap closed to get onto Xiaowei Xiao, but we had at least 2 flashes blown. LMQ now trying to lull them into a false sense of security, but EG says we're still on the forefront of this one. An advantageous flash forward. Altec looking for a zap. The rocket hits. Oh, he pulls him in. He should still be safe on the turret. He's got an exit stage left, but he stays in a little too long. And it looks like they're going to be able to get a few more kills. 1 for 1, another retribution coming in for Altec's death, but great play by EG.
Still, they found a
what we were
fight
talking about.
that piled on a Xiao Xiao. Imagine if Altec would have had his Infinity Edge that fight. It could have been an ace for EG. This is their team fight potency. Inox plus Po Belter running in there strong. And despite the hook at the start, Helios tanked up, got the ultimate, and turned it around.
That looked like a scary call at first. It was one of those maybe calls that everybody followed, and it worked out.
I mean, you normally see the Eve flank around, not come straight up the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
But the intervention and the Eve shield afterwards made him not a visible target. And they blew up Xiaowei Xiao before he could get reasonable damage out.
Yeah.
At this point, it was just some solid chasing. Nami move, speed boost, Kale, Rise, they all move pretty damn fast. Just the tip of the bubble. And then it was funny, Altec had to use his heal to get in range. And then 2 shots. At this point, though, LMQ was just kind of overstaying because they had to get out of there.
Let's see, well, they want to return in that stay.
Finish that turn.
They're going to finish this one this time.
Going right back at him.
Good answer for Evil Geniuses as they take down the middle 2nd tier turret, but that's the only line they have to aggression right now. Ooh. That would have been some lockdown. Helios would not be leaving too soon after the flay. Out of the top lane, LMQ still trying to make EG move to them. Let's see if they can keep doing that. Only a 400 gold lead. This game is very close.
Yeah.
You see Vasily getting a little too close for comfort.
LMQ is continuing to try and press this one, but they do
With
not
an
have a
even
gold lead
Yeah.
right now. And they're still trying to press turrets in a not very clever manner. Helios could just get an ultimate down and they might just try and pile on like they did the last fight. This is immensely dangerous by LMQ.
Oh, what a grab over the wall. Inox forced to use intervention on himself, but this is how it happened. They caught EG, and EG was able to turn the fight around after that first initiation danger is gone from LMQ. Nobody's really following Helios on this one, but he's got enough pressure to stay alive himself.
Yeah, that's kind of was expected to happen. LMQ a little bit lucky to not walk out of that with more losses. This is a little bit more clever, though, because EG doesn't expect them to be sticking around.
Right. That's the LMQ return fight where they usually take the upper hand. Enough wards for EG, though, previously placed. Keeps them and LMQ safe from their own control. Silly back to farming. What a close game again we have in the last day of Super Week.
Yeah, the day of upsets, apparently. Complexity and Curse already with victories over top 5 teams. EG looking to take down LMQ here after going 0-3 prior in Super Week. But we have been saying for quite some time, EG keeps it close or has small leads in almost all of their games, but their ability to close out and win has been severely lacking.
Somehow, Pobelter, 8 assists on that Rise, is getting the items that he needs, trying to charge up the Seraph's Embrace. Already has the Rod of Ages charging up from a few minutes ago. LMQ, this is the map control they have, easily going in their favor. So you can see EG is considering that they need to just pretty much farm up and ward up right now. A dragon could put them in a very bad spot. You can see Helios wouldn't be ready. Altec's low on mana. So that's EG's mindset. They're okay with what's happening right now.
Yeah, map control has its own advantages.
Right.
It's in Dragons and Barons often most of the time. There will probably be a very tense point in this game where LMQ, because of their map control, can start posturing around the Baron pit. But it will be about whether EG can read it and find a fight, whether or not they punish heavily. Because it's pretty clear now that EG, if they have the right type of 5v5 fight, will win it. Maybe that changes if Tristana gets big enough, but there's no way Vasily's at that point right now.
Something to keep in mind is that LMQ does love early Barons, up to 23 minutes, a 2 or 3 man Baron, and they have the ability to hop over walls with their composition. We saw it last game too. Sneaky, sneaky Barons. It's like they get the wards they want on it for now. And that sets up that potential Baron attempt for them. Infinity Edges on both sides, the AD carries who are neck and neck in CS. We know both Altec and Vasily to be very big in fights outside the laning phase. Blue Elixir bought up onto Xiao Xiao. A little more impact in this next fight. They're looking to really close it out and gain more than just an inch out of this fight. They want to gain that mile that opens up an inhibitor.
Xiao Xiao has to make the Cinder count next time, right? Especially with the Kale and Rise being able to run straight at him. Late game, his ultimate won't be immensely reliable. It's fairly, for a very good Kale, a Kale can shut down that Cinder ultimate unless the Kale herself gets stunned.
Right.
It's very telegraphed. All the balls come up from Cinder, hit one at a time on the target. So even if you get the ult halfway through,
usually that guy has the ignite on him too. It's pretty telling.
Yeah. So basically, Xiao Xiao has to act now and pull off something pretty good. That's why he's got that blue elixir, obviously.
Big boost in damage quickly. Also, its percentage working with the Rabadons now, so it almost is worth a little bit more since he has that item. Nicely cleared out. Altec gets the red buff. And LMQ is a little short on their timing. They may feel like they're starting to work on EG's timer here. We also have Inox starting to control the top lane. EG really starting to gain control here. We see Pobelter in the bottom lane. See if they can do this 1-3, kind of extended 3 in the mid 1.
Definitely some split pushing going on here. 1-3-1, is Tristana going to be able to find initiation? Rise, while he's a good duelist, is not a fast turret pusher by any means. Turret damage is either based on your attack damage or a percentage of your ability power.
Yeah.
Rise has neither of those things, so he pushes slower than anyone else in the game. He got it.
Yeah. Slow moving for those lane push on the outside lanes. Looks like Ackerman has actually given Inox a little something to think about in the top lane as they meet together. That's a level 14 to a level 14, both with teleport up, and only one with the ability to stop a teleport to the team fight. You see Inox trying to keep his distance here as he knows it's going to come all the way into the wave, but now LMQ, they're on the side of EG's base. Let's see if they can make something happen. Let's see if they sweep out enough of these, clearing out the jungle. There is red, and now the Baron to possibly happen. That's Phantom Dancer has been finished up for Vasily just now.
Ooh. LMQ gets pinged out while trying to lay a trap, and they may get trapped themselves. Helios is looking to flank, but it would be a very interesting move here. EG has littered wards throughout their jungle, so they would see most of the places for a fight. And they're deciding whether to fight or go for a base raise. Their indecisiveness actually cost them the turret, but they still want to close for this fight.
Ooh.
Helios in position.
Whoa!
Sees him.
Whoa, they flash for Helios. He's inside the box, but if he doesn't move, he's not going to take all that much damage. He gets the ultimate too. 3 ults used onto Helios.
What a shot!
Can they disengage? A 3-man buster shot pushes them back. Again, Vasily flashes, jumps rather into the fight. Inox will go down as he can't reconsider who to hit next. Vasily denies vision to the brush and then starts attacking again. Very well planned out, but more starting that one up big time.
Vasily's buster shot onto EG stopped them from collapsing and allowed them to focus on Inox. Even with the Helios kill, it seemed like it could still be an EG fight until Vasily.
That's all they need. Get an inch, take a mile. Belter goes in, Xiao. The shield's there. You have to reconsider that that's not going to be enough front end burst to get through an entire Ackerman Lulu shield this far into the game. Moore's coming up with very, very big hooks. And this is too reminiscent. When EG starts to crumble, they really start to fall apart.
EG has to be thinking that this can't happen again, because every single time they're in these close games or they look like they have a slight edge and they falter. This time it was all about a big team fight and then mistakes afterwards from Pobelter and Altec sticking around when they should not have.
That's scary. One more time.
Yeah.
Just buster shot.
Helios kind of thought that his ultimate would save him and Kale could knock it in range to kill alt the Syndrome, which was Xiao doing the work. But it literally was that buster shot from Vasily pushing everyone from EG back. I mean, look how kind of low they were. If Altec's shooting AoE rockets into that team, LMQ would have gotten cleaned up. That didn't happen in the slightest. And then it was Pobelter, for some reason, thinking he could burst down Xiao. Altec just was not able to support him. Yeah, he flashed in for this.
How big is his shield coming in from Lulu? That was crazy.
Yeah.
And how about no?
Shield. Yeah, no thank you. Altec had no mana as well.
A great, like we said, buster shot from Vasily, really creating a high and low road situation, and the EG could not return back to their original pathing. Unfortunate events plays in LMQ's favor very accordingly. And they got a 3,000 gold lead now, finally bringing that into their favor. They get the first deficit of the game onto EG with 7 turrets as well. So EG, as they were just starting to pick up that influx of gold, kind of gets shut down.
Really seems that way.
Especially with that Void Staff now onto Xiao. So much more impact from his ultimate.
Yeah, this wasn't even one of the games where it's a huge influx of magic resist on a Mundo or something that needs to cut through, but it's still going to be important. EG not out of this yet by any stretch of the imagination. But another mistake like the one they just had, or even just another lost team fight like the one they just had, a lot of that was LMQ playing fantastically. Would be the game.
Ooh, there's going to be a flash blown by Ackerman. Gets out safely, so good pressure by Helios, really trying to find out the roamers right now. Getting a few things in their favor, but they're not really things they can act on just yet, unfortunately. Talisman of Ascension bought out by Crepo as well as he starts to finish that up. I haven't seen those in a while. Giving a little extra movement speed to the team to get themselves into a fight.
Big item discrepancy by the AD carries right now as well.
Yeah, full item.
Oh dear. Pobelter's not in range. Helios
LMQ. Being LMQ-y.
Wardless right now.
Oh.
Gonna try a flash. He got it!
Oh my god, Helios gets in! He's happy to take that when he says, it's up to you now, guys. It's up to you.
Good lord. Flashes like that are almost never a good idea. Yet this time it works for Helios.
Yeah, right.
If he misses that, they get a 4v5 with Baron. They lose their second inhibitor. They lose the game pretty much for sure. Even with the Baron steal, they still have to hold 4v5 without their jungler. They do have Baron, though. Going to be tough to initiate.
Helios still being very vocal, even though he's down now. Presenting the team how to hold this, how to be safe.
They gotta hold this inhibitor, being down 2 inhibitors.
They can't get in too much. They can't get in at all. Altec forced to just farm out the minions, and still losing the Baron. LMQ is able to force down an inhibitor. We'll see if EG can answer back now with this buff.
Honestly, Riv, this is why Suicide Smite steals aren't necessarily worth it.
Who smited first?
Yeah.
He just smited. No Name didn't get a chance. He turned into spider form and was ready to execute.
Props to Helios for getting it.
Yep.
But they still lost 2 inhibitors at the end of the day. If they had 5 people alive, based on their team fight strength, they probably could have held that inhibitor, at the very least put up a good team fight for it. But because it was a 4v5, they had to let it go.
10-10. Coming in at 32 minutes. EG really needing these as we've crested the middle of the summer split. Being at the bottom of the list and Complexity continuing to beat top tier teams is leaving EG in the dust. And they need to start picking up some ground here. Blade of the Rune King finished up onto Alltech. He has been a very big answer for EG needing to step up here coming into the season. We'll see if they can continue this game. Already has some topsy-turvy endings. Can't, like you said, put it past EG just yet.
Yeah. Gold is still close, obviously the Baron helps with that. One inhibitor up for EG, so they just have to clear out the mid lane. This Baron basically just goes into stalling for EG right now, because they do have 5 people alive, 4 of them with Baron. LMQ has a big difficulty pushing directly into that. So it should hopefully help EG accelerate into the late game. That's the logic behind stealing the Baron, because it will give them some gold. But as you can see, the overall trend of gold in the game is still heavily in LMQ's favor. This was never actually like one of those big EG edges. It's not an EG collapse by any stretch of the imagination. It's just another close game that they failed to come out on top of thus far.
And that gold also shows that when EG did get anything, LMQ was quick to answer back.
Yeah.
Always quick to put that gold back in their favor. It doesn't take too long. See that Baron probably got a good kick of gold over to EG, but still no lead. And LMQ answered back with an inhibitor, so easily keeping that one even. 1 minute and 30 onto Dragon. You can see that LMQ positions themselves bottom side of the map with that objective free so far. The wards are good still from EG though. They are getting the knowledge of where the rotations are coming from LMQ, and that is going to be the first step in coming back.
Yeah, they know they still have the Kale, the Rise, the Jinx. They
Right.
have the pieces to put this together in the right
Patience. Young EG.
Yeah.
Patience. Look at that. Now they control their own jungle again. Small steps. Well, still, there's a word there. They'll get it, though, I promise. Alltech to farm up in mid. He's got a great clip of CS, highest in the game right now at 342. He can really be a menace. And you see, knowing he's behind a bit, uses an extra 350 to pick up a red elixir for a little bit of extra damage as well. These guys need to make an impact in the next fight.
Exactly. EG knows the next fight could be their last.
Right.
This game.
Pulling out all the stops. Got the Alacrity boots on himself for a little bit more movement speed on the upgrade. And now LMQ enters the top side of the base.
Yep, going for the exposed inhibitor this time. Reasonable expectations for LMQ, however. Baron buff just now expiring on EG. But unless there's super minions pushing through the middle and EG has someone not there defending, it's not a fight LMQ can bully their way into. You kind of just have to wait for Helios to present himself. And they found him!
No way. A lone pink ward he just walked through, perfectly placed by the team, allows them to start getting in. This time they don't have to run in for Baron, they're already in the base.
Ackerman went down during that, actually. So, takes 2 to tango, I guess.
Absolutely.
Have to see how that happened.
Very quick
Oh, dear.
shots. It's like Alltech's quite out of mana. Maybe did a switch to rockets and got some shots in. We may see it, may not. 30 seconds on those 2 though, and having your jungler down to the top laner that can push very well means a lot. They can't really get more pressure onto these inhibitors or the safety from Ackerman's wild growth.
Jeez. Some really good pink warding there by LMQ. I mean, the way you play against D when you're sieging is you pink ward behind yourself. A lesson in how to stop the flanks.
They're doing a great job so far.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that'd be a little dangerous.
Dicey. Trying to funnel in a corridor with Xiao Xiao's stun.
4 of 5 dragons. Baron going to EG. We'll have to see if there'll be another one to even have. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on this matchup. We'll have to see if Pole Belter's Rise can continue to scale. He's actually had a hard time. Only 9 assists to him. Yeah, assists are great, but a Rise would be loving to get those kills instead.
I actually took another look at the Ackerman death, and it was basically like he didn't get the memo that they were collapsing on Eve. He stuck around. Pole Belter just ran at him, rune prisoned him, and they all killed him.
Oh,
very unfortunate moment, yeah.
Goes to show you, even though everybody looks like they're on the same page.
Yeah. Sometimes
somebody's daydreaming.
Open the book.
2K gold lead, 2.5 for LMQ. By no stretch, an instant win for them. 11-11 in kills. And somehow EG is still standing tall with only 4 turrets on the map. 2 exposed inhibitors, and LMQ is still having a hard time at pressuring an open inhib right now. Helios he's been going down, but he's been doing so much chaotic flanking that it gives LMQ so much to think about. They're never initiating their own moves.
And I think they're respecting the Kale Rise jinx as well.
Yeah.
That's a huge thing.
Only getting stronger.
They're catching Helios in a couple of bad spots. Helios has had some fantastic plays this game.
Yeah.
And some disastrous plays this game as well.
Both ends of the spectrum.
It all balances out in the end.
8 seconds, chat. We're about to dance.
Yeah, this Baron is a contentious place right now. No vision is safe for EG. All those wards getting cleared out. Some good sweeping. You can see Oracle's Lens has been the upgrade for both No Name and Boomer, making this ever so important. Inox is actually trying to do the split push game. It's a very dangerous game right now. But here we go. How fast can he push versus LMQ making up their mind? Where will they go?
Ooh,
We've seen this song and dance from EG. They generally don't come out on top of these games, but they're trying yet again. LMQ is laying in wait.
Oh, man. Keep pushing down mid. They actually stopped Moore. Moore was trying to return back here with Vasily. They're trying to get back in the mid lane, and it looks like Inox is just going to be able to grab himself an inhibitor turret. Ackerman quickly gets there, level 17 to 18, but Ackerman can still shut down what Inox is doing with that Whimsy.
Great
Polymorph,
move
rather.
there by EG, honestly. LMQ didn't want to pull the trigger on the Baron. They respected the EG's team fight too much, and they get a turret out of it. And Helios is in position, but the rest of EG is not. This is going to be a slow blast.
Onto Vasily. He gets knocked away. He actually gets put inside the box. What a shot from Vasily. Now they can turn around and reassess the fight. Krepo walks in, taking 3 shots from Vasily. He's still firing freely on the outside. Jumps to the back line. They're trying to focus him down. Eyes on Vasily, and he goes down. It's going to be also Altec as well. The 80 carry damage is out, but Pobelter can still output that type of damage from Machine Gun Rise there. However, on the heels of Helios, he will be locked up. Still trying to create a little bit of trouble for the team, but he cannot get out, breaking the crowd control. Everybody's loving this in the LMQ fan side, and the Baron not going to be stolen this time.
I mean, LMQ has 40-second death timers. You would expect them to go clean up those inhibitors, but they take the Baron instead. They may still have time for inhibitors afterwards. That fight went completely in LMQ's favor as well. EG had a very sloppy initiation from many different flanks.
Too spread, way too spread.
LMQ goes back to base afterwards, doesn't even think about the inhibitors.
There's a big gap to be closed here in this
fight. Tidal Wave split him up, Helios comes in, but look at Kale and Rise, 2 of the big damage deals. They're way back there.
Yeah.
They barely touch. And then, really, the name of the game is Vasily right here because he creates chaos. He goes for Altec, jumps around the back of the fight, and then makes everyone chase after him while still taking out the opponent 80 carry. Too much distraction, too much protection from Ackerman and his Glitter Lances. And EG does not play that fight optimally.
Really great focus from everyone. No Name getting a great wild growth from Ackerman, and they're really just confusing and shutting down a lot of what EG wanted to put forth in that fight, but they all died before they even hit the ground. LMQ coming out strong. Late game or the start of the game, they just want to fight. And they actually found a fight that EG brought to the table and put it in their favor. It just goes to show that LMQ is always ready to put the gloves on.
LMQ is just always ready to do anything, whether they're losing fights, coming back after fights, and just push up mid lane now, knowing they have the Baron buff on 5. The EG can't mess around with these split pushes. They have to get there immediately. They've come back from having 2 inhibitors down before, but giving them up is really dangerous on a fresh Baron buff, because that means LMQ could push 5 with Baron on a 3rd inhibitor while 2 are dead if EG doesn't fight them right here, right now.
Mid inhibitor, a little harder for Helios to get a
wants
pinch on.
to go.
As the tidal wave, Banshee's Veils are only going to be broken on that. They try to lock down Ackerman. His wild growth is still up, and you can see the patience of the skills being used, just slowly poking back at Pobelter, not trying to ult it.
Tidal wave, Rise ult down. LMQ still has everything. The 2nd inhibitor is not long for this world.
They're just watching everything go in their favor slowly, and they're not trying to push their luck on this too. They're getting everything they want within their limitations, They're going to go ahead and slowly walk away from the explosion.
Yeah, expertly done there by LMQ with very timely disengage when EG tried to run at them. Helios had a little bit of bad memory going around there because he did not try a wave from the back flank. He tried to come in from the side, which meant LMQ could disengage really easily before Helios could get an ultimate off.
And that turret Inox was on, and such a good play from Evil Geniuses, unfortunately. Still up, cleared out now in the bottom lane by Xiaowei Xiao. They stand quite strong.
This could be.
Xiaowei Xiao's not there. Yeah, LMQ is reconsidering. Or maybe not. Ackerman says, I got the memo this time, but we should still go for it. Oh my gosh!
That hurts. EG left their base for the slightest amount of time. They have to go immediately back to go clear super minions as well.
Ackerman's writing the memos from now on. Fax them out. Alltech not able to get in range with the rest of the team to take down the dragon in fast enough time. We've seen Zap Dragons and Glitter Lance Dragons today. You gotta get your smites on, junglers.
Hey, smiting's a hard thing to do. This third inhibitor, though, is really hard to defend. We know how strong 2 waves of super minions are, and they will be arriving at EG's base. This is really bad for EG.
A good bubble, but a lockdown. They cannot get back into it with more being right there in the box possibility. Slow movements in here from LMQ, and they're getting everything they want as they turn EG's base into shambles. It's only a matter of time before they have enough minions to just brute force the base. A great tidal wave, but again, a little too far away. LMQ has beautifully disengaged to reset the fight.
And EG, they can try and stay in, but they're going to be losing their base.
Whoa!
Vasily always goes in.
Vasily going in so hard. You can see LMQ almost told each other, turn on the switch. It doesn't matter if you go down. We're getting everyone right now. And that switch was flipped indeed. Nexus turret's already going down by the hands of super minions as LMQ doesn't even need to be on the Nexus turrets to get them go down. That's going to be the Nexus following as well. Game 3 here on Super Week of Day 3 is going to go to LMQ at 44 minutes over EG.
LMQ saying they are not the team to be upset today.
No, sir. No, sir, indeed.
On this day of upsets. And another heartbreaker for EG as well. Being in the game for so long and then just having LMQ being a little better down the stretch.
What?
Well-communicated team fights by LMQ.
A great game of team fights overall.
Yeah.
From the mid lane, coast-to-coast dragon fights going to the top lane. Saw a hell of a lot of fight prowess from both of these teams, and they can match it up. Seeing where the falters came in this game, it's the pressure in front of the base. The initiations of EG trying to get back in. And LMQ, like we said, always ready to put on the gloves, was ready for a Helios flank.
And a great bounce back game for LMQ. They started off this Super Week 0-2, kind of reconfigured their mindset and said, you know what, if we come out of this at 2-2, it can still be a success. You can see how positive their faces are right now.
EG, a rough Super Week coming in here.
Yeah.
Not able to find any of what they wanted.
It's the second Super Week in a row EG has went 0-4. Week 1 and now Week 7. It keeps them in the bottom of the standings. They came in, 1 game back from Curse, tied with Complexity. Now they are 2 games back, at least from Complexity. Complexity could still have another win.
Right, yeah,
and
they have another game today.
4 games back of Curse. So really not the week they were hoping for. And it continues. They look so good in the mid-game with Helios in the jungle. But now that moves them to 2-8 since the acquisition of their Korean jungler. And I know Helios does have good English. I've heard him talking. His early game calls are definitely enough. He can communicate with the basics and keywords. But you really have to wonder when they're pulling these late game team fights. You need to say more than flank, come here, gank top, ward. There's a very complex set of variables about pushing waves and knowing where wards are and initiating at the right time and waiting for skills before you go in. Yeah. It's so many things you have to prep properly before a team fight. And I don't know if EG can do that right now.
Right. Early game communication, it's very lax. You have time to get from lane to lane. When everybody's roaming through the map, you're about to meet somebody. And you need instant control over that.
And you can tell that's what LMQ has.
Yeah.
for the most
Absolutely.
part. Obviously, there was the Ackerman getting left behind, but LMQ is very much a team on the same page. No Name calls almost all the shots, and people just, they have to listen to him.
Yep.
Right? And without that instant communication, sometimes you can run into some issues.
And when it happened for EG, we saw them go straight down the mid lane, flash in. They took down Syndra, and they started to gain control of the fights where they were just as headstrong as LMQ was. When you do that to a team, that does scatter them. It takes a lot longer to reassess what's going on. Did he flash? Can I use this? You know?
Yeah.
Are you going to see somebody try to kill an Elise with an ultimate when she just repels because you forgot repel was used?
Yeah.
Those little things in a fight become huge. And they were trying to do that with intervention situations, which didn't come out on top for them, unfortunately. We've seen Kale back and forth in the play. Teams are kind of letting her go through now.
Yeah, it hasn't shown immediate success, but I mean, it's a terrifying champion to play against. It is.
That's why people are trying to shut it down when it does get through.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 2 more games here on Super Week as well.
Yeah.
On the 410 patch. Next week, we're going to the 411 patch with Kale nerfs. They're not huge nerfs. She should still be viable, but she won't be the same kind of overwhelming perceptive force that they have. But, you know, another win for LMQ.
Absolutely. Moving on, there's more to go. So for the pros' perspective, let's throw it over to Dash.
Thanks, Riv. I want to welcome Zhao Zhao and our interpreter, Bo Shen, to the desk after a fantastic win over EG, bringing your Super Week to 2-2. Now, my first question for you, Zhao Zhao, is starting 0-2, what did you guys have to do as a team to prepare and move forward and make sure that you came out of the Super Week in a good position?
就是他第一个问题，就是你们在一开始 Superweek 一开始就输了2场，然后你们是怎么准备的，然后才能就是打到现在的2-2。
我觉得我们主要还是在输了之后能迅速的调整自己的心态，然后减少比赛中犯的失误，尽量去提早的抱团，然后打团的时候大家就是都做得好一点。主要还是团战以及5个人在就是5v5团战中的协调性，然后去赢得团战的胜利。
So the key for our winning is that we were able to go back and change our mindset for the game and come back strong, work as a team to keep push, and especially in the mid game, and we try to win all the team fights, and that's how we win our game.
You definitely showcase your team fighting in that game, but I want to ask a question more specifically about you in the mid lane. With the champion pool as big as it is, right, there's so many options for mid laners to pick. How do you as a mid laner prepare for all the different matchups that you might face?
就是现在的话，有中单的话，有很多英雄都很强势，然后都可以去选。然后呢，你觉得你是怎么来准备自己，然后让自己在应对所有的中单的时候都会游刃有余呢？
我觉得一般选英雄主要还是在看一些阵容以及对面的中单，比如说我在右边右边最后一个选人，然后我会根据对面中单的选择，然后选择一个线上比较好打的英雄，然后去 counter 做一个 counter pick。然后我在左边的话，因为左边中单是要先选的，然后我就会选择一些线上比较强势，就是比较 OP 的，然后角色去对抗对面的中单。
It all depends on how you pick and counter pick another team. If I was in the right side, I would choose because we have to choose our mid lane first, and then I will pick some a really good champion who can bully other champions. And if we on the left side, we were so I will be the last one to choose. Then I will counter pick their pick. So that's how I pick my champion.
Absolutely. So side choice really matters there. Kind of a follow-up in the mid lane. In this game specifically, we saw a lot of focus on the mid lane, right? Both junglers showed up multiple times. How does that change your play style when all of a sudden there's a bunch of focus on the mid lane?
就是在这场比赛中，大家都在针对中单，就是不论是你还是对面的中单，然后你是怎么来应对这样的情况的呢？
因为辛德拉本来就是一个比较在线上容易赢得瑞兹的英雄，然后对面的打野是一个寡妇，然后我们这边打野是一个蜘蛛。在前期的 gank 中，因为这局的话，他前几波 gank 也是因为就第一波瑞兹闪现，然后 W 我，然后我也是闪现躲了，然后血线被打下去了。所以说这局因为他们上下路都不是很好抓，所以说他寡妇加瑞兹肯定会一直抓我，而且辛德拉在没有就1v1的情况下是很容易就把瑞兹压得很惨的，所以说我这局已经知道他应该会来就是蹲我， 所以说我就会一直呼叫自己的打野，然后在两边做一些防守眼，然后尽量的话走位小心点，然后有打野在的话，我们就可以上去稍微的卖一下，然后跟他们打一个2v2。所以说，因为我们英雄的优势还是比较容易赢得在前期的一个2v2 的。
Because I picked Syndra, basically she is better in the laning phase than Reds, so I knew that they would try to gank me to help their Reds, and then I just keep calling low lane to help me out, and we put a lot of vision in to protect me, and then we counter jungle we counter gank their gank, and then we gain a little bit advantage.
Alrighty, and the final question I have for you is more a question about how it feels to now be established in the North American scene, right? We're 7 weeks into the split. You've definitely developed a fan base. So what does that feel like to really be a part of this, this especially such a chaotic and, contentious split? What does that feel like?
就是现在已经打了7周了，然后呢，你在北美这边也很受欢迎，有很多 fans。然后呢，你现在能对这个就是现在整个北美的比赛的情况的进展做一个分析吗？
我觉得北美这边主要是打法风格偏向于稳定，大家更愿意去 farm， 然后打一个后期的团战。所以说大家选择一般都会选择那种团战，像 AOE 爆发这种。所以说每局比赛都会发现打的时间很久，因为大家都在进行一个 farm， 然后去等待最后一波团。所以说主要这边的风格还是偏向于 farm， 而且前期的 gank 也会比较少吧。所以说差不多这边主要的风格就是这样。然后我们跟其他队伍的风格就不一样，主要是我们每一局都能在前期选择一些非常强势的英雄，然后前期取得一定的优势。但是很多比赛输是因为打到中后期，然后发现阵容被对面很猥琐的 farm， 然后对面装备成型之后，然后跟我们打，很多时候我们后期的阵容打不过对面。所以说这边可能主要风格的不一样吧。
So the North America LCS is very different from China, and usually teams will farms or not, and in the late game they tend to team fight or not. But the difference MQ is that we try to gank in the beginning or not. We try to fight always try to fight, and the reason why we lose our games is because that sometimes they just turtling all the game, and in the end, and they farmed up, and their team combo was way better than ours, and then we lose our game. So the difference is how we play the game.
All right, well, you're coming off of 2 great wins here to end Super Week. I want to thank both you, Zhao Weizhao, and Bo Shen for the interview. Now, we've got more action coming up after the break, and we're going to read a few of your Twitter responses. Then Team Solo Mid will storm to the Rift to face off against Complexity in our 4th match of the day. We'll be right back.
Absolutely crazy. More hate spikes. Another kick to the backside of Zhao Weizhao, and he puts him down to the chair. Oh, what a rude prison. Ultec looking for a zap. The rocket hits. Oh, he pulls him in. He should still be safe on the turret. He's got to exit stage left, but he stays in a little too long. Krepo walks in, taking 3 shots from Vasily. He's still firing freely on the outside. Jumps to the back line. They're trying to focus him down.
LCS. Now is that part of the show where we let you do the talking. Earlier in the broadcast, we asked you, what is the most impressive thing you saw in the NALCS during Super Week and why? And here's what you've been saying. At Alexia de Ferenz, Curse, coming out strong on day 2. A lot of people say they had a rough schedule, but they are making the best of it and more.
Oh yeah, I would go out to saying they had the roughest schedule possible, and they went 3-1. Incredible control there by Xpecial all throughout. Definitely deserving to be up there on the tweets.
Yeah, a fantastic showing by them, turning around their season. Our next tweet we have is at @IamTunk. CLG's Link living on the edge in the game versus Cloud9. Truly playing a dangerous game.
I see what they did there. It's a mastery. Oh, that's the joke. Yeah, Link had a fantastic Twisted Fate all throughout, to the point that people are banning it against him now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Twisted Fate across all games, too. And at Smack24123 says, has to be the real Thresh Prince Xpecial. Best Thresh play I've seen all season. GG, and good job on 1,000 assists.
Exerting that lane Thresher all throughout the game.
Oh, dear God.
100 games, 1,000 assists, averaging 10 a game. Amazing job there by Xpecial. Doesn't just mean he's getting assists, it means he's not taking his AD carries kills.
Absolutely. Thanks to everyone who wrote in, but we'd love to hear more, so keep hitting us up at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS to join in the conversation. But now, let's get back into the games. As we throw it over to Freak and Kobe, Dignitas and Cloud9 have both had their season tripped up by complexity. It's something the teams may have in common with the overalls wearing guy named Mario.
Complexity has surprised me in a good way. They've been the real blue shell, and it's really, really fun to watch. People are like gonna go in the match, vote C9, vote Dignitas, and they have like 9 or 10%, and here we are with the Complexity blue shell. Just go into the match and just beat those two teams. But the fact that they were able to beat those teams either means they did not prepare enough, or Complexity really does have the talent on their team to beat anyone and be a real blue shell.
Well, thankfully for TSM, Blue Shells only hit the first place cart, and right now they're still about second place in here. They can make their way up if they win here. But
yeah, it's a bonus to not being in first.
They're impervious. It'll go around them. You just got to dodge it. They won't home in. Guys, welcome to the desk. I'm David Victorli. Helping me call these final 2 matches of the day is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, and Kensler. And we're jumping right into the action with Team Solo Mid versus Complexity.
Yeah, TSM have been trying to really figure out what strategy works for them. Yesterday, they played slow against Dignitas and lost. But in their second game against Evil Geniuses, they played fast with an early game composition utilizing strong solo laners like Syndra, Renekton, and they also used Elise, who Amazing is currently undefeated on, 7-0. I expect that they will return to a strategy that focuses on that early game power, controlling dragons, and a comp that allows them to win without having to wait for the late game. This should be a match that favors TSM. You know, they are undefeated in games against the bottom 3 teams.
But like we've seen, Complexity does have the chance to beat those teams above them. They are now 2-1 against Dignitas. They're undefeated 2-0 against Cloud9. And they can just add TSM to that book of top teams they beat.
Yeah, and they had another upset already against a top team today, Dignitas. They're also a very, very happy team, always comical. Let's see. They showed a lot of determination in that game, you know, and it doesn't look like it wore them down at all. They were able to stay calm, and they clawed their way back from a huge deficit. That being said, they are 0-2 against TSM, and this is going to be one of Complexity's harder games. They found a lot of success with Robert Exley's Tristana, who has had a very strong laning phase and been a reliable force in that late game. And whenever you have this much success with a champion, though, you can expect your opponents will start banning it sooner or later. So I'm curious to see what the next AD Complexity will use if TSM do go ahead and ban that away. Because that's a ban that's really jumping out at me right now looking at Complexity.
Yeah. The only game that Complexity's lost this week was CLG, and they banned the Tristana in that match. It's a pretty important thing to think about. Of course, let's check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side is Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and Glebe on support.
And on the red side, it's Complexity. Up top is West Rice. In the jungle, Kez, mid Frawley, AD carry Robert Exley, and supporting Bubba Dub.
And I wonder if actually the like backup plan for TSM might just be relying on their duo lane of Wild Turtle and Glebe. They have stepped up, I think, a lot recently. They're playing better than they have throughout much of the season, and maybe they just hold them down instead of just taking the ban there. Robert, I think, is definitely the main guy to watch on the Complexity lineup. Maybe you can hold him down in the duo lane.
Yeah, some extra jungle pressure never hurts either. Bubba Dub was talking about how he picks Nami really early just because it's a sustained support, and even if they do get jungle pressure, they ensure that their bottom lane won't be kept down. That's why he hasn't picked things like Braum.
Well, right off the bat, Tristana gets removed away. Good lesson learned here by TSM. Like to do 2-0 on that champion throughout the week. The Lee Sin away from amazing, but the Elise is the one that I think is really scary. And it's just weird. There's so much tunnel vision on Lee Sin. Right, on that champion getting removed away, and there's all these sleeper picks. Not even sleeper picks, but just like ones that don't get the same respect.
Elise is definitely not a sleeper pick.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to say it that way, right? But the fact that people keep letting them get this champion. And
also,
keep excelling on it.
I have to say, sometimes people get really fixated on statistics, but really the first thing that they teach you in statistics, actual statistics class, is that correlation does not prove causation.
Yeah.
So just because you see a trend does not mean that that is causing the outcome of these games.
True.
Everybody got to be careful because we're throwing around a lot of stats nowadays.
So make sure you use the right ones. Kale removed away there. Team still in mid. Statistically, 1/3 of the time Kale gets banned, roughly. Kassadin, though, the early hover there. Bjergsen getting a rare Kassadin pick against Complexity. And it's going to go through.
That's what happens when you ban all junglers here. But Complexity knew what they were doing, and we'll see if their plan pays off here. They actually don't even first pick a jungler after spending 3 jungle bans and letting Kassadin through. So instead, they get that very strong comfort pick. Lulu. Westrise had one of his best performances of the entire year on Lulu, holding down Inox Jax and actually coming up with one of the game-winning plays on that champion. As well as Thresh, always a very strong support champion to pick up.
Well, you know what I like about this is Amazing's go-to after those 3 jungle bans is Jarvan. Thresh is great against Jarvan. Lulu is great against Jarvan. You either flay him out of his EQ combo, or you just make the guy that he goes on gigantic and tanky and probably more durable than Amazing in the first place, and then life is pain for TSM.
The thing is, Amazing has gone tank Jarvan, so Jarvan, pretty much they've been using him for utility of attack speed for flag, and the Cataclysm. We'll see what he comes up with this time, though, because if you do go damage Jarvan, then your worst nightmare is going to be those flays interrupting your combo and the Lulu knocking you up once you all in, because he is a very committed champion once you dive in.
Pretty much picks one direction and goes all the way through it, though. One thing that concerns me, though, with TSM is just the fact that I don't like their team fight right now. There's the small anti-synergy of Jarvan, Gragas. Sometimes you knock them out of the Cataclysm and then you're really sad about it, but also just the fact that none of the champions picked have high sustained damage. And so if you knock someone down, it's like Kassadin does 400 to you, and then nothing else happens.
Be quiet, freak. They're mousing over Tryndamere and Urgot.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
Don't you realize?
Sorry, I forgot. Complexity's not trolly at all. They would never lie to us with the hover over.
The thing, though, about TSM's comp, it's not that bad because Kassadin really thrives when you're able to create space in a team, and he's really good at chasing down champions. So Gragas as well is good at chasing down champions. They have a good team for, if they're able to control the map early, the vision, they can actually catch a lot of people out with this combo here.
But that's the difficulty, is what do you have to run away from? When they hovered Kog'Maw, I was like, that's what you kind of need there. That was LMQ 2 games ago when they picked Tristana late, like, shoot, we need damage output. And Vasily on Tristana was that. TSM, like, you're right, if they get control, Kassadin and Bjergsen can do these crazy things. But if you're not forced to run away, there's no chasing.
The thing is, if you pick Kog'Maw, they already have Vi. It's not a lot of people like to pick Kog'Maw into Vi because that is a guaranteed engage there. So Turtle switches. Caitlyn also has a strong late game. Her laning phase is much better, though. So actually, TSM do go more early game oriented there. With the strong laning phase, Nami Caitlyn can bully anybody they want.
That lane is freaking rough to fight against. Complexity, I would not be surprised to see them go for a lane swap, even though it's uncommon, just because of how difficult it is to fight this combo. Tristana is gone. Gotta see. I guess we already know what the dual lane is. It's the Thresh Lucian here, but now we get to see. Probably says he likes playing support mid laners. He likes the Lulus and Orianas of the world, so that could be mid Lulu, and they could go for a counter pick up there. Ryze is going to be the lock-in. The thing is, Ryze, we've seen it go both lanes, same as Lulu.
Interested to see who ends up, how they can maneuver these lanes, because Kassadin actually doesn't have too bad of a time against Ryze with the magic damage shield, especially if he can start sustain items. Very interesting. Double teleports there for Complexity. as of right now.
Interesting. I actually do like TP Rise a lot, though. I know we saw TP mid lane from CLG's Link yesterday and didn't work very well. They lost that game, if I recall properly. But TP Rise I like just because his base damages are enough. You don't need Ignite to win. You itemize durability. You don't need to like run barrier or heal to like survive ganks. But showing up and being Rise in a team fight or a random jungle gank is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, they're also showing the teleports really early here, and Kassadin can easily switch over to teleport as well to match if Bjergsen felt like they didn't want to deal with that late game pressure, because Kassadin showing up in the same place is very bad. It's a snowbally champion. If he gets 1 or 2 kills, gets out of control quickly.
Yeah, well, they blind pick the summoners. Looks like it still is Ignite, Kassadin, TP Rise here. Let's go ahead and check on the LOLesports.com vote to see who you've been giving the thumbs up to. 85% of the vote, TSM leads Complexity.
Keep sending in your picks to @LOEsports and use that hashtag TSMWin or COLWin. You're right, they can't see that teleports.
Nope. But it's going to be the overall, I guess, strategic mobility advantage there for Complexity. They can show up as a group of 5. A little bit more easy on one side of the map. Vi and Jarvan, the 2 junglers as well. Great CC, get to the backline, lock someone down champions, and they can start good fights.
Thing is, we have not seen a good Jarvan in North America. We really haven't yet. So maybe Amazing is going to show us up, because his Jarvan has been improving. It started very, very low down, though. So he's come up to a decent level. We'll see if he can actually have a very strong game on it this time around. Jarvan can be a very tricky jungler, coming at you from many different angles.
Well, we'll see if the TSM jungler can live up to his name here. Graduate past mediocre on Jarvan. The online crowd and the in-person crowd still behind TSM here.
Yeah. Amazing has been improving on his Jarvan, so we'll see how far he has come. 3 people, deep utility going biscuits here. Not too deep, but
9 points.
Semi.
Well, probably 21 utility. It's a normal build for a Rise.
Yeah, he probably is.
Okay. Those are easy. I'll give it to you.
I wasn't even.
Yeah, okay. Ruby Crystal start, though, is also kind of fun. I typically see a lot of Sapphire Crystal starts for Rise for the extra damage output, the extra spells in lane, but not the case here for Prolly.
Dade busts that one out in OGN sometimes.
Oh!
Got him.
I mean, Prolly said he got these tattoos in Rune Prison. He's fighting an officer of Piltover in the opposite lane, so he's going to send him back. Prolly's in violation of his parole. How many kills has he gotten today? He should go back to jail.
Looks like he is going to go heal up, because he put all that money into the Ruby Crystal. Doesn't want to start out with less than maximum HP. Early shot, though, from Turtle is going to give him confidence. That's what it's all about for TSM. The early game here.
And right now we're going to have just standard lane starts one out, so...
I do like this from TSM, because a lot of the games where Complexity upset top teams have been the top teams making mistakes in that bottom lane and giving Robert really strong early leads.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for TSM to mess up in this bottom lane and give them an early lead with Nami Caitlyn. We'll see how they can pull it off, though. Bubba Dub, if he lands one of those perfect death sentences, you can always turn a lane around.
And we'll see what happens as the junglers get through their camps. Kez, a bit of a slower start than Amazing here, both of them starting on the northwest side of the map, so they'll be down by the duo lanes a little bit later on. Wild Turtle holding pretty equal in this. Looks like actually a slight push lead. Oh! He didn't count the damage right there. It's 25 for caster minion.
I don't even need the money. I'll watch the minions die.
And it hurts Glebe too, though. He gets 1 minion per CS that Wild Turtle gets, or 1 gold per CS that Wild Turtle gets. He's screwing his teammates over as well.
Junglers both started on top side, though, so they are both going to end up down bottom. Glebe goes for that 3-minute ward just in case there is the double buff gank from Vi, trying to protect himself.
I do want to see how this mid lane matchup goes, though, as well. The junglers, of course, can pretty much always gank mid. Your paths always put you within about 10 seconds of that lane. Right now, the early push down from Prolly. Bjergsen does not have his slow available yet. And when you learn E, you still need to learn to get the stack. So probably know there's no gank assistance for Bjergsen right now. Not for a while.
Bjergsen going to be able to see us pretty well under the turret, though he does miss one. Cassidy, one of the biggest buffs to him, since he does get pushed in early by many, many champions, was the change to his W, because it makes it so much easier to CS under a turret. And that's really what's been helping him out in a lot of those matchups that were just too tough for him to even take before. You can see Prawley, the biggest advantage that he gets over Bjergsen are from all these auto attacks that he threads in with his spells. So whenever he throws a Q, he will also follow it up with an auto attack for the extra damage.
Speaking of auto attacks for extra damage, though, Dyrus on Gragas here actually doing a very good job in the top lane. Right now, 6 minions ahead of Westrice. He is running a little bit low on mana, but with teleport, that's not that big of a problem for Gragas. And so far, so good for the TSM top lane. So the smallest of 100 gold leads so far for these guys. But hey, that's the big difficulty for teams a lot of the time against Complexity.
It is something that Dyrus focuses very heavily on, and you're often surprised by just how much CS he does have in the top lane, because he does play that safer style and concentrates completely on the last hits, rather than going for a lot of excessive trades in lane that would cost him. So it is paying off so far. Meanwhile, mid lane, we have Jarvan waiting in the bushes, helping, trying to shove this lane in so it doesn't stay in front of the turret here. Bjergsen did go with that sustained start, by the way. Crystalline Flask.
And now goes the minion wave. So Bjergsen gonna have a pretty safe recall. Probably when he does choose to go back, we'll have teleport to aid him if he wants it. Neon Strike Vi with the awesome recall sounds. The engineer who actually made those sounds posted about that a couple days ago. Talked about how he did it. A lot of tweaks to sword slashes and clangs.
I think the most interesting sound effect I heard the creation story of was the Zac one.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, where they filled up a condom with fluid and smacked it against the wall a couple times.
Nice.
Not what you think it would be filled with.
Wow. You know Mordekaiser's are actually all heavily distorted guitar sounds?
All of them?
Yep. Every single sound is some kind of tweaked, heavily distorted and tweaked guitar.
The way that they come up with these things.
Hey man, our engineers
creative.
Are cool. Yeah, oh yeah. They're pretty cool bros. Right now though, TSM just creating a 200 gold lead in the laning phase. Not too much going on, though. The fact that Cassidy is laning just fine is a good thing, at least for TSM. Of course, keep in mind, like, Ryze is another one of those great late-game champions who just loves to have a fairly safe lane where they're farming without much difficulty. It is still the case here for Prawley.
Oh, heartbreaker for Dyrus. Probably the biggest event that has happened so far in this game. Cannon minion missed. Wild Turtle missed one, but it was just a regular melee.
Yeah. Robert actually just got that cannon minion with his W. That was from far away, too. That was a trick shot.
It's the little things.
Uh-huh. All right, Westrice back to the TP. Chalice opening for him. Dyrus easily has a Catalyst if he wants it.
All right, TP advantage for Dyrus for a couple seconds. Let's see if he uses his to get back to lane. Now, Lulu, a lot of teams, when they see her top, if you have a more aggressive top laner, sometimes they will go for the early dives. Not the case here. Amazing farming up. Same thing for Kez, though. Both of these junglers, fairly fearsome ganks once they hit that level 6. We'll see if they can actually gank different lanes, though. Because if they do meet up, I like Vi in the matchup. She can actually counter a lot of what Jarvan brings. Woo! Blue buff over to Bjergsen here. Level 6 as well. So this is where it does turn a little bit, this lane. Because if there is a jungle intervention mid, then Bjergsen will easily be able to follow up on any sort of gank. So as you can see, Prawley definitely wants his blue as well.
Yeah, it's respawning right about now, and there is ward coverage for TSM. However, their bot lane is already back, so they will not be in position to contest. Complexities is back themselves. They got the timer. Prawley's dancing. There you go.
Whoop there, Dyrus is doing some work on Westrice now, actually. Post level 6. Gragas starting to try and bully him around. Pretty much the CS lead was just due to better coordination there from Dyrus. Hand-eye coordination.
Yep.
Good zoning now with the barrels here. Of course, all Gragas maxing the Q first. If you lay it on the ground and let it sit there,
does more damage.
Does do more damage. So it's a great zoning tool, even for somebody like Lulu.
Were you casting the game yesterday where?
Oh, he knocked
oh
into
my
it!
gosh, Westrice. Something like that happened actually.
Yeah.
It was a slice and dice, I think. There's a barrel waiting for Renekton. Hops over, gets blown up.
Yeah, that was Quas.
Yeah.
Strong placement.
Yep.
The forethought. Oh, so teleport has to use to go back to lane here. They lose their early game potential of joining another lane. By the way, that is one of the reasons why this early game has been so slow. Junglers don't like to gank when there are multiple teleports up on the other lane, because either of those guys could ruin the gank. But now, since both teleports are down, Amazing makes his first move and gets nothing out of it except a little of Robert's time.
Dyrus doing a great job here against Westrice. Dyrus not going to go for any more harassment. He's under turret, but you're seeing 92 to 64. Dyrus is exceptional up here on this Gragas pick. We've yet to see it work, I want to say, extremely well so far, the Gragas in the NALCS, though he's been fairly popular. This is the first one I'm seeing actually dominate lane like players expect him to.
Dyrus, his first try at the Gragas didn't go so well because, you know, he had the full AP build and the ratios aren't quite as good as they used to be. So now he's adapting. Gragas, as you said, definitely a very popular champion worldwide at the moment. A lot of people refer to him basically as the sort of AP Renekton, just because he is so strong in lane, but does fall off later, especially if he goes for the full tank build. Looks like he will go hybrid tank. Out of ages here.
Oh, another attempted trade right there, and you know, Dyrus still, he focuses so heavily on getting advantage in lane, not necessarily killing his opponent. He is yet to try to all-in Westrice. He's just like, yep, this will be some free damage. Back right out, sustain up. Catalyst proc's gonna give him another 200 mana or so. Westrice, nice knock up there, looking for the way to win against Dyrus, but there's the ulti, he sends him back down the lane.
The way they're playing, I would have thought a jungler was right behind him.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised he didn't back off from that trade there, but Westrice has pretty good ward coverage.
Bottom lane though, look at this one, 99 to 86 in minions. Babada, a lot of bullet coverage on him.
Amazing joining so that they can create pressure and hopefully cause Robert to lose a few CS. Did not even notice the early scrying orb from Turtle.
Kez around the wings, can they get this dive to happen? The health bars are really low, I don't know if they want this. And they do not, so nice job by Amazing. Shows up to Wild Turtle's lane, pushes the turret down, and that Glebe Turtle combo picking up the Caitlyn Nami.
Yeah, that's the product of Caitlyn Nami harassing lane. So much range abuse and the ability to add damage and speed to Caitlyn.
Nice little move there. Bjergsen is just completely treading water against Prolly right here, but now actually looking to go much more aggressive. Ignite's down. One more Ahri gets the kill here.
He's not treading water. Oh, he doesn't go for the dive. All right, he does have a lot of sustain. Whenever you have Catalyst and you have a Crystalline Flask, Bjergsen can just go trade over and over and over and just completely out-sustain Prolly at this point.
Yeah.
Very difficult for Prolly to stick in this lane. Amazing is not really going for ganks, just basically going to aid anytime somebody moves up to a turret, get some extra turret damage down. Meanwhile, Kez has been on cleanup duty after everybody gets pushed out of their lane.
Yeah,
coming to soak up experience. That's always a bad sign for a jungler. Absolutely. You never want to be in the position where you have to show your position in lane just to clean up minions, because the jungler is supposed to be the person for a team early game that is creating almost all of the plays and dictating what the plan is for your team. If he's on cleanup duty, then it means your team has to wait till that late game. They would be happy though, trying to scale up Ryze.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's going to be enough for them. You know, Lulu, Ryze, Vi does pretty well late as well, so maybe that is just the safe game plan for Complexity.
Though they definitely can't just rely on late game here and champions outscaling. We'll have to see if this dragon control really becomes an issue, because At the moment, Bjergsen and Darius both completing their Rod of Ages on a fairly quick clip here.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Means that it is going very well for TSM. We'll see if the Dragon does become an issue, enough to cause these teams to break the treaty and actually go for a fight.
Well, Darius has been brawling pretty often, puts Westrice back in as well. Barrel's going to get dodged away from. Q comes out again, but Darius barely takes damage there. Well, you talked about the pregame, though. TSM, they won last time by picking some good early lanes, pushing sort of the advantage, and then kind of getting control. TSM have an advantage in every single one of their lanes. And Amazing's kind of back up saying, if something goes down, I'm ready for you, but feel free to out-CS and get turret pressure.
TSM's mid-game is very, very strong here. It takes 10 minutes for those rods to stack up, but only a few more left here. Should be about the 20-minute mark now. They've both got 60. At that point, ooh, they're clearing out vision around Dragon. Maybe they do want to start it off. Teleport for Darius is available, but so is Westrice. The problem is, Darius keeps bullying Westrice out of lane. So if he leaves to go back to base and heal, then TSM will gain advantage in top lane. Thus, Westrice has decided to stay in that top lane, try and clear the minions, and hold out to see if TSM are going to go for this Dragon.
But still, it's more health that Westrice keeps losing there. Darius' ulti back up in 1/4 of the time. And maybe that's enough to push Westrice around or get a gank top lane. In fact, it's Kez who looks for that to try to salvage Westrice's losing lane down here.
Let's see if he can punish Darius. Oh, he goes through the ward here.
Looking for a good body slam. Ult goes in any way they want this. Darius now ulti for about 5 seconds. They're trying. There's the wild growth. Darius drinks to get some damage reduction. Q comes down very, very low, but there's the ulti up against the wall. Flash for Westrice. Misses the Q, but gets it with the E. Turret will kill him, though, and trade it back. But that is still a kill lead. TSM rushed for the Dragon in the meantime, and they picked that one up.
Yeah, big win for TSM. While we were all focused on the top lane and the action going there, as soon as Kez shows up top, we were just talking about this is the stage of the game where teams are going to take Dragon if your jungler shows up top. So yes, they were able to curb the aggression from Darius in the top lane and relieve some pressure on Westrice, but they lost the Dragon out for it anyway, and which would have been a bad trade just by itself, but Darius got the return kill, so it's a huge win for TSM.
The one thing as well is there was a pretty bad miscommunication there. You're going to see, I believe Kez got aggro first, but didn't keep it.
Yeah, let's see. Once he does get in there, I think Kez walks away with a decent amount of HP. He wasn't sure Westrice was going to flash for this kill, that's why. Yeah.
Yeah. You could have taken one more turret shot and Westrice would have lived there. Boop. And now look at that one, Westrice. They know he has no flash and no ulti, so the damage comes through. That's a much more well-communicated gank. Congrats, TSM. 2,000 gold lead.
So Amazing, definitely with the better movements as far as junglers are concerned here for the mid game. Because not only does he make the better trade, getting Dragon for top lane aggression, but he even returns and gets Darius another kill. 2 kills here for Gragas. Let's see what Darius can do with it this time around.
Going for some magic resist right now, knowing he's facing plenty of it on the enemy team. And this is TSM, who have gotten, I want to say, better and better as the week has gone on. Their sort of adaptations to how the game's being played around them is going much better, and they're poised to go 3-1 on this week. They're poised to tie for first if everything else goes right.
And I have to say, the way that they're playing this game, they're just so calm. They are always so calm against these lower teams. One of the reasons why they do have such a good record against these teams, they go with strong early and mid game, and they just play it out as expected. They take the better trades and they slowly accrue their lead. And they never slow down either.
Nope. Darius keeping it going, 17 minutes in. Top lane out of turret goes down as well, and these are largely just the lanes winning by themselves. We've had a little bit of interference from Amazing. He shows up to the lane to push it down, but the advantages are earned just in the heads-up battles. Down the line, TSM outplaying their opponents. Complexity have not found a way in. You were talking about Kez playing cleanup.
Oh, he gets a small win there. Blue Wraith for Kez.
But yeah. Oh no, Probably goes for the teleport. Can he get out before the Q lands? Yes, he can. Now Complexity, though, struggling to get vision control back. You're seeing TSM, now that the outer turrets are gone, are heavily warding up that northern jungle. The pings are still there around Dragon. Complexity haven't been there to sweep those wards away in minutes now.
It's
We
just
have to see them do something.
utter domination here from TSM, controlling the whole map. All perimeter defenses down for Complexity. TSM have lost 0 turrets, and they're able to shove at will.
Wow. Glebe walks on a 1v2, and Complexity runs away from him. That's how you know TSM are owning this map, is they see a support like there's more people around. Westray's got to be careful, knocks up Dyrus into the air, burns his ulti, gets some decent damage down, actually. 700 health on Dyrus. Walks on out.
Well, red buff here on Turtle as well.
Ulti.
He can go even deeper.
Wow, 250 health left on Kez, who does not have an armor item to his name. That's actually going to help Wild Turtle a lot. It means that 2 items, Wild Turtle actually crushes the front line. That which it is of Complexity.
Yeah, Ryze especially would be the person to start getting some armor here, but he actually opted for magic resistance since he's facing Kassadin, and he's already having problems with Kassadin. So no armor early on for him either. Maybe he'll work towards a Glacial Shroud next and just leave that Negatron Cloak as is.
You know what's interesting, though, about the way that team comps are being built nowadays? There's so many more AP tops that top laners and mid laners, even junglers, are building magic resist items first instead of armor items first. And because of all the Infinity Edge AD carries, like their 2-item builds are very expensive, Infinity Edge 3800. So Last Whisper comes so late in the build, yet no one has armor, they don't need it anyway.
That's why I'm actually liking Thornmail more and more nowadays, because if you're just going to get 1 armor item later, because you spent more of your early time itemizing against double APs, then Thornmail is pretty much the way to go.
Yeah, AD carries also don't have lifesteal for a while, so they actually shred themselves. On top of that, they don't even run 9 MR glyphs either, so their magic resist is usually around 38. And Robert forced back. Tidal Wave comes across Dyrus in that fight, and out goes the AD carry. But Complexity, not a good spot in this fight whatsoever. Out goes Kez running over to the left-hand side. TSM completely control that.
I was just shocked at them going for this dive and how much damage Dyrus did to Robert until I saw he's got a needlessly large rod in his inventory. He's not going with the classic super tank Gragas after Rod of Ages. He's so strong right now, and he had such a good early game. He's going for more AP damage.
Wow. And you saw it right there. Push Complexity clean off that tier 2 turret. 21 minutes in, TSM not flinching at all. A patient laning phase, but a well-played one.
Yeah, they are showing aggression still.
This
This is a team that's not afraid to dive you if they have this type of early lead against you. Complete control of the map, though. They don't even have to go for these dives. They still are, and they're taking out the turrets afterwards. Pretty much the entire jungle is TSM's territory here. They can easily take the dragon because the ward line is all the way up at the buffs of Complexity.
Yeah, you can see it over by the wolf camp above the white for the choke point and the one left-hand side, the mid-tier 2 as well. All of Complexity's moves are going to be spotted out by TSM. Bjergsen grabs himself a blue buff, and away he goes. Rod of Ages plus the Seeker's Arm Guard. See if he goes for the full Zonias from there. Honestly, they can do almost whatever they want. Looks like that is going to be Zonias for Bjergsen, so he will be even harder to pin down. Complexity have only found 1 kill in 22 minutes here.
Yeah, just the simple lane bully strat from TSM that, as expected, against a bottom team. Not having much trouble yet.
Well, and ever since about week 4, TSM have just kind of been collecting themselves. They said, you know what, we're going to figure out how to play this game properly. Locodoc gets a lot of credit for that one, but the players themselves have been steadily improving as well. Glebe and Bjergsen, the guys that he wanted to have the voice on the team. And when you see a calm, collected TSM making all good choices as a group, that's Bjergsen and Glebe right there. Making the calls, telling people where to go, and it follows through nicely.
Looks like we are seeing another full tank Jarvan, by the way, too. So since they have Amazing to be front man for soaking up damage, I'm really happy with the way Dyrus is going here with that early needlessly large rod into Azanias. He still is technically a tank build here, but he's got a lot of power behind it as well.
And so TSM actually managed to sneak in armor into their build. So Robert X. Lee also is going to be much less powerful as time
Double Zanya's completed now. Wow,
Yep.
Bjergsen got his as well. going to be so difficult for Complexity to pick up any return kills at the moment. Ooh, dangerous. These jungle fights are very dangerous for Complexity because we talked about the ability of this team for TSM to chase people down.
Yeah.
If you go and try and fight these small battles around the buffs where TSM already have ward coverage, you're really opening yourselves up for those picks from the Gragas and the Kassadin that can come very quickly. And even if Turtle is in lane shoving a lane, he can add the headshot from mid lane to finish off any sort of pick that Bjergsen and Dyrus come up with.
It all just spells fear for Complexity there. They're looking to follow Curse's footsteps, go for the 3-1, start catching up in the roster. Right now, Complexity would not make playoffs with this standing. And going 2-2 plus Curse getting another win. This could not be good for Kez right there. It's about 3/4 health on him, and he can just barely click the lantern, but Bjergsen is there. There's the ulti onto 3 people. Probably gets a shield, just gets away, but there's the ignite, there's the wild growth, but it's not enough. Dyrus picks up 1. It's going to be even more coming as Bjergsen takes on Robert X. Lee. Now Bubba also to fall. 5-1 TSM, and they own this game.
That's what complete vision control at 24 minutes will do for you. With the Jarvan, Kassadin, Gragas, TSM pick up kills on all sides of the screen there. Rewarded with the Baron afterwards. Such clean play from them.
Absolutely. Complexity have not been able to gum up the works at all. Nothing has gone in to stir TSM and require them to do anything. TSM choosing every fight.
So Frawley down there fighting off 2 members. The duo lane almost picks him up here. They will end up finishing off that kill, but the 3 members of TSM able to take out Complexity's bottom lane. And that, with them going down, a lot of the hope for Complexity does drop as well. Kez, I think that may have been one of the first Vi ultimates that I've seen from him this game.
You got Dyrus with 1.
Oh yeah, he did get Dyrus with 1 for the exchange kill up top.
But that fight was just a gold lead.
And that fight cost them the dragon, the first dragon as well.
Yeah, true.
Or, yeah, the one we were referencing.
The one way back then, when TSM started crushing everything.
When you're this far ahead, though, for TSM, you can literally just push all lanes at the same time. So right now, they're split, pushing all 3 lanes and farming the jungle at the same time.
Send everyone to one place. One gets top jungle, one gets bottom jungle. One goes mid.
Dyrus by himself down there. He does not actually have teleport, so he's not even looking to join the rest of the team. Just shoving down that bottom lane so it starts pushing and joining up with the rest.
So let's see how they close it out. We've had a lot of very long games. I believe day 2 was the longest average game length in LCS history, at least of the season. I forget the exact stat, but
yeah.
TSM is showing you don't have to play it 50 minutes. You can play it in 27. Mid-tier 2 under fire probably could be in a whole bunch of danger, and he is. Goodbye. Tidal Wave saying, get out. So Complexity does.
This is just rough to watch here. TSM going to keep on rolling through. No Frawley. Oh, Dyrus does the flash.
Doesn't quite find much. In goes amazing as well, and now it's Kez in the back line, but he's got no one to help him. 1 kill picked up so far. Knockup's there from Lulu, but the knockback to the Complexity, even more important. 4 kills picked up. Robert X. Lee, the only one alive. And looks like he's going to get crit in the face. Nice kill, Wild Turtle. TSM 10-1 onto the inhibitor turret.
They might not even leave this base here. The death timers are coming back up, but they've got Baron buff regeneration, and they've got Nami. They can still sustain here.
All right, it's Prawley and no one else for 7 more seconds as turret number 1 is taking damage.
Well
27 and a half minutes. TSM wanting to close the week out in style. They go 3-1. They are guaranteed at least a tie for second. And if Dig loses the next game, TSM are in first place for, I want to say, the first time all split.
The most convincing win we've seen here in Superweek.
TSM is the team with the most convincing wins. They took EG very convincingly. They took Complexity convincingly. They were 8-0, now 9-0 against the bottom 3 teams. These guys do not flinch when they know they can get the wins.
And again, it just goes back to that starting the game off on the right foot. Very, very strong lanes. And just waiting for that small advantage to grow and grow and grow. and wait till Complexity make the choice to send their jungler top. Boom, the lead explodes.
Yep. And that was a bit of a misplay by Complexity. They definitely did not need their top laner to die. That fight could have been a top lane turret and a kill for a Dragon. That's actually better for Complexity, but small miscommunications, small misplays by these guys. Still keep in mind, COL came in with a rough schedule ahead of them, came out 2-2. That is pretty admirable, but the problem is that still puts them 2 games out of the playoff run. Like, they've got a few weeks left. We're past halfway point in the season. They want to make that playoff run. They've got to start picking up a couple more wins here.
They've done a good job, though. They've taken games off of a lot of the top teams. Complexity and Dignitas, or Cloud9 and Dignitas so far here. So they are making moves. When Complexity joined this league, they said that they knew they were going to have a rough time. They knew they were going to drop a lot of games. What they were looking to do was learn from those losses. That's the most important thing for them.
Yep.
So this one, there's not a lot to learn from it except for the lane matchups and the one small misplay up top.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's so many teams that used to like sort of build themselves on, all right, early game lead, get good lanes, close the game out. The old dominant Cloud9 was like that. Summer 2013 Cloud9 was, we're going to win all of our lanes, Midas can sit in his jungle and counter gank, and then they'll crush. They went 3 losses that season, that split. That was phenomenal. They went to Worlds, #1 seed in NA, and that was the style. TSM emulated that right here. It's a style that honestly works very well. It closes out games quickly. Like, it was very reminiscent of just like this old dominating team.
Doesn't always close out games quickly, Freak. We've seen so many teams during Super Week with early game-oriented teams getting these great leads, getting these giant leads, and then losing out to the teams with later games.
You got to do it right.
With all these Kog'Maws. Yeah, exactly.
Sure. But yeah, you saw that with Dignitas versus Dig versus Complexity right as earlier today. It was like, yeah, if you screw up and get caught by shockwaves, okay, yeah, you can mess the game up. But
so the
learning to make the right choices
should be looking at TSM's games against the bottom teams.
Absolutely.
Because TSM are the team that actually finish out when they have these strong lanes.
Yeah, these are the guys that seem to have done the best at learning how to play the game right. And this was something that we had criticized them a little bit for in spring earlier this year. Is they got thrown off really heavily at the end of the season by one of the patches, and they like lost so much of their ability to play the game properly. TSM, I think, more than anyone, have embraced 4.10 the best. Amazing was criticized for he can only play 4 champions in the jungle. They force him down to Jarvan. Does pretty well for himself this time, right? Picks good engages. I mean, okay, yeah, all your lanes are winning. It's easier to jungle them, but like
that is
at the very least,
the best situation for a jungler is like that lane's winning, that lane's winning, that lane's
I'm
winning.
gonna knock down your turret.
Oh, you're up top. I'll take Dragon. Sounds good.
Yeah, but I mean, at the very least, right? TSM definitely made good choices. They closed the game up very cleanly.
Yeah, they did.
They've had a couple of wins like that now, and maybe they can keep that one going. Well, we're gonna take a break in the action. We've got a break in the action, so head over to Twitter and share your favorite moments from the day. Send them to @LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. TSM being very clean in that one. But to help us break down their win, let's send it over to Dash and Zyrene.
Thanks, Freak. Joining us at the analyst desk, we've got Dyrus from a victorious TSM. Nice win over Complexity there, as Freak was saying, very clean. That moves you to 3-1 on the weekend, and also puts you into a 3-way tie for second, just a half a game behind Dignitas, which ultimately could turn into a 4-way tie for first, depending on the outcome of today's final game. How does that feel to be back up in the pack and in contention for the top spot?
It's great. I wasn't even paying attention to it all this time. All I care about is us getting better as a team, and we're prepared to lose as much as possible. Of course, we lose as much as possible to the top teams, and then they lose to Complexity and EG, so we get scared, and it's like, oh wow, you know, we still got it. It's just we got a little bit of tinkering to do.
Yeah, you're extremely consistent because you're 9-0 versus the bottom teams, whereas every other top team just seems to struggle with them. Like, why do you think that is?
That just, like, before that just sounds like sad. You're 9-0 against the bottom tems. Congratulations.
I know, right?
You're the king of the losers. No offense. They're really good. Like, they can beat Dignitas C9. Like, what do we know, you know? We have to learn the secrets from them. Maybe we just got to go back to our NA roots of NA meta. Good old Complexity NA meta, solo queue. But anyways, like, it's great because it gives us more breathing room and we don't get relegated. That's always nice. We get to keep our jobs as long as we're doing our job and, you know, just getting better.
And out of those top teams, besides TSM, which 2 do you think are in that top 3 if the pack does break away?
In terms of, like, teams in general, like the best top 3?
Yeah, out of the top.
Well,
we'll include TSM.
Okay. Right now we're there, but we're kind of not. You know.
Okay,
like,
we'll
we're
remove
just
TSM.
Well, all right. So right now it goes by Dignitas because they have best Baron shot calls in the game right now. Ironically, yeah.
Yeah, right.
And then LMQ, they aren't afraid. They're never afraid, and that's something they have the confidence. They don't have lack of confidence. They come into the games and they're never afraid. And lack of confidence will, hold you back, like internationally and even on NA stage. For example, I guess I'll use our Curse game. I feel like when they played against us, they could have easily beaten us, but I felt there was a slight lack of confidence in some parts of their play. So they barely lost to us. But then, after they had their ordeal, I guess they just, sweeped everyone else. And those are hard teams, CLG, 2 other teams, and I'm sorry, I have bad memory.
That's
okay. Just like LMQ, there's confidence there, and it's really strong. As for the third team, I need time to think about it, but I guess I'll just put TSM there for now.
Yeah. All right, I like that. Now, moving into specifically this game, I want to talk about the Gragas pick that you pulled out, mostly because now at this point in the split, Gragas is 2-7. That's with that win that you just picked up. So prior to that, 1-6, and you had played him once before to no avail. So why were you comfortable going back onto that champion and looking for a win with him?
Just picking a solid top that can, support my team. Usually I'd be picking like Jax and trying to like carry the game on my own, and we wouldn't know how to play towards that style. I picked Gragas because he's just a strong, solid top laner, and regardless of records for any champion in the game, in the end it all depends on the player. Like you could put Koreans on literally the low tier champions and they'd have a high win rate because they play it well, It's not always about the champions and draft, but also the players themselves.
Yeah, it might also have something to do with figuring out the right build and things along those lines and how to play it. Because when Lucian first came out, all the Koreans were playing it and they were losing with him over and over again. And now he's picked pretty much every game, and last patch, every game again. So I think Gragas might be in that same vein.
Yeah, in that kind of aspect, like what you just said, that's a perfect example. Not knowing the item builds, people kind of figuring out. And Gragas is the kind of champion that it's kind of more on the player, because there's 3 skill shots and 1 kind of like auto attack cancel, but it's like I said, it's mostly on the player, skill shots.
So there's an interesting, staying on that same vein of the item builds, an interesting thing you did with Gragas here in this game was that you built him slightly more tanky than you did last time. You picked up the Zhonya's instead of a Rabadon's, but not quite as tanky as some people, going with the Frozen Fist and the Randuins right out the gate. So do you think that that's the kind of middle ground that Gragas should sit in?
It's a work in progress. I think it's a preference, and every player should go their own build. Any build can work, full tank, full AP, in the middle. Like, it's how you feel that, fits towards your team and you as a player of what you like best.
All right, and you've been talking about TSM. You guys are middle of the pack for a while. Now you guys have just started getting up there, and like he said, 3-way tie for second right now, possibly 4-way tie for first. How much of that is Loco Doco? Come
on. Wins and losses are part of Loco Doco. He's basically our 6th man on the team, along with some others. I don't know if it's been announced yet, but Loco Doco, like, I don't really treat him as like, that extra person, but he's part of our team. When we lose, we all lose together. When we win together, and he's a big part of it.
And what has he done for your play style since he's come on board?
In TSM in general, just me.
You, personally.
So he knows a lot of things in the Korean scene, and he brings the knowledge of, let's say, runes and masteries to me. And how the best top laners in Korea do certain things, that kind of gets relayed over to me. And I'm the kind of player, since for the last 3 or 4 years, I'm not really the innovator, but the only reason why I've been good and I've kept up and I haven't been benched yet is because I'm able to adapt and copy other people. I'm a big copycat.
I like it. It's very honest, to say the least. Now, I want to jump back into the game more specifically. We're going to pull a replay up here. It's about 24 minutes in. It's in the Complexity Red Jungle, where you guys get a nice 3-0 and then follow it up with the Baron. Just kind of explain to me how you happened upon this situation and then why the calls were made to go for Baron.
So we thought they were going to go for their blue, but they didn't. So my team decided to go for Baron anyways. I wasn't paying attention. They told me TP, but I wanted blue buff, so I need the extra auto. I just TP'd to the closest thing I saw, didn't look at it before. It ulted as soon as I could. Bjergsen messed up and used his Zhonya's in lane before this fight, so he almost died. And I just cleaning up. Like, I didn't really do much there. My team won their 4-on-4, and I won my 1-on-1.
And I think you guys also won Champion Select pretty far out there. They banned 3 junglers, and then they didn't pick a jungler first rotation. Like, what were you guys thinking? You're like, just Jarvan and that's it?
So I guess what teams have noticed against us is that we lose on Jarvan, but it honestly isn't him. Like, it isn't amazing. It's just the whole team in general, and it's kind of inconsistent how we win and lose against certain teams. So when they look at the stats, they're like, oh, they do this or this, and then we come into the game, it's like, that's not what they did last time, you know? But then again, you know, I wouldn't really give any teams Cassidy. I'm not sure about that.
All right, yeah, that's fair. Final question before we move on is the fact that you guys are now sitting here in second place, possibly first. Now, with this 3-1 momentum coming out of Super Week, how are you going to push forward and make sure that you kind of do break away from the pack and move into that top slot?
First of all, we need to catch up with the meta right now. Right now, we're kind of stuck at our early mid-game style, and we're going to move on and, you know, just expand our horizons, you know.
So poetic. Anyway, Dyrus, thank you so much for joining us at the desk, and congratulations on a great Super Week. We've got to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll cap off our Super Week with Dignitas taking on Cloud9. Don't hit refresh. You won't want to miss a minute of the action.
Okay, focus. Probably gets a shield, just gets away, but there's the ignite, there's the wild growth, but it's not enough. Dyrus picks up 1. It's going to be even more coming as Bjergsen takes on Robert X Lee. Now Bubbit also to fall. 1 kill picked up so far. Knockups there from Lulu, but the knockback and the complexity even more important. Welcome back, wonderful people, to the North American Summer Split and our final game of the week, Team Dignitas versus Cloud9. Now, both teams have picked up wins in this matchup, but strange that it is, Cloud9 feel like the underdogs this time around.
Yeah, Cloud9 still have the potential to be #1, though. If they win this game, they will only be 1 game behind first place. When a team does fall from grace, though, like this, people generally like to point to one person as the cause and use them as an easy scapegoat. But really, everyone on this team have been having their own individual issues at the moment. But individual problems aside, their team planning and team coordination seems to be a little bit lackluster as of late, which is surprising because that has always been one of their greatest strengths. I think the fact that every other team in North America has brought in a coach or analyst this split to help them close the gap in strategy has really been the biggest change for the entire league.
We'll see if they can pick themselves back up then. By the end of it, of course, Dignitas have benefited a lot from Skara taking over as the team's coach. But Dig's hopes for a 4-0 week were dashed with a really surprising loss to that Complexity comeback.
That was definitely surprising. They had a strong early game start against Complexity, and then with Zion leading the way up top, it looked like they had complete control of the game, but a couple of costly positional mistakes let Complexity catch up and buy time for their late game composition to scale up. It's been a long Super Week, and not only do they have to play 2 games today, but their first game was a very long 52-minute upset. Anytime you do have a game slip through your fingers like that, then it can possibly put your players on tilt. However, one of Dignitas' greatest strengths have always been that they don't dwell on mistakes, and they're usually very quick to recover. They're always a cheerful group.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Dig ever has 2 losses in a row so far this split. Maybe once, like end of a week, beginning of the next one. But by and large, they recover from losses quite well as a group. Of course, Dig have been very successful, hovering in and around first all split long. Cloud9 attribute some of their success not just to the players, but the entire Dignitas organization.
It's definitely been looking rocky. High is adjusting to playing mages. He played Ziggs last week, and though it was okay, I think he has a lot more to improve on.
Shifter is actually a really good player now that he's come on to Dignitas. He has a jungler that backs him up, and he's just been able to play the way he normally plays. They got Skara as a coach, they have like 3 analysts, they have a life coach, and when you have all this help making a good team, it just kind of happens on top of them being good players.
I think C9, they're just having like growing pains because they kind of went from like nothing to like something in the matter of a split. Changes don't really affect us because we've been through like everything, but C9, sometimes they're just going to fall out of the meta. It's just about how well you adapt to it.
That's true. That does seem to be one of the hardest things for C9 is they're no longer the best, and it feels like the morale has been really shot for these guys for a while. See if they can turn it around. Going to check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side is Team Dignitas. In the top lane is Zion Spartan. In the jungle is Crumbs. Mid laner Shifter. AD carry I'm a Cutie Pie. And supporting Kiwi Kid.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls. In the jungle, Meteos. Mid-high, AD carry Sneaky. And supporting Lemon Nation.
So as these teams get ready, it's kind of a battle for posturing right now. Dignitas, if they win, they have,
sit up straight.
Okay, I'm trying, okay? Sorry, I don't want my head to like go off the screen, then it just looks weird, and I'm like just a beard talking. But Dignitas, if they win here, they are sole possession of first place. We've had that, I think, only once with LMQ after week 1, where they 4-0'd Super Week, but Dignitas could pull away from the pack and kind of guarantee that first round playoff bye, which would be nice for them.
Yeah, everybody was looking at the 4-0 Super Week, but Complexity, when Complexity does this to a team, but both of these teams have actually been on the receiving end of those Complexity blue shells, but when Complexity does that to a team, Dignitas haven't had to come back from something like that in the same day yet.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really looking at, because usually they're like, okay, yeah, we had that loss. We know that was that single mistake that we made, haha, whatever. But really, same day. They've been here all day long. Let's see if they can actually pull it out.
Well, I saw smiles on Zion's face, so maybe he'll keep that one up.
Not so happy, though.
He's just focusing right now. Shifter also very intense. Cloud9, though, as far as them bouncing around, we said a second ago, if they win, they're 1 game behind first. Like, they've been right there on the cusp. Here's the weird thing. If they lose, they're 1 game ahead of Curse for 6th.
That's just how close North America is right now.
But, like, that's so strange, right? Like, they're guaranteed 5th no matter what, but we've definitely seen some of the bottom teams pull their way back up, and, of course, a lot of blue shells this time around. Picks and bans coming through. Interesting, the Evelyn ban actually comes in, but so far, nothing much else against Meteos.
I'm really interested to see what High is going to use now, because even though he's used so many different champions so far, you know, it sounds like his champion pool is really big when you list everything that he's done. However, it doesn't feel like he's comfortable on all these champions that he's trying. He's sort of reaching out and he's like, oh, well, that didn't work. Now I need to try something else. Oh, maybe Fizz. Oh, no, Fizz didn't work. Okay, everything that he reaches for seems to get nerfed or banned away or something because Nidalee, oh, that was working great for him. Banned out. Can't use her anymore. Got to rework. Soraka, that was working great for him. He was one of the only mid laners to really main that champion in North America. Boom, instant nerfs for her. And all these assassins that he used to play, no longer flavor of the month.
Right, we said he'd played something like 11 different champions this split, but how many different champions do they have wins on? How many does he have wins on that are still even eligible to be picked right now? And that's kind of the question. Ziggs removed away, but Lulu Kog'Maw is there. The one largely consistent member of C9 is Sneaky. They've given him Kog'Maw many times, telling him to carry the team. Maybe they can get this one this time around and salvage their week and go 2-2.
Locking in Cog early, plus already one of the utility shield solo laners here. Cloud9 could very easily go with that Orianna for high, which is a safe pick. Fairly easy to lane with versus Ziggs. Pretty even match right there. Just a lot of wave control is pretty much what most of the battles are about there. So they could easily just go with one of those simple shield comps, protect Kog'Maw, go with that late game.
Shifter's got clairvoyance right now. He's trying to see the enemy champions.
Kiwi Kid loves this champion, by the way. This is by far and away his favorite champion. And he will pick it over and over again. Cloud9 give up not only that, but also Kale to the second round pick here for Dignitas.
Well, that's Dig doing the research, though. We've known C9 have not done great on Kale so far. They banned it last week. They're not doing very well with it this week here. And yeah, fifth pick Kale, very surprising turn of events.
The thing is, seeing this now, both solo laners locked in for Dignitas, they can switch Lulu. Lulu doesn't have to go top. They can give that to high and give Balls a champion where he can get kills on Kale. They can go back to their Cloud9 identity that works so well for them. Balls on a champion who's melee, who can get a kill on Kale, send Meteos up there, get some early pressure, and run the game out of that top lane. That's where they had the most success, when they were making most of their plays from the top side of the map.
But that's the question then, is what is Ball's champion pool like? First of all, Meteos' champion pool pulls in the Nunu for the jungle there to support Nami.
And it is not going to be a support Nunu. They have locked in basically 3 support champions so far. 3 supports and Cog. This is a very dangerous game to play, having an only really 2 solid threat team. Whenever you do that, you have to put a lot of faith in your people who are playing the champions with damage. It'll be Kog'Maw, and then they need another high damage source here.
Mid Morgana.
For either Balls or High. I mean, High has been a guy who's gone to things like Kha'Zix. Those have really fallen off, though. So we'll see what he picks up here. He definitely likes to play Assassins. However, you can easily counter those with Exhaust right now being so strong. This Dig team could very well pick up multiple Exhaust summoner spells.
Nope.
And again, they go with the shield. My goodness, this is a... They're like, okay, Sneaky, you're pretty much the most consistent player on our team. You're doing the best. We're going to put almost every single one of our hopes in your hands here.
But here's the thing, all those shields will make him more visible. How could he be sneaky with all these circles surrounding him? Dignitas is going to have a giant target on that Kog'Maw's head. And the thing is, they've picked up Vi. This is one thing I like. You know, okay, yeah, we've gotten a bunch of jungle bans, so Vi is kind of next up in the list. But even if they weren't banned away, I would want Dig to pick Vi here and say, go find the Kog'Maw, press R on that guy and follow up.
At what point do you not even want to go find that Kog'Maw? Because it's going to have an absolute 0 zoning out most of your team. So if Vi goes in there, he's going to be separated. I guess I can Kale ult him when he goes in. But man, he's going to have a ridiculous amount of shields and heals, and then Shockwave and absolute 0 for zone control. We'll see if Sneaky can actually do it, because he will have to spend every open second auto-attacking, because he needs every single ounce of damage that he can put out.
I wonder if we're going to have some attention in the bot lane this game for like the early ganks. I wonder if it's going to be important in this game. The teams, of course, have locked in the champions. Let's total up the votes and see which team you guys think is going to win. According to LOLesports.com, you're saying Dignitas with 55%.
Keep those votes coming, though. Send them over to Twitter at LOLesports and use the hashtag either DIGWin if you want Dignitas to win, or Cloud9 to win. Then you can use C9 wins. We will be checking in, as usual, and we will update that graph that you like to influence.
It's all from you guys. Democracy at its finest here in the weekend of 4th of July. Here in the U.S. Actually, pretty much everywhere, to be fair. It's 4th of July in every country in the world. But
no, could be 5th of July already.
Well, I just mean in general. It is the weekend of July 4th.
Okay.
Right?
Could be Monday.
I don't think that's actually true. That's actually not the case for people. I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, right now could be. Anyway, whatever, moving on to the point of the game. Interesting history lesson. Dignitas is one of the first teams I've seen run 17 supports plus Kog'Maw. Back in the day, IPL 3. 17. They had that many. It was Soraka Lulu was at the time. Top Lulu's come, of course, back into the meta here. But they have all of one returning member from that lineup, though. So only QTPie remembers what it was like to be Kog'Maw with a bunch of supports. He'll be shot calling this game.
However, pretty much the biggest support in the game right now, Braum, is on QTPie's team. So let's see. He counts for about 1.5 at least with the big shield. However, the other added bonus here, what is Braum going to block with his big shield? He's not going to block out a single big spell. He can block a whole Nami tidal wave, but there's plenty of other disengage for Cloud9. They have so much utility here. You know, we're talking about all these champions being support champions, but they do have pretty decent magic damage here for at least the early part of the game and the mid game. So there is going to be a lot of extra magic damage flying around with all these quote-unquote support champions. It's not like Sneaky's the only man going to be doing damage here.
Yeah, and I mean, you talked about Dignitas' loss earlier to Complexity. Prolly's Orianna basically won them that game, and here it is one more time saying, hey, Dignitas, remember this champion that killed you guys?
Also, one of the best things against champions like Kayle is crowd control. If you can lock her up, then you can take her down. Blue side invade, though. Start off here for Dignitas.
The early recall for Zion Spartan. We'll see if he can get control over the blue buff afterwards, or is Media's going to be stuck on a 1-buff start.
Well, it's hard to chase Nunu off a buff here.
True.
Plus, he would miss out on a lot of minions in their 1v1. And still, even though Balls has had a few bad games, you do not want to give him an early lead, like missing out on the first wave of minions.
Looks like no one's going to contest Medios there. He's going to be just fine on Nunu. Smite comes up in 6 seconds, and he actually had enough ward coverage already from the level 1. You can see the trinket's still down in the minimap. He is safe for this. Doesn't even need to smite. Saves his smite for the blue buff. We'll grab like a wolf and a counter jungle, I think. And back on out.
Yeah, Nunu, very strong in counter jungling. One of the earliest counter junglers in the game because of that consume spell. Always just liking to take the large champion, or large monster.
Says hi to Shifter. And how'd he go? So Medios did leave one of the little golem pieces up. So Dignitas can maybe try to time the buff off of the duration of the buff on Medios, but with that camp actually not fully cleared right now, it's not going to respawn anytime soon. Dig eventually was going to have to learn that timer.
And that is actually a really big thing against Zig Kayle composition, because you know Dignitas would love to give that to either one of their solo laners. Even if Crumbs got it, it would not be bad for them. Vi really likes blue buff, so blue buff control is a really big part of controlling the game here for Cloud9. The mid game is going to be crucial for them because they really want to get this gang of supports rolling.
Well, so far so good. Mid lane holding pretty close to equal 18-17. Top lane, Crumb's going to get revealed by a ward.
Not this time, Balls says. He has warded up. Last time around he was playing Kayle, shoved up early, and lost out due to the delayed jungler gank. This time though, Ward going to keep him safe. The best thing to do as a laner, even if you do have vision of the jungler, keep him interested. Waste his time here.
Well, there's
he's
the
using
Q charge.
A lot of Crumb's time, and you can see he's just on the edge of where Crumbs would feel comfortable going for that gank. So he uses up a decent amount of Crumb's time, which allows Minos to know Crumbs will not be mid.
Nope.
So he says hi one more time to Shifter.
He's been said hi twice to. Got the Orianna saying it all the time. And then Meteos sometimes
Baited
helps
you
as well.
there, Freak. You just got baited.
Yep.
I was waiting to see if you would go for that one.
Of course! Right, hey, you used Probably last game, so I mean...
That's why I had to bait you.
Yeah, I mean,
back.
Thing is, yeah, name puns are like low-tier puns. Because they're so easy. You've got to go with the on-the-spot ones. Like Scrying Orb. Ball, Zion, Spartan, a bit of a duel. Equal siesta between these guys. Right now it's the push for the Dignitas top laner, but we haven't really seen Crumbs succeed much on Vi. We know Nunu as a...
He had a pretty good game on Vi.
Or, sorry, I mean this game, sorry. Succeed this game on Vi. I mean, it's 5 minutes in, you don't expect 7 kills, but hey.
Come on, Crumbs.
Maybe if you're LNQ. Yeah. How do you not have a pentakill already? Fantasy points are wondering.
Early Zerker Greave upgrade for Zion Spartan. Now, the biggest battle here between Lulu and Kale, because they're very, very similar champions at almost all stages in the game, except for very late. Early on, it's really a battle of shoving your minion waves. It's the constant battle between Glitter Lance spam and the auto attacks from Kale. How many Righteous Fury auto attacks can he get off? Now he's got Zerker Greaves, very early upgrades, so he will get a little bonus in that.
I will never see that.
Also important for him. Yeah, wants to be able to keep control of balls. He also did not use his teleport, or he used it super early to get to that lane. That's why it's up now. It just came back up. So slight window here for Dignitas. Teleport advantage from the top lane.
See if they can do much with this one then, because they've got 2 minutes or more actually. Kiwi Kid and Elimination, they got to be careful. No stun just yet, but the knock up there on Cutie Pie. There's the shield. It's here for him. Zap hits. There's the passive timing out though. Lemon gets away for this one. About 45 minions on both these AD carries. That lane holds equal.
Meteos with the early Sightstone on Nunu. Classic. Getting that even before you upgrade Hunter's Machete. Able to get some vision down. He wants to set up strong vision control around the jungle entrances before Vi hits 6. Yeah, Nunu's main goal right now is making sure that his lanes do not get killed by the first Vi ultimate gank. So that's what the sweep on this red side jungle was for Meteos. He wards up both of those entrances to the river.
Well, one thing though is it actually, the early jungle game actually slows down Crumbs' path to 6. Blue buff isn't going to be up for a while, so he can't share that XP, get half to a third of a level off that.
And that is not the only thing that Meteos counter jungled. Also remember the wolf. Every little bit does help. So they're trying to delay that as much as possible. That being said, the top side was not warded very deeply here for Cloud9, and Balls is actually one of the most vulnerable to that dive because Zion Spartan can just intervention the first few tower hits on Crumbs if they decide to go for that dive. And it would be up to Balls to make some tricky moves involving his ultimate and some kiting. That being said, lane ganks always work.
And that did not, I believe, get seen by the Tri-Brush ward that was down a little while ago. So Meteos looking for vision. He can't necessarily find this one.
This would probably be a summoner spell only because Kiwi Kid's not 6 yet. They might wait for Kiwi Kid to ding 6. That would greatly increase their chances of actually getting the kill.
That would take so long with 3 champions though. That's like 2 waves at least.
They're not going to pull the trigger here.
Stand behind me plus auto attacks could be enough because you could jump in on top of the Vi, but not going to be the case. Looks like no gank will happen. And C9 didn't look for anything either. A bit harder to force ganks with Nunu.
He does get information on Crumbs here. Even though they clear out the ward, knowing that he's bottom is great. You see Meteos just went into the blue side jungle to try and ward up there for Balls. Deep vision for Cloud9 has always been key. Still, the goal is the same. Delay the first successful gank from Crumbs.
Oh, so far, so good.
Value bubble right there. Able to delay the back. It's going to help out a lot because they can freeze this lane in their own territory. Now that they delayed the back though, they know that Cutie would go, Cutie would go for that recall. He has to delay it once again because of this dragon pressure. 4 versus 4, teleports both up for top laners. Ooh. Blue buff advantage for Cloud9 though. Hai is actually wearing it.
And And Zion had to get back to base and heal back up. The chance, not going to be stolen away, but Meteos now getting jumped on. The damage output comes from Ziggs as well. Meteos stays alive. The summer heal, and first blood goes to High. The chase still on. Meteos gets red buff to I'm a Cutie Pie, and now Lemonation is stuck in the wrong side. Double kill so far. Shifter flashes the wall. He stays safe. And now High is not done. The W is not going to land just yet. He's running low on mana. Shifter puts the minefield down. The command attack hits, and High makes it 2 for 2. Now on to Zion Spartan. Can High pick anyone off? The knockup there comes in, and they're going to still keep fighting. Low health is Oriana, and Zion Spartan finds the kill. They go in, Sneaky gets stunned, and another one. 4 kills to Dignitas.
They did get the dragon there for Cloud9, though. Both teams are going to have the timer as well. So gold leads slightly in favor for Cloud9 because of the increased gold of dragon. But that last chain of kills and double buff ending up on Zion is not the cleanest way for them to end out this fight. It looked like it was a great move by High, chasing in there to secure the kill on Shifter.
Yeah.
But actually baits in Sneaky and Lemon Die as well. Let's see. So Meteos, he's able to kite for a long time, but in the end, Cutie Pie getting the red buff is worse for them because he gets excited, gets the reset, 2 kills here onto Lemon, and they're able to zone them out. At this point, if Cloud9 backed off, that would be pretty good. But he spends the flash to secure this kill. Balls also flashes over the wall, so 2 flashes for this, which ends up costing him as well. Braum cutting off High, and Zion Spartan full mana, able to finish him off. So initially it looked like a good look there for Cloud9, flashing over this wall to chase off the running Dignitas. But really if they had cut their losses there with just a 2-for-1 trade in Dragon, would have been much better.
Well, as Riv calls it the I think I can mentality, the rest of C9 kept showing up like, well, we'll help High, we'll show up as well, we'll save you. Turns out nothing to be had right there, just more kills, keeping them company in the fountain as they respawn. Sneaky still holding up 86 to 85 in minions. Problem is 2 kills for Cutie Pie makes him a gigantic threat. Base damage is now extremely high on his spells and his basic attacks. It's going to set C9's plans back even farther. There's the zap, hits Lemonation. There's the ulti as well. Flash not going to be enough. It still hits him. The slows come in. There's the Vi ulti as well. Everybody presses spells. And look at that one. Nicely done. Cutie Pie still gets the kill anyway. Despite of the CC. 5-2 Dignitas.
Good focus there from Dig. Meteos had just warded the Tribush. But again, Crumbs, straight for a lane gank. It's a very, very popular route. Oh, the zap just tagged Sneaky.
The Q hits, they could dive, but Meteos is there. Cubic takes a decent bit of damage. He's gonna walk out of that one safely enough.
So I really like what Crumbs is doing, going for all these consecutive lane ganks because he's facing a Nunu who keeps on warding all of the river entrances.
Oh, Zion ulted late here. He's one hit from dead, and there's the shockwave. Cloud9 find the kill off of High, roaming out of his lane.
Again, though, this is what High does a lot. Roams away. However, Shifter punishes him very hard for this roam. Yes, they picked up the kill top. He's able to shove into the turret, and he's going to answer a lot of that top turret damage with mid turret damage.
And it's going to be ultimately an equal sort of turret situation. I think they both just get 2 mini waves shoved into them. This time, though, High is going to get back to get these minions here. And the kill, just the lead there. Cloud9 sitting up 600 gold. The Dragon, you can't discount that. Dragon a big part of this.
Whoa.
Blue buff steal attempt. Not in time. High grabs it for himself. He's going to stay all right now.
Close one there, too, because Meteos had used his smite early to just get the damage and let the cooldown come back quicker. Trying to give it over to High. Very close. The High comes away with it. I think he's doing a great job of harassing Cutie Pie under turret while Cutie is trying to grab CS. And you can see they're slowly winning in CS here down in the bottom lane. Kog'Maw with the early Sheen going for that Trinity Force can do a lot of burst damage at a very long range.
His short-term trading is so good with that, too. You only need 3 attack phases to do the most out of it, like the Nami E, which a lot of Namis will actually max the damage on attack spell. And they have the chance to put some punishment down. If Cutie Pie doesn't get any crits, he will deal inferior damage in a fight.
Still focus from bottom lane, though, of course, from Dignitas. Trying to attack the source of this Cloud9 composition. Crumbs spending a very long time down on this bottom side.
Look at that. Bottom turret just going to go down to the repeated attacks of Cutie Pie. Wants to deny as many minions as possible.
Lemon's picking him up as best as he can, though.
All right, that's going to go down bubble. Just for fun right there. Can't quite hit much there.
Now,
and Dignitas hold a small lead.
You do have to be careful when you're trying to deny an extra last minion at the turret, because you also want to get your last hit on the turret. There's gold there too.
The hit doesn't matter, just you got to be nearby.
If you get too far out of range, yeah, we've seen a lot of people forget about it.
That's true. I see the guys who recall and they like go about a second early. They miss out on 150 gold. It's pretty worth having. Dignitas, though, trying their best to win this game. If they win, first place for sure for these guys, at least for a week. Zion and Balls still trading blows rather ferociously, but Balls holds a 30 minion lead in the lane. Been struggling for a while, but this round, despite facing a Kayle, such a high priority champion, doing nicely.
Classic support wars over the wall.
That kind of hurt.
Trinity Force completed here for COG, so Sneaky actually stronger than Cutie Pie at the moment. Trinity Force versus Infinity Edge. But it's all about the blood boil here as well. So many bonuses that they can pile on to Sneaky.
All right, this is going to be an all-in. Another battle between the two. Balls goes to the ulti, the knockup. Now Zion Spartan towards a flash, but of course he's still got the reveal. Dodges the Q. No mana on Balls. Can Zion win this fight? There's one more spell to determine it. Balls flashes, shields himself, picks up the kill. Nicely done, Balls.
Balls still has it. Yeah, he had a couple of rough games. But the 1v1 versus Zion, very impressive. You already mentioned the CS lead. That gives them confidence to go for this dragon. Because Balls can heal up and his teleport is ready. Really big win for Cloud9 right there. Coming from the top laner, able to secure the objective, and if you steal it away from Nunu, then you do get an achievement award.
10 extra IP. You steal a dragon from Nunu.
All right, so let's watch the mechanics here. Shield, working around the cooldown, gets them into polymorph form. That Glitter Lance hit. You always want to throw your Glitter Lance at a slight angle, just because you can cover more ground that way. Good juke from Zion. The hard part about juking Glitter Lance, Lemon's dead.
Yeah, he's gonna go down, and now High gonna take damage as well. Absolute Zero to try to zone, but now he wants to get away. Shockwave goes through. Super Mega Death Rocket not gonna hit, just the one for 0. But Dig now in the mid lane.
That tower should definitely be going down here. High doesn't have much mana left to defend it. Dig do get a victory out of that mid lane kill.
And it puts the gold back to equal, though. Cloud9 have controlled dragons, Dignitas have controlled turrets. The kill's pretty close, all said and done.
Thing is, dragons are a renewable resource. Turrets are not. So if Cloud9 do get a kill, then they can always try and push an outer turret. And those are pretty far up, easier to take. But if Dig get a kill, they can't always go for a dragon.
Unless they can keep the lanes pushed. They can go for tier 2s after kills, that'd be great for them. Of course, as time goes on, respawns are longer as well. Gives you maybe a little bit more time to push up and get those turrets, but it really just depends on what state the map is in.
Zion wants vengeance on Balls, and he calls Kiwi Kid up here to help him out. Kiwi Kid stays in the bush too. See how safe Balls plays this. No flash available for him, but he does have his ult.
Trinket.
Oh no!
He's trying to bait it. Oh no, just walks right in. This is not good for Balls. The stun comes out. The ulti's available, but he's got no flash. Can they get the damage? Lands the Q. Can they keep going? There we go. Zion Spartan picks it up. Kiwi Kid gives him some armor. Nicely done, Dignitas.
Team game, Freak. Team game.
Yep.
You 1v1 me, I'm gonna call over my support. Oh!
Wow. Scumbag Zion.
Yeah.
Didn't even let Kiwi Kid get it.
That's a Targon charge he really wanted to use. They do get a turret though, so good move from Dig. It is a team game, good strategy. Call up Kiwi Kid, lock him down. They get one more turret. You talked about the turret lead. That's all perimeter turrets down for Cloud9. See if Meteos can answer bottom.
That's one of the strengths I've always seen of Kiwi Kid, is he is really good at roaming out of his lane. Back when he was playing Annie, it's a bit easier to force those, but even on Braum, sneaking into the brush, finding the random roam plays, he's been a part of every single kill for his team. Kiwi Kid's playing phenomenal on Braum this game. And honestly, almost every game, but...
You saw the grin on his face when they locked it in.
Yeah.
Definitely his favorite support to go with. And he was originally a top laner, so very at home going for kills up there.
I think when they lane swapped, you just felt so safe. It's like, I'm used to this. These brush, I know them.
I'm back home. All right, top lane tower going down. Gives Dignitas control of that area. And
they are able to capitalize with the red buff steal as well.
Wow, they're just going hard for Crumbs. So they think they can force it, and they can. Look at that one. The tenacity of Cloud9 going in. There's a kill. Now mid lane is their control.
Yeah, whenever that happens, you get to point out the Trinity Force Vi builds. It's been popular among Crumbs and Dexter both in the North American LCS. But man, do you see the downside there? Get caught up by crowd control, and you will not survive. This mid game is actually one of the strongest points for heavy support compositions because they have just maxed one of their abilities, and they can pile everything onto Sneaky.
But the funny thing is, even though it's Sneaky the Kog'Maw, it's High who's carrying. He's 4-1, 196 minions. He has the best individual score on his team by a lot. And you can't discount that.
No, especially not with him going for that early death cap. Very big 2-item power here
20 minutes.
for Cloud9 on High. It does put more pressure on him, though, because you've seen what happens when a team with all of their money in Orianna misses a shockwave.
Yeah.
Very difficult for them to come back. That being said, Cloud9 have so many sources of disengage. That comes with piling on supports like this. They also do not have vision control around Baron.
Wow. All right, Lim puts one down.
Elimination remedies that situation very quickly. We'll see if they actually get a scrying orb on Sneaky pretty soon here, because it is that 20-minute mark. That's usually around the time where a lot of AD carries will switch over. I especially do like it on long-range AD carries. Kog'Maw, it could help him out if he wants to get that last living artillery to secure a kill.
Yep.
It's good on champions like Ashe or Draven.
Good on Kate too.
Yeah.
Find your ultis. Oh, that ward lives. Wards do not take true damage. But now it goes down. Poor Elimination sweeping because of that ward dying. And Cloud9 back away onto their side of the territory. Enough wards on Baron means not going to be contested because Dragon's now up in 40. And here's the battle for Vision.
I really, really do like these battles. Whoa! Actually, they initiated very quickly here with Kid blowing the ult.
Wow, low health on him, and Meteos wants to go in. There's a tidal wave as well. Forces some of them back, but the bomb's coming out. Oh my gosh. He'll use the rocket! Oh! Lemonation goes down. Sleeping with the fishes.
Great minefield here from Ziggs to close off any sort of retaliation from Cloud9. Even if they wanted to go harass around this dragon, they have to come another route. Heading down the river here, and they do have teleport available. Both top laners. Risky play, though.
Oh, look at that move, though, from Crumbs, and High goes and gets blown up right there. Nice bait in the Baron.
We call him out for the downside of the offensive Vi build. That's the upside of the offensive Vi build. Huge burst damage after catching somebody from a Fog of War Vault Breaker. And that secures the dragon. Take another look at this AoE delayed combo from Dignitas. Fire the rockets and the bombs. Kiwi did, as Braum is supposed to do, soaks up a lot of damage. Able to get out the Nami tidal wave as well. Shifter just goes for that because he sees everyone clumped up. And man, Lemon standing too close to Meteos for that explosion damage.
So that puts Dignitas 2,000 gold up. Again, looking for that first place spot if they can claim this. And they're looking fairly well controlled. 403 for Cutie Pie's Jinx. We talk about Kog'Maw being a late game carry. Jinx is still in the conversation in terms of late game AD carry.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if there are a bunch of supports on the field. Squishy supports that are not going to be the ones receiving these shields. A lot of the shields are going to be saved for Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
If Cloud9 are not reactive enough to shield someone else who's getting caught out, they don't want to spend their resources trying to save Lemon or something like that. It will cost them because Cutie Pie getting that passive reset will be extremely costly for them.
I mean, keep in mind as well, like, how do they even threaten Cutie Pie or Shifter? There's no great engage for Cloud9.
It's all the disengage.
Yeah, it's all disengaged, but if you're getting poked by Ziggs and Jinx, what are you disengaging for?
They're trying to back up here. What they would like to do is bait in the Crumbs.
No, they're going to bait in the Meteos right now. Ziggs comes across. Kiwi Kid taking up a bit of damage, but here comes the teleport as well. Jinx Rocket misses. Balls comes to join the fight, and they've dodged everything away. Crumbs goes down. The squishy build not paying off here. And Cloud9 now, can they chase in for more? Shifter gets away.
Good moves there from Sneaky, dodging a couple skill shots. Kills secured, teleport used for it though.
Cloud9 say, hey, you know what, let's own ourselves a Baron pit. Wards are down for them. Top lane available easily.
Starting to even up the turrets here. This would be the last one, bring it even. That gold coming back around for Cloud9.
All right. They picked that up. 200 gold. Separates the teams 25 minutes in. These guys are trading blow for blow the whole way through.
Dig had just gotten the dragon though. So we talked about renewable resources versus taking down structures. Shows in the gold as well. Very, very even, the fight over objectives between these two teams.
Wow, this game too close to call, even though there's only, I guess it's weird to say there's only 2 threats. It's Lich Bane and Lulu here, who actually puts out pretty decent persistent damage.
That's what we're talking about. These are semi
they're not,
like there is residual magic damage coming from these guys. Meteos is building full tank though, so there's almost no damage coming from that new.
And man, Absolute Zero does like 900 damage at max range.
Yeah,
you don't get to channel it ever.
The thing is, it's very easy to intervention the Absolute Zero explosion because Nunu wants to get the full channel off. So if Zion times it right, Crumbs should be the only one in there. Maybe Kiwi Kid will be in there too, but you know he's got his shield he can position and face it towards the center of the Nunu ult.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to negate that damage if Zion wants to back up Crumbs with his intervention.
There's actually an interesting point with that as well, which is that Dignitas's lineup is largely ranged. All their major damage sources are ranged, so that like you can easily be Zion, Spartan, Shifter, and Cutie Pie and never get touched by Absolute Zero, right? Crumbs can force the issue, make Meteos press R, everyone else can kite away from it super easily. And it's really just like, all right, blood boil and trying to push back this Vi.
Yeah, I think Meteos' most important job will be getting down a snowball onto Zion or Cutie Pie. Both, if he gets enough cooldown reduction.
I don't think you quite can.
Get it to last long enough?
Yeah, it's 3-second uptime, 6 or 8-second cooldown.
Whichever one's closest.
Yep. They're both going to want to attack speed a whole bunch. Ball's looking for the way in on Kiwi Kid. Bit of damage coming through, that shield blocking a lot of it though. And Dignitas know to stand around Baron. Dyrus said that Dignitas have the best Baron calls in League of Legends, something I used to credit TSM for a couple years ago. And Dignitas still holding this side of the map as best they can. 200 gold still separating these teams very closely. Crumbs takes a whole bunch of poke. That's actually some poke they can deal while disengaging. Forces the shield away from Kiwi Kid.
This is the problem though with all this disengage comp from Cloud9. They don't, if they get some harass down like that, they don't have hard engage. They're all about the kiting and pulling back so that Sneaky can do damage the whole time. If they get an advantage like that, so hard for them to capitalize on it because what are you going to do? Throw Nami ult out? That's one of the slowest things in the game to throw out. Very easy for anybody on Dig to dodge because a lot of them even have their own move speed buffs. So, yeah, even if Cloud9 do get an upper hand like that, all they can get out of it are wards in the area.
Everyone on Dig has some way of moving quickly and on short notice. Some of them for Cutie Pie is killing somebody, to be fair, but the rest of them, they can get out of dodge if they really need to. And so far you're seeing that. It's hard for C9 to claim more kills. It's all based on the shockwaves. Getting it right at the start, and maybe Lemon can follow up off those. Maybe Meteos can. We'll see.
Such a huge change in Cloud9's style.
Yeah.
I mean, usually we talk about, you know, they're wanting to do the early game, get deep vision and run plays out of the top lane. This is exactly the opposite. They have almost no hard engage. They want to play reactively. They want to kite Dignitas, and they want to run plays from the bottom lane.
Hey, if it works though. I mean, they're trying to find something that does succeed for these guys. They're used to being a team with an 80% win rate. And they're close to 50% here.
Yeah, just barely over.
And they're going to put some more damage down on towards Kiwi Kid, who's going to have ult to save his
flows,
skin.
though.
And there's the ulti coming in across. There's a dive on. Crumbs, though, forced to flash away. One hit from Dead. High takes a bomb to the face. And now Balskata also forced to flash. Sneaky does answer back. 1-for-1 so far. Sneaky has shields. He's known to hit, though.
The thing is, this 1-for-1 is one of the pillars of Cloud9's comp here. Hyde, we talked about how much money was on him. So many early kills for him, whereas Crumbs has been dying over and over, and he used this ult already. So it is still dangerous for Cloud9 to go for these things. However, almost all of the ultimates for Dig down. They have very few cooldowns left.
And it's going to be Cloud9 able to just take the dragon away. Sneaky with full health. makes it pretty good at that one, and out they go. Cloud9 sit on the 1,000.
Let's look at the spread here, because Balls and Sneaky do get to focus Kiwi Kid for the beginning. But as soon as Crumbs comes in, easy focus for him. You talked about everyone else being ranged. Crumbs has a target on his back, and they answer the kill.
There's Dignitas, though, looking to control the Baron pit. Aggro comes in from Nami. Kiwi Kid's going to back out with the shield in front. And they're going to continue to contest right around the middle of the map. It's just over and over. These guys know, both teams have significantly fast Baron killing pressure. These are two of the fastest Baron killing teams you can get. And they know if you give up vision for more than 30 seconds, it's gone.
That's why control of their teleport cooldowns is crucial. Cloud9 are already looking like they are going to use theirs right now. They have got split pushing balls. He does teleport in to cut them off. This is pretty much their only way to hard engage.
Zion's got to ult himself early, but do they have the damage? There it comes. Not yet the shockwave, but Zion still takes damage from Kog'Maw. He's got to be out of the fight, and Crumbs in the wrong side of this fight. Goes for balls. They can follow up, and they get it with the Ziggs bombs from Shifter. He's forced to run away. 1 for 1 so far. In comes High. Shockwave catches Kiwi Kid, and it's going to be what they can. But Kiwi Kid, he's trying to kite back. This Cutie Pie falling off as well. Sneaky's still alive. So far, 2 members dead for each side.
Fancy moves from High there in the back line, showing how much he can do with these, basically what I like to call the trinity of AP items for mid laners here. Deathcap, Athenes, and Void Staff, so strong. That's what you're getting most of your damage out from your mid laner. And look how he wrecks the back line when he flashes in. Talk about creative ways for Cloud9 to get the engages after poke lands. Balls teleports in deep, there's the intervention out, as well as Crumbs stand behind me and ult. Even though Sneaky is exposed, Crumbs, he's like, yeah, look, Sneaky's out here. We want to kill this AD carry. The whole team is getting kited back. Maybe some miscommunication there on Dig because they're all split, fighting different enemies. Cloud9 are able to get something out of it. Flash from Shifter, and that ends up High being right next to Cutie. He gets a huge shutdown there too. That was maximum 500 gold there.
So plenty of cash comes through, and that actually puts Cloud9 in the advantage after that fight. 2,000 gold lead, a lot of that because of the shutdown kills. And High is still the guy who controls most of that money, going towards a death cap now. Not death cap, sorry, Zhonya's now.
Zhonya's.
That's what I meant to say.
It's actually a really good buy too, because we've seen, even with all the shields Cloud9 have, they don't have enough shields for everybody.
Nope.
And all of these squishy supports have been getting chunked down pretty quickly. So Zhonya's will buy him a lot of time, especially if he's going to be on the front line.
Uh-oh, High's got to be careful. Takes a bunch of CC, but he stays alive. The support is there. That's going to be the Rockets picking up balls. 1 for 1. There was Crumbs falls over, and now it's going to be even more as Kiwi Kid drops on top of that one. 2-1, Cloud9 find the right fight.
Even the cameraman's freaking out. So much damage across here. Cloud9 can control mid lane. Let's see if they get the turret. Should be unanswered here.
Absolutely, it's going to be. Maybe they can go for more. They've got a 4 versus 3 with the jungler dead. Are they going Baron? Are they going to heal and stay safe?
They are making their way over to at least control the vision around Baron. Whether they actually go for the damage or not, still to be determined.
Zion's partner's teleport. He goes to the backside. They see him coming. Baron at 2,000 health, way too low, easily picked up. C9 get Baron and get out.
Great mid-game win for them. They are really spiking though, because this is pretty much the most damage that Cloud9 are going to be able to throw. High is really peaking right now. Actually, Balls has a long way to scale. Once you get a Lich Bane, basically adding more late game scaling to your champion, he gets another AP ratio. So Balls could still add in a lot more with the Void Staff. High at this point, by the way, hasn't completed his Zonya, so he just survives with the shields there. Good ulti from Cutie Pie gets him, but that intervention, you can see, didn't block any damage.
Yeah, could have saved Crumbs. Potentially. That's actually one thing I'm a little bit scared with Crumbs' build, is they've got 3 big damage threats. Like Kale, crazy damage. Ziggs, crazy damage. Jinx, crazy damage. Crumbs builds squishy. You can see he actually stopped going towards the Trinity Force. It was like, oh my gosh, you're right, I need a Spectre's Cowl. But imagine if that was a Giant's Belt and a Warden's Mail instead of a Phage and a Zeal. Would Crumbs have died in half these fights?
Even if it was a bunch of magic resistance.
Sure, finished Banshees even.
I mean, there's so much magic damage on this Cloud9 team. Even Kog'Maw puts out a significant amount.
Yeah, and anywhere between 1/3 and 2/3 magic, depending.
And
on
really,
builds.
you know, the only hard supports here for Cloud9 are the Nunu and the Nami. Balls has plenty of damage with this Lulu, and he's doing a good job of split pushing here. So Baron buff going to use here for Cloud9. Teleport almost back up for Balls.
And look at this, bottom lane under pressure though. Balls, of course, went Lich Bane second, and that means turrets die really fast with this Lulu. And down it goes. C9 up 6,000 gold now. They've managed to turn the tides finally after one good fight in the mid lane, and they're taking everything they can with this Baron buff. Now bottom lane under fire, and of course there's not a lot of great ways to catch Sneaky there, so Blood Boil Kog'Maw with Bioarcane Barrage on is actually very good at killing turrets.
See if they can actually make something from this minion wave, because as you said with Lich Bane, Balls can Glitter Lance a wave, get his auto attack for the turret, a huge chunk out of it every single time, and it will constantly keep up that pressure. He can speed boost himself to join if a fight breaks out.
Yep, this dedicated siege gonna look good for Cloud9. Lemon has the Mikhail, so his mana regen's fine with his rank 5 healing. Baron buff as well, giving everybody regeneration. This poke is not gonna do anything from Dig.
Yeah, even Ziggs wave clear, Cloud9 don't care about the waves. They're having Meteos space tank this turret, get damage down on it. Both of the turrets going down simultaneously here.
Bit of a duel now, Zion's part.
Oh,
Ooh, that Glitter Lance misses. Zion's at 1,000 health, but he can't stay in this fight. He's down in items. No Void Staff yet. And look at that. Balls continuing to pressure this one. 2/5 health left in that turret. This one down below a quarter. Baron buff still 45 seconds left here for C9.
Slowly but surely, every time a shield is up, get in there for a little bit of damage. Kiwi Kid's got his ulti though. Cloud9, they kind of just have to pull the trigger and go if they want to defend one of these inhibitor turrets. Crumbs is ready. They just need Zion to get a strong intervention.
3 hits from dead.
Oh, it's gone.
Oh, Kiwi Kid blocked it.
And
But
Kiwi
now he's
Kid's
too low.
almost dead. Yeah, they can't do it now.
They absolutely cannot, and they've made their way in. Middle inhibitor turret is gone. The team has actually regrouped. Balls comes to the mid lane a little bit low on mana, but they can do enough. Kiwi Kid dangerously low. The ulti coming across. One shot from killing, but the inhibitor goes down all the same.
And look
Cloud9
how confident Sneaky is in his Kog'Maw play, because he has so many different speed buffs and shields to back him up. He's on the front line with that Kog'Maw. There's so many answers that Cloud9 have.
Crumbs just sold the Phage and Seal.
Yes.
He realized that was not the right call for himself, sold them up, got the Chain Vest from the Banshees. But there's another Dragon. C9, use the Baron buff to push in across the base, take at least 3 turrets down. Retreat for the Dragon, buy new items, and there's nothing for Dig to take now.
I have to say too, there was so many questions around what is Hai going to use. What's he going to go back to now? His Orianna play has been on point. Very strong Orianna from him. Not only has he played into the team style of kiting back in the shields, but he's been also in the face of Dignitas, flashing in to secure key members, taking down PewDiePie, getting a shockwave down. All around strong play from all members of Cloud9 this time around. Balls was receiving criticism for his top lane play. He outplays Zion 1 versus 1. He's the stronger split push threat right now. And he also is still adding shields for the rest of the team. They're all performing pretty much 2 roles here, both Balls and Hai. Damage sources as well as plenty of defense for the rest of the team.
There's even a fair bit of offense able to come out as well. Lemonation continuing to build some more ability power on himself. Of course, you talked about the solo lane mages doing a great job of this one, but even the Nami is scaling up quite nicely with all the global gold they've been getting. So it's good to see supports get some nice items on themselves. He continues to try to tank up as much as he can. Soon, he's going to have, I guess that's Spear Visage. It's weird to see Kindle. Oh, I guess you can go for Locket. But that might be the build he's going for here.
Who, Kiwi Kid?
Yeah, Kiwi Kid. I was like doing the mental math on like the items he had.
The magic resist aura alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great choice.
Would be very, very
Imagine if Crumbs had that.
Look at this rotation, though. They're all the way behind him.
Oh my gosh, this is the
They're
fight
almost
that
dead.
Dignitas needs to go in. They find Sneaky, but can they peel back for him? Turret goes down, Meteos ults, they find a kill so far. Rock comes across, won't find enough. Elimination stays alive, and look at this, C9 staying inside the dig base, and they are safe. Kiwi Kid goes down to the ulti, and that's a double kill for Sneaky right now. 13 kills for the team. Now on to Zion Spartan, forced to flash the wall, but these guys are inside the base. Can they backdoor much? They're still waiting on minions here, but Meteos is a tanky man. He gets the shield. There's turret number 1, 3 versus 5 in Dig. Couple of recalls, couple of them walking back. I'm a cutie pie for Sneaky. Not a good fight for Dignitas. That goes for Sneaky. That's his 3rd kill. This could be his 4th. He's gonna take down Shifter. No, not quite.
Give it to Meteos. New kill.
Yeah, Meteos claims it just barely. He's 1 hit from Dev, but this is gonna be the game. Cloud9 finally clinched the Superweek, and they, along with almost every other team in the standings, go 2-2.
And they are 1 game away from first place.
Yeah.
Having to work through so much coming back from the All-Star game. This Cloud9 team still bringing out new tricks to the North American scene. I have to say, though, not really a new trick.
No.
Just reinventing an old, good trick.
And that trick worked just fine for them. Cloud9 have such a weird track record of games. They seem to always play so well versus the top teams. The guys in the top 10 and the top 4, they keep getting upset by teams like Evil Geniuses or Curse or Complexity and can't keep the consistency up. You see them looking a little bit nonchalant there. It's like, yeah, that's the type of game C9 are used to. It's like, oh yeah, it's Dig, they're number 1, it's gonna be a tough game. But they take care of business. That's what's supposed to happen this season for these guys. More games like that, they actually take number 1 again.
And it wasn't only great team play and a great plan coming into the game. It was also really strong individual plays coming from all over Cloud9. Yes, Sneaky was his usual self, adding a lot of the damage for the Cloud9 team. But High End Balls also coming up very big. Meteos, ward control all game long with the Nunu. The early counter jungling to try and delay those Vi ganks to help out his lanes. Very good supportive jungler from Meteos, which is the type that he liked to play.
We don't get to see that from him very much, the new news coming out, but that worked so well. And I do want to get back to the High End Balls point, though. I know you just mentioned it, but I want to kind of reiterate. This is the Dignitas team that just picked up arguably the 2 best solo laners in the North American LCS. Shifter and Zion Spartan turned a lot of heads. They came from relegated team, made Dignitas the number 1 team when they were a 5th place team last split. Like, guys, this is a scary team. These guys are really good. Highly regarded players, and Balls and High just took care of business. Out-CS their opponents pretty largely. You saw the 1-on-1 kill. Balls multiple times takes down Zion Spartan. And it's like, all right, hey, if this is the champion pool that worked for them, if they can play the supportive mages and just set up this consistent bot lane they've got, great, you finally got an ingredient for C9 to repeat their success.
You could see that Dignitas were trying to figure out what to do against this team, too, the whole time. As seen by Crumb's build, oh, I don't want to go full damage anymore. I've been getting blown up too quickly. Got to go defensive now. They didn't know how to handle this new look.
Didn't quite respect it enough, but it worked out, of course, overall for Cloud9. Going to send it down to Dash, who's standing by on the red side.
Thank you, Freak. I'm here stage side with Sneaky from Cloud9 after a great win against Team Dignitas, bringing you guys to 2-2 on the Super Week. Now, the first question I want to ask you is about your team composition. You guys kind of went with a Protect the Kog'Maw comp there, and I'm wondering how much of that decision was yours or whether or not you were consulted before all that weight was put on your shoulders.
I would say the Kog'Maw pick was mine, but the rest of the comp was, I guess, Lemons and the whole team's. I kind of just choose my own AD carry, and then I let the rest of the team choose what's best.
All right. Another thing I want to touch on is the fact that we spoke to High earlier in the week, and he was a little down on himself about his performance and things like that, but he actually played very well this game. As a teammate, what do you do? How do you respond when you see one of your fellow team members kind of down on himself? How do you raise him up and get him refocused on the game and moving forward?
I guess the biggest thing is really just not, like, harassing him about it. If you just don't mention it, and, like, he knows he already screwed up, like a teammate, not specifically High, obviously, but they already know they played bad, and then they'll probably fix it themselves already. So you going out of your way to, like, harass them would do absolutely nothing. So in general, just be, I guess, happy, but don't harass them about the bad thing.
Absolutely. And now, surprisingly, with this win, this puts you only 1 game out of first place as we have a 4-way tie in the standings above you guys. So knowing that, what is the next step? How do you get
how do you get up to that kind of tier with those other 4 teams?
I think we just have to keep practicing and try to play our best, because I think any of these weeks, if we just keep winning, then we can get to the top. But if we just keep dropping half of our games, then we'll be nowhere near the top.
All right, next week you have EG and TSM. Anything specific that you're going to be planning for those 2 teams, or how do you go about approaching that week after a grueling Super Week?
Well, there's a new patch with jungler changes. There's some sort of blade mail looking thing in the junglers for tanks. So it could be a lot of new picks for like 4th tier behind the top tier already, but we'll have to see going into next week.
All right, well, so then the final question there is actually on that patch. When you have a new patch as a team, you're playing on the tournament realm here on stage, 1 patch behind. On live, you're playing ahead. How do you deal with those changes as a player?
It's really weird, honestly. When the new AD carry changes came out and I had to play on the last patch, solo queue was a really different environment for me, but I still played because I'd be ready for the next week rather than not preparing at all and keeping my mechanics down rather than up. So you really just have to play a lot of solo queue. That's the main thing. Even though the new patch is coming out for the tanks and stuff for Meteos, he'll probably spam a lot of solo queue. He may even scrim a little bit less than normal, just so that we can get prepared for actual scrim picks.
Absolutely. All right, well, best of luck adapting to those changes. Congratulations on your win just now. Now we're going to throw it back up to the desk to Freak and Kobe to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Dash. So guys, we had a Super Week of 16 games. We thought it would break up the teams, give them some clarity. Only brought the top 5 teams closer together, which is nice. Camaraderie is always
family.
good. Yeah, we're all closer together now. First place, 4-way tie. Why the heck not? CLG, Dignitas, LMQ, and TSM, all 11-7.
And then just 1 game back in 5th place, it's Cloud9, followed by Curse in 6th.
And only 2 games back down the line, it's going to be 7th place Complexity and Evil Geniuses sitting in last. Now, there have been a ton of great plays to sort through this week, but here are a few players who stood out as phenomenal. Up first in the top lane, Zion Spartan. Even when he's behind, he still finds ways to help his team win, and Dignitas once again end the week tied for first place.
Amazing, had 2 really big Elise games, and he remains undefeated on that champion. He also added in a win with Jarvan to go 3-1 this week.
Now, Voyboy showed his deep champion pool with strong games on Ryze, Ziggs, and Orianna against 3 of the top 5 teams.
OP as AD carry is Robert X. Lee. He came up huge for Complexity with his great Tristana play, and he pulled off another big upset against Dignitas to end the week 2-2.
And finally, in support, Xpecial. He turned it on this week and helped his team turn a tough schedule into an opportunity to launch a 3-game winning streak. But at the end of the day, there can only be 1 MVP, and this week, it is that new support, Xpecial.
Curse faced off against 4 teams from the top 5, and with Xpecial's great Thresh and Leona play, they picked up 3 wins, and they looked very good doing it. He made great catches early on to get caught fed, and became the first player in the North American LCS to cross the 1,000 assist mark. People were starting to overlook Xpecial's skills, but this week he reignited Curse, and they were playing much more aggressive.
And I gotta say, Xpecial, I'm glad he got MVP this week. People kept giving him flack. I mean, Curse had a pretty rough split overall, but I gotta say, man, he stepped up. Cop alongside him played well. I know he wasn't on the list of OP players, but like, that Curse lineup looked so good right now, and you've got a couple weeks left to push and go for a good seed in the playoffs.
And you heard him on the analyst desk.
Oh, man.
They are confident now, too.
Yeah, they're looking good. The confidence he was given to his teammates as well. He's like, man, I want people to realize when my teammates are like doing really well. He's like, man, I want people to say, Voyboy, you're awesome. And like,
yeah, he also
good
said,
environment.
I want people to fear me.
I want people to fear him. Hey, man, they started playing a lot better. They beat up some good teams there. Of course, next week the action gets underway with a brand spanking new LCS preview show, followed by the European LCS.
And kicking off their day is Roccat versus SK Gaming, followed by the Wolves from Copenhagen taking on Gambit.
And be sure to stick around for the return to the European Challenger Series with a best-of-3 quarterfinal showdown between H2K versus GG Call Nash. Then the North American LCS will be streaming your way to Saturday with 4 more big matches, starting with Complexity versus Team Curse.
After that, Evil Geniuses will square off against Cloud9, then Counter Logic Gaming will battle it out with TSM.
We'll conclude the day with the North American Challenger Series featuring a quarterfinal showdown between the new Team Coast and Team Denial. So mark your calendars in red or some other easily readable color, whatever you kind of want. Thursday, 8:30 a.m. Pacific Time, 5:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That's going to do it for us today. But so far, for myself, Kobe, Riv, Jat, Dash, Zyrene, Eva Clicky D, and the entire LCS broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next week.
Super Week, there are 5 big matches coming your way today as teams battle to move up the standings.
Everyone quiet down. You have to ask me permission to speak from now on. Okay. Because I'm the team captain. Permission to speak.
Cataclysm comes in, but Dominate and Cop are able to shred. Doublelift does get the intervention, but he's standing right in the middle. Yes, he is able to take it down. The team is still getting him the sustain of the heals. Quas gets hit up. What a chaotic fight.
We're the best late game team in the LCS.
He's quite safe in the situation now. The shockwave is huge, but can he answer with more? Robert misses Shifter. He's right over the wall. There's the shot. Krepo walks in, taking 3 shots from Vasily. He's still firing freely on the outside. Jumps to the back line. They're trying to focus him down.
Crawley gets a shield, just gets away, but there's the ignite, there's the wild growth, but it's not enough. Dyrus picks up 1. It's going to be even more coming as Bjergsen takes on Robert X. Lee. Now Bubba also to fall.
Yeah, I got this. Smash the place.
Oh my god.
Move on to the next game.
Oh my god, the fight, the Dignitas needs to go in, they find Sneaky, but can they peel back for him? Turret goes down, Meteos won't, they find a kill so far. Rock comes across, won't find the net, Elimination stays alive, and look at this, C9 staying inside the dig base, and they are safe.
We can live